Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Wow, is this ship really all gold? After solving Enel, it is natural to search for loot. And the most valuable thing Enel owns is the Ark of Proverbs that he intends to use to conquer the infinite, a vessel made entirely of gold. Although not all of them, most are made of gold. Looking at Nami, stroking left and right, looking completely obsessed with gold, Luffy rolled her eyes at her angrily. Do you just like money that much? Is it necessary to show such an exaggerated expression? So much gold, if you want to melt into such a big ship. Sky Island's metallurgical technology seems to be very advanced. On the Grand Line or Four Seas, the vast majority of boats are made of wood. Although good materials such as Bayashu Atom are quite hard, they can be processed with tools after all. But if it is a metal like gold, it cannot be directly cut into the desired shape with tools such as knives. It should not be due to the development of Sky Island's metallurgical technology but the ability of Enel. 39. Robin's words reminded Luffy of Thunder Fruit's ability not only to discharge, but also to generate high temperature. But it's a bit strange. It stands to reason that your own rubber fruit should not be resistant to high temperature, although it does not melt at a slightly higher temperature than Gardino's wax fruit. But the high temperature enough to melt the metal still failed to injure the rubber man, which was a bit strange. Although he can use the fire fist gun, but at that time he was attached to armament haki. And Luffy didn't have armament haki all over his body when he was attacked by Enel. Is the restraint between Devil Fruit really outrageous to this extent? Enel's ability isn't his ability thunder and lightning. Can he smelt metal? Galtino was puzzled and couldn't figure out why lightning could melt metal for a while. The huge power of thunder and lightning, in addition to the impact force, high temperature is also the characteristic of thunder and lightning. As a learned scholar, Robin is naturally knowledgeable and explained it briefly to Galtino. So it is. Galtino tapped his left hand with his right hand, showing an expression of sudden realization. Zoro and Sanji on the side also showed their original expressions. Obviously, they didn't turn around just now. But how are we going to take this ship away? Let's not say whether it can be dismantled or not. Even if it can be dismantled, the Mary will not be able to fit so much. 35. Looking at the huge ark of Proverbs in front of him, Nami was a little distressed and decided to leave this problem to Luffy for him to solve. So, Nami blinked and walked to Luffy and asked Luffy with a pitiful expression. It is not very difficult to tear down the ship, but it is obviously impossible to take all the gold. 35. Today's Zoro, it is easy to cut the Ark of Proverbs, but even if it is cut, as Nami said before, it is impossible to take it all away. But I don't want to give up the gold at all. 35. Nami shook Luffy's arm in a coquettish way, obviously not wanting to give up the easy gold. In fact, it's not a big deal to keep the gold in Sky Island. We can find a place to hide the gold. Next time we're short of money, we'll just come over and get it. As long as you have the ability of Lion Fruit, it is easy to board Sky Island. So, Luffy's current idea is to find someone to eat Thunder Fruit as soon as possible. At that time, with the ability of Thunder Fruit, even Lion Fruit was reborn far away. Anyone who ate Thunder Fruit should be able to catch it with Luffy. However, now there is a question: who is suitable to eat this Thunder Fruit? The Devil Fruit that was originally going to be reserved for Vivi, but now that I think about it, maybe it can be replaced with something else. But if you keep the gold here, will it really not be taken away by others? Nami expressed concern about the method Luffy said. Although these Sky Islanders may not have access to gold, there are still pirates coming here from time to time. Now, without the existence of the god Enel, the gold here has become something that is readily available. I can keep the gold for you, but in exchange I will hear the bells of the Golden Bell. The voice of someone speaking again echoed in Luffy's mind. Then, a sound of breaking through the air came from a distance, and a huge body appeared in the sight of Luffy and the others. Hey, haha. 99. The Saiyan giant snake that appeared suddenly scared Nami, who was still coquettish, into Luffy's arms. Gee, how did this thing suddenly appear here? Did the previous battle wake it up? Zoro stood in front of him with a knife and stared sharply at the huge monster that suddenly appeared. Ah damn it's Luffy, I really want to feel Miss Nami's hug. 35. Although Sanji was annoyed that Luffy hugged Nami again, he consciously blocked the snake with Zoro. The giant snake that suddenly appeared stopped not far from Luffy and others, and the pair of snake eyes stared at Luffy tightly as if waiting for Luffy's answer. It's okay, it's not here to trouble us. Luffy patted Nami on the shoulder and pushed Nami away from his arms. Then, under the puzzled eyes of everyone, he walked in front of the giant snake. Luffy. Luffy. Although I knew that Luffy was very strong, the impact of the giant snake in front of them was too strong. That huge reminder can suddenly appear in front of everyone at the speed just now. And looking at the scales and fangs, it seems to be extremely hard. Especially the pair of vertical pupils gave people a shuddering feeling, and those who were a little timid might just fainted from fright. Namaji, the king's good don't know what Luffy wants to do, but looking at Luffy's appearance, it doesn't seem like he wants to attack. The snake's originally upright upper body suddenly landed and its head leaned in front of Luffy. It's me, you should be able to do it, ring the golden bell that hasn't rang in hundreds of years. This was the sound of Zoro drawing his knife. The first time the giant snake moved, he and Sanji were ready to step forward to stop the giant snake. Did you just talk to me? I saw that the giant snake stopped and didn't move after bringing its head close to Luffy. Those snake eyes stared at Luffy like human eyes, and after hearing Luffy's words, the giant snake's head swayed up and down. Hearing Luffy's words, Zoro and Sanji subconsciously stopped their steps to step forward. Something seems wrong. Although it is an interrogative sentence, Luffy is also sure that it is this giant snake Lee who just spoke. Kiang tilde. Hey Luffy, what are you talking about? No one spoke just now. Although the giant snake in front of him looked really scary, Nami was still more worried about Luffy, always wondering if there was something wrong with Luffy. Either now or before, Luffy said he heard something. But obviously neither myself nor Zoro heard any strange sounds. But looking at the giant snake, it doesn't seem to mean to attack Luffy. Can Luffy really talk to it? Ringing the golden bell is one of my purposes here. Even if you don't show up, I'll still ring it. Luffy did not choose to deceive the big snake in front of him. Although he could understand some human behavior and language because he lived a little longer, he was not a human after all. I'm relieved by your candor. I've met humans who can hear our voices, but you seem very different. Can you hear the voice of the big snake in front of you? It must be Roger. So now that you can suddenly hear their voices, is it really the ability to hear all things? Originally thought that the person who came from crossing would no longer have this ability, but I didn't expect that 603 would suddenly wake up on this sky island. However, is there any opportunity here? I don't seem to encounter anything strange, nor do I do anything out of the ordinary. In this way, I suddenly awaken the ability to listen to all things. What is the reason? Moreover, this ability to listen to all things seems to be able to hear what he wants to hear, but he can definitely hear it. After all, there were so many trees and rocks around and I didn't hear them make a sound. After all, everyone has their own path. Even if I can hear your voices, I and that person are not the same kind of people after all. Maybe Luffy in the original book is very similar to Roger, but the Luffy who came through has a completely different character from the original Luffy. Nami and the others on the side were completely stunned. Looking at Luffy's appearance, it seemed that he could really communicate with the huge monster in front of him. But how is this done? Is it also the ability of devil fruit? But isn't Luffy's devil fruit a rubber fruit? Could it be that rubber fruit can still make Luffy hear the sound of a strange snake? But Nami, Zoro, and Sanji have already seen the odds and have developed some immunity to Luffy's bizarre performance from time to time. But Galtino and Robin are not so easy to accept. Although I also saw Luffy's magic along the way, most of them were amazed at Luffy's insight, not anything else. Now Luffy's ability to communicate with strange snakes is really beyond the understanding of the two of them. No matter what you humans are like, what I say is still valid. As long as you ring the golden bell, I will help you guard the gold. 99. If that's the case, then please. If there is this giant snake guarding the gold, there is no need to worry about the problem of being taken away. After all, it is not very difficult to obtain gold under the guard of this giant snake. Hearing Luffy's words, the giant snake raised its head and moved around, the body of the snake wrapped around the arc of proverbs. Ah, my gold, Luffy, what is it doing? Stop it, it's our gold. The so-called fear, that is when Gold and Bailey are not involved. Once it comes to this, Nami is totally able to muster up the courage to face any difficulties. Luffy tutted, not knowing what to say about her, so in the end she could only helplessly explain. What can I do? After all, it is my own woman. I made a deal with it. It guards the golden ship for us and we are ringing the golden bell at the end of the huge vine. Luffy's words stopped Nami, and Zoro and the others were also attracted by Luffy's words. Is it possible to make a deal with such a giant snake? But why are you able to communicate with this giant snake? Galtino couldn't help but ask, although it might involve Luffy's secret, but he couldn't stand his curiosity. Besides, there are no other people around, so don't be afraid of being heard by others. Galtino's words were supported by several others, all of whom wanted to know how Luffy did it. This is an ability called listening to all things, and I don't know the specifics. It's true, Luffy doesn't know exactly why this ability exists. However, there are so many strange abilities in the pirate world, even Galtino on the ship, doesn't he also have the ability to suggest colors? Listen to everything. It is obviously impossible for several people to have heard of this ability, and even Robin has never seen relevant information in ancient books. No matter what, how are we going to ring the so-called golden bell? Wait, the golden bell. Regarding Luffy's explanation, Nami had no other idea except to satisfy his own curiosity. On the contrary, it was the golden bell which once again made Nami's eyes into the shape of Bailey. Is the clock named after gold also made of gold? Moreover, if it is a bell, it should be a heavy weight. Can I take that golden bell away myself? Nami's reaction caused the black lines to slide down the foreheads of the others present, and even the giant snake, which had not left, seemed to have black lines on its head. This human woman is too greedy, isn't it? Isn't it enough to have such a ship made of gold? The voice of the giant snake reached Luffy's mind again. Luffy put his hand on his forehead and said to Nami, "Don't think about taking the golden bell. That bell is of extraordinary significance to the people of Shandia, to Kulik of Qinghai, or to the giant snake in front of you." Although some Shandians attacked him before, Luffy wouldn't kill all the people of that tribe just because of one person. The voice of the giant snake sounded in Luffy's mind, and then Luffy saw the giant snake dragging the Ark of Proverbs and flying away into the distance. "I saw me right before you, and if you want gold, go find me there. Although it is impossible to take away the so-called golden bell, it is good to have a look." Whether the golden bell or the text of history, our purpose is at the end of the huge vine. Since Enel has been solved, let's set off towards the final destination. Nami's tone was obviously a little disappointed, but since Luffy said so, it's better not to. Naturally, Luffy would not object to Nami's statement, and then glanced at the giant snake. Luffy said to several people, "Ah, well then. 35. If that's the case, let's go to the giant vine now, shall we?" Mainly, the giant snake in front of him was a bit scary, so Nami had to give up his original idea. Boom, boom, boom. The melodious bells spread from the top of the huge vines. It was obviously just a normal-sized golden bell, but the sound of the bell seemed to have infinite penetrating power, passing through the layers of clouds. Sizzle. On the island of gods, the Lord of the Sky raised the snake's head, and the snake's eyes narrowed slightly, as if enjoying the melodious sound of the bell. The Proverbs ark was thrown to the ground by it, and the huge body began to circle around the ark like a dance. On the other side, the Shandians who woke up from the coma were sitting by the tree, resting and bandaging each other. And at this moment, the bell that had never been heard before but seemed to be carved into the bone marrow echoed in my ears. Let these Shandians who were still in deep despair because of Enel's power froze in place. Weber, that's. Lan Chi, who was slightly injured, looked excitedly at Weber, who had not recovered yet. There can be no mistake, that is the sound of the golden bell. Could it be that Enel was defeated by those people from Qinghai? Enel will not ring the golden bell, then. The only explanation is that the Qinghai people who defeated the two priests defeated Enel again. But how did they beat Enel? The others came back to their senses one after another. The strength of Enel before made them deeply desperate, and any attack would be ineffective against him. Now those Qinghai people have defeated such Enel. How did they do it? This surprise even outweighed the excitement of the Golden Bell. God, Enel, is it defeated? Ganfer stood in a pumpkin planting field, listening to the sound of the bell coming from the heights, a little disbelieving. Is it the people from Qinghai? Yes, on this sky island, anyone who can defeat Enel except for them who have just come here can't do it at all. Huh, is this a bell? It sounds better than any bell I've ever heard. At Konai's house, Usopp, who was still tinkering with those Sky Island shells, heard the bell from nowhere and asked Pagia next to him in surprise. However, Usopp, who turned around, found that Paige was already stunned in place. Hey uncle, what's the matter with you? Are you okay? Seeing Pagia's appearance, Usopp didn't know why, so he could only shake Pagia's body lightly. God defeated. Although Pagia had never heard the Golden Bell, after all, he was already so old, so naturally he had heard of some things. I originally thought that the Golden Bell was just a legend circulating on Sky Island, but I didn't expect it to be true. Moreover, since the Golden Bell rang at this time, Enel, who had always regarded this piece of Sky Island as his own kingdom of gods, did not impose sanctions. It could only be defeated, after all, if Enel really wanted to ring the Golden Bell. With the ability of his heartnet, he has long found the Golden Bell and rang it. It seems that your partner not only passed the test but even defeated the god. Paige said to Usopp, and at the same time he felt a little emotional. Maybe he was about to say goodbye to his daughter. Hey, I've said before that as long as Luffy is around, there's no need to worry about them failing. Usopp wiped his nose with his index finger and his tone was a little smug, as if he was the one who defeated Enel. Granlangia Island. Boss, did you hear me? The orangutan and the ape-man came hurriedly from not far away and shouted towards Vinbrand Kulik, who was sitting on the coast. However, the man didn't answer them, just looked up at the boundless sky. Those turbid eyes were already full of tears. Boss, they succeeded. What they said is true. The Golden Township was indeed washed by the sky and the ocean current to the Sky Island. When Luffy said that the Golden Township did not sink to the bottom of the sea but was rushed towards Sky Island by the soaring ocean currents, there was a faint hope in their hearts. Now the Golden Bell is really ringing and the long-cherished wish for many years has come true. Giant Vine Tip. It's actually a golden bell. It's a pity I can't take it away. Nami still misses this Golden Bell, but he can't help it. Luffy said that he should leave the Golden Bell to these Sky Islanders. Naturally, he would not go against Luffy's wishes, and even if he could take such a big bell, it would be inconvenient to carry it. Hope this bell can be heard on the Grand Line too. Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, SEEKINGFLOWERS, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol. Zoro still has a good impression of Vinbrand Kulik, who is obsessed with atoning for his ancestors. Men who also carry dreams are always easy to resonate. Now that Vinbrand Kulik's dream has come true, when will his dream come true? In addition to the historical text, some of the ancient texts here are artificially inscribed. Just as Luffy rang the Golden Bell, Robin also read the surrounding historical text. However, what makes Robin a little curious is that one of the two stone tablets engraved with ancient texts is obviously not from ancient times. Roger and his pirates have also visited Sky Island, and the ancient characters on this stele were engraved by the Roger pirates. Point 0. Hearing Robin's words, Luffy told about Roger's visit to Sky Island. Roger, you mean One Piece Roger. Galtino's reaction was a bit big, but it was normal. Anyone who heard the topic of One Piece would be just as surprised. However, does anyone in the Roger Pirates know ancient script? What makes Robin curious is the man who can engrave ancient writing. At that time, Ohara had already been destroyed, and there should be no one in this world who could interpret ancient texts except himself. Moreover, whether it is the ancient script itself, or even the stone tablet engraved with the ancient script, ordinary people cannot engrave traces on it at all. Wano Kuni of the New World, there is a method of processing this kind of stone tablet, and it is also there that someone can read this kind of writing. However, since there are people in Wano Kuni who can interpret ancient texts and can process historical text stone tablets. Even Robin doesn't know much about Wano Kuni, then there may be information that you want to know there. Wano Kuni, we will go in the future, but before that your strength must be improved. 4. Wano Kuni. Kazuki Oden, I don't know why Wano Kuni has a method that can read ancient texts and process historical text stone tablets. Are these things related to Wano Kuni? J. Or are these things actually passed down from Wano Kuni? Where is New World 99? Zoro, Sanji and Nami traveled from East Blue with Luffy and knew very little about the Grand Line. Although Nami did know something about the Grand Line, the only thing people knew at East Blue was the news published in the newspapers. Now that Luffy has proposed a new place, several people are naturally very curious. New World is the second half of the Grand Line. Where is the real pirate graveyard? Galtino didn't know much, but he only knew a little when he was working as an agent in the Baroque Work Society. You must have heard of the Pirate Four Emperors, right? Their forces are all in the New World, 99. Robin knows a little more. After all, he is doing intelligence work. Although he has not personally been there, he has collected relevant information. 67. Four Emperors, Nami and others still have a certain understanding of the Four Emperors. After all, whether it is Shanks, whom Luffy is familiar with, or Ace, whom he met before. They are all members of the Four Emperors pirates. One is the redhead of the Four Emperors himself, and the other is the captain of the second division of the Whitebeard pirates, the strongest man in the world. Although I don't know how strong they are, whether it is the pinnacle of pirates or the strongest man in the world, it is not a title that came out of thin air. Wano Kuni, now the site of Kaido of the Beasts, one of the Four Emperors. It was still too early for Zoro and the others to contact the Four Emperors pirates. But give them some information in advance so that they can feel a little urgency. Step by step, it is not the truth in the pirate world. Kaido of the Beasts looks like another awesome guy. 35. Perhaps the strongest in the world right now is not Whitebeard but Kaido of the Beasts. Although it is not clear about Kaido's specific strength based on Whitebeard's performance in Summit War, it is debatable if he wants to be called the strongest in the world. Perhaps Whitebeard at his peak deserved the title, but how old and injured Whitebeard, his haki and his fruit ability can he use? 66.99. Everyone didn't know what to say for a while. If Luffy could say the title of the strongest in the world, the Kaido of the Beasts must be stronger than imagined. Okay, I'm not saying this to make you depressed. We want to meet each other. It is estimated that it will be a long time later. 35. Looking at the sudden silence of several people, Luffy did not continue to say anything about New World. At least for them, 2 years of cultivation is necessary. As for yourself, you can take advantage of this time to go to New World to explore the bottom. Luffy's words made Nami and the others regain their thoughts. Luffy is right, people like him have just entered the Grand Line not long ago, and they want to reach the New World at least for a long time. But only Zoro knew. Luffy said it was a long time, at least 2 years later. Okay, since the golden bell has rung and the historical text has been read, it's time for us to go back. The purpose of coming here has been completed. The gold is guarded by the Lord of the Sky, and Thunder Fruit has been reborn on the Mary. And Robin has also read the historical text and has done what he promised to Vinbrand Kulik. Next, just pick up Usopp and the others and it's time to leave Sky Island. As for this golden bell, leave it to those Shandians and the residents of Sky Island to discuss and dispose of it by themselves. As for whether Sandia and the residents of Sky Island can coexist peacefully, that's not Luffy's concern. The journey back was much easier than when we came here. Without the priest's obstruction, Luffy and the others quickly returned to Konai's house. As for the other 2 priests, before Enel dealt with those Shandians, they had already been dealt with by the leaders of those Shandians. After all, apart from Enel, these 2 priests couldn't resist the power of the shells. Luffy, you guys are back. How is it? What does that god look like? Does it have 3 heads and 6 arms? As soon as he arrived at the door of Konai's house, Usopp ran out of the house excitedly, and some strange words came out of his mouth. After Usopp came out, Makita, Marianu and others also came out one after another. Konai's and Pagia came out last, but Chopper, Nami and others didn't see him. Mr. Luffy, are you all right? Unlike Usopp's excitement, Konai's, who didn't know much about Luffy and others, looked at Luffy and others with worried eyes. We're fine. That god Enel was defeated by Luffy with one move, but we defeated your god. Does it really matter? Although that Enel recognizes it, it has ruled the Sky Island for several years. Luffy killed him. It was the equivalent of killing the king of a country, and Nami had to think about how Konai's felt. After all, Konai's planned to leave with him and others. Ah, that god, he is not our real god, he is just a tyrant who controls this Sky Island with tyrannical means. Kun. 99. Knowing that Luffy and others have killed Enel, Konai's naturally no longer has to suppress his hatred for Enel. Although I have not been sanctioned, who would like to live under the surveillance of others all day long and live in fear? Luffy's ability to kill Enel is a good thing for all Sky Island residents. At least in the days to come you don't have to worry about being attacked by Enel's thunder for saying the wrong thing. Then, Uncle Page, we came back alive and killed your gods. Now, can we let Miss Konai's leave with us? Luffy wouldn't force Konai's on board, unlike Marianu and the others. Konai's sent 0.4G as his father, and Luffy didn't want his crew to board his ship with regrets. If Pagia still disagrees, no matter how much Konai's wants to leave, she will probably choose to stay based on her character. And Luffy will not force people to take away. At this time, Konai's also looked at her father nervously, and she hoped that his father would agree to let her leave. Otherwise, maybe I can only miss the opportunity to leave Sky Island and take a look outside. As Luffy thought, Konai's wouldn't go against his father's wishes. Since you have done what you promised me, I will naturally not stop my daughter's dream, but I hope you can protect my daughter. But in the same way, Pagia will not hinder his daughter's dream. Nami is so willing to buy these cloud beds and chairs, it's surprising. On the road of Lovely Street, Usopp was carrying a cloud chair in his hand and half a cloud bed on his shoulders, and he kept nagging. Nami, who is usually stingy to that level, is willing to spend money on these things that have no practical use. But to be honest, these cloud chairs and cloud beds are really comfortable to lie on, and I really hope to be able to lie on this bed with Miss Nami. Carrying the other half of the cloud bed and holding a cloud chair in his hand, Sanji fell into delusion again. But even if Nami were to lie on this cloud bed with someone, it would only be Luffy, right? Usopp didn't understand Sanji's thoughts at all, and directly ignited Sanji's jealousy. Ah damn, it's Luffy. Sanji, who was interrupted by Usopp's delusions, was suddenly furious and frantically shook the cloud bed he was carrying on his shoulders. But this made it hard for Usopp. With Usopp's power, he couldn't stand Sanji's shaking at all, and he was thrown up by Sanji even with the cloud bed. B********* D Sanji, are you trying to kill 14 me? Usopp, who was shaken nonstop, immediately turned into a sharp-toothed mouth and roared at Sanji. No, I have to buy another cloud bed, even if I can't be with Miss Nami. Isn't there Miss Robin, Miss Makita and the others? The more jealous Sanji became, the more he wanted to go back to the furniture store just now and buy another cloud bed while dragging Usopp. You give up, Nami only gave Bailey enough to buy these, or do you have more pocket money? Although he was dragged by Sanji even with the bed, Usopp had to remind him, or else it would not be a waste of time. Is 35. Usopp's words made Sanji sober. He really didn't have the money to buy a cloud bed, so he had to give up in the end. Looking at the jealous Sanji in front of him, Usopp seriously suspected that Sanji had promised to buy these things with a happy face, just to realize the delusion in his mind. But he didn't think about it. With Luffy around, this kind of good thing couldn't happen to him. Why should I say good things? Usopp was a little confused but quickly put the question behind him. Apart from these 2 cloud chairs and a cloud bed, Nami didn't ask for anything else. But Usopp himself has bought a lot of Sky Island shells. It was also with Luffy's consent that Nami took Bailey to Usopp. Moreover, with the Sky Island shell cultivation technology that Pagia handed over to him before, there is no need to buy a lot. And this kind of common thing in Sky Island is not too expensive. By the way, is the Chopper side about to succeed? Sanji doesn't know how well Chopper's research is going because of his previous trip with Luffy to find Enel's connection. I just heard Chopper mention it while eating, and then Chopper hurriedly finished his meal and went on to do his research. After listening to Luffy's words, whether it's Sanji or Zoro, now they are eager to improve their strength. Although there was a newly reborn thunder fruit on board, the two didn't want to eat it. So the quickest way to improve your strength now is the only way from Chopper. When you went to find Enel before, Chopper seemed to have made progress. It seemed that because of the relationship between Sky Island shells there was a breakthrough in research. Sanji stopped fussing. Usopp shook his dizzy head and replied, "Why don't you want to become stronger?" So Usopp chose to study these Sky Island shells when he couldn't do it overnight. Sky Island babe, is there any connection between this? Sanji doesn't understand. Is the horn of the unicorn lion still the same substance as the Sky Island shell? No, it's just that there were no corresponding tools on the Mary before, and these Sky Island shells are just functional enough to meet the needs of chopper research. In fact, the main thing is the hot shell. On the Mary, the chopper does not have the tools to heat it to a sufficient temperature. But after coming to Sky Island, Rebei's appearance solved Chopper's urgent needs. That's it, but these Sky Island shells are really amazing and they have all kinds of functions. Hearing Usopp's explanation, Sanji also understood. Then I have to say that this grand line is really magical, not only the islands that exist above the sky like Sky Island. There are even these magical props on Sky Island if Luffy had not been promised to get on the ship. Maybe I will not be able to see the vastness and magic of this sea in my life. Indeed, and there are so many types of these Sky Island shells, I really don't know how these things came into being. 35. When it comes to Sky Island shellfish, Usopp seems to be in high spirits. After all, this kind of thing, even if he was bragging about it, he couldn't think of it. By the way, it seems that not only Chopper has a breakthrough, Marianu seems to have a clue, and it's not just observation hacky. Usopp's words made Sanji's expression lift. If Marianu's side also succeeded, then he might not be far from awakening armament hacky. Although this trip to Sky Island, his own observation hacky has initially awakened. But because of physical fitness, it is not easy to awaken armament hacky 607. Now whether it is Chopper or Marianu, if there is progress on both sides, these people may usher in a wave of great promotion. I don't know how Luffy plans to arrange that thunder fruit, Usopp. If you want to eat it, I think Luffy won't refuse it, right? Not only himself, but Usopp also needs to get stronger. In Usopp's case, the fastest way to increase his strength is undoubtedly to eat the powerful devil fruit. After Luffy and the others came back, they naturally told everyone about thunder fruit, and Luffy also said that there was no special arrangement to give thunder fruit to anyone. But Usopp always felt that that kind of ability was not suitable for him. Although it was powerful, it was not in line with his own mind. Luffy also said that devil fruit's ability depends on development. If you can find a fruit that suits your heart, it will undoubtedly be more handy to develop. I don't think that thunder fruit is suitable for me, so it's better to wait and see if there is a more suitable devil fruit. Usopp's words made Sanji look sideways. Being able to resist the temptation of thunder fruit, this gave Sanji some understanding of the man in front of him for the first time. Maybe this is the reason why men like Luffy can invite Usopp on board. Then let's take a final night's rest here today and we'll set off early tomorrow morning. On the Mary, Luffy said to everyone who had just finished dinner. Because they were going to leave tomorrow, everyone didn't stay at Konai's house any longer. After helping Konai's pack up, everyone took Konai's aboard the Mary. Then, there was a sumptuous dinner which was undoubtedly very effective for Konai's, who was about to leave Sky Island for the first time. At least the lively banquet softened the girls' parting emotions. You all have a good rest today. The task of vigil is handed over to me, Luffy explained, and left the kitchen first and came to the sheep's head on the bow of the Mary where he usually stayed. Everyone, look at me, I look at you. I don't understand why Luffy suddenly asked for a vigil. After all, this was the first time Luffy had said that he was going to keep a vigil, and as the captain, he didn't need him for the task of keeping a vigil. But everyone didn't think too much. After all, Luffy had his own ideas. Also, someone was always going to sleep on the deck, so since Luffy was keeping watch, everyone else could sleep in the cabin. As for the girls, Nami had both the cloud bed and cloud chair that Usopp and Sanji bought into her room. Although the room was a little smaller and it was squeezed a little after it was all stuffed in, it was barely able to put it down, and these were enough for them to sleep. The trip to Sky Island is over. Next, it's time to change to another boat. What do you think, Mary? The bright moonlight scatters on the deck of the Mary, and the calm sea of clouds glows in the moonlight. Suddenly, behind Luffy, an illusory shadow stood there. Sorry, Luffy, I can't carry more people. A childish voice came from the shadow behind Luffy. with a hint of frustration and some reluctance in her tone. Wait until the new ship is built. Can you let me say goodbye to my friends? What are you talking about, Mary? While we do need to get another boat, no one says we don't need you. Luffy turned his head slightly with a slight smile, glanced at the illusory figure behind him who could not see the specific appearance. However, it's not just about the number of people. I don't have enough ability to carry you to sail farther. Navigation on the Grand Line was indeed quite grueling for the Mary's material. Maybe there will be a few more times like the sky-high current and the Mary will shatter like the original. At that time, if Luffy and others are in danger due to sudden damage, even if he disappears in the end, Mary will never forgive himself. Then, it depends on whether our boatmen can fully utilize the capabilities of that Munch Munch fruit. In Luffy's mind, if Frankie can give full play to the ability of Munch Munch fruit, it is not difficult to keep the Mary. By the way, Mary, can you eat devil fruit? This is the question that Luffy has been thinking about. Spirits like ship spirits exist, can they eat devil fruit? It should be edible after all. I can repair real ships and naturally I can eat real devil fruit. 99. Not following Luffy's escaping thoughts, Mary paused slightly but continued to answer. However, I just don't know if the ship Mary will be cursed by the sea and unable to sail after eating devil fruit. This really needs to be considered, but since it can be eaten, thunder fruit does not have to worry about who to eat it. When the new ship is built, let Mary eat thunder fruit directly. Luffy wasn't afraid that Mary's eating thunder fruit would have no effect. Although thunder fruit is indeed a powerful ability, in this world there is no invincible ability. It all depends on the development and exercise of the person who eats devil fruit. However, until the new ship is built, it is better not to risk Mary eating this thunder fruit. In case of the province, after Mary ate thunder fruit, Mary could not continue sailing, resulting in himself and others not even having a boat to go to the Seven Waters. It's good to be able to eat devil fruit. With one more combat power, our navigation will be safer in the future. If Mary can eat Logia's thunder fruit, will Mary still be afraid of Haki's existence as an incorporeal ship spirit? Hey Mary, can we touch you? The ship's spirit Mary was right in front of him. Naturally, Luffy wouldn't take his own imagination, just ask and test it. Human words can't touch me, but I don't know if there will be any change after eating devil fruit. Although Mary appeared in front of Luffy for the first time, Mary, the ship's spirit, was also full of trust in Luffy. For Luffy's inquiry, of course, he will say what he knows. Can Haki touch you? It's my physical body as it is now. If Luffy can use Haki to see if he can touch me. Mary wasn't quite sure if Haki could touch him either. After all, the power of Haki is so omnipotent, maybe he can even touch things like spirit bodies. After listening to Mary's words, Luffy didn't hesitate and first stretched out his right hand, not wrapping Haki around but simply reaching out to Mary. The hand passed through Melly's chest without any hindrance and passed directly from the back of Melly's illusory figure. Withdrawing his right hand, Luffy rewrapped a thin layer of armament Haki on his right hand and then extended his right hand again. The right hand wrapped around armament Haki passed through Melly's body again without touching the entity. Even if you are wrapped around armament Haki, you still can't touch your body. It seems that there is nothing that can hurt you except the specific King's Zhao Devil Fruit ability. But, Buzz. Luffy kept his eyes on Mary after releasing Conqueror's Haki. From this point of view, as long as he doesn't encounter Devil Fruit, which is a kind of existence that restrains spirits, Mary seems to be an invincible existence. But even a trace was enough. Luffy just wanted to know if Conqueror's Haki had any effect on Mary. The invisible Conqueror's Haki rushed towards Mary and Luffy only released a trace. After all, I don't know if it would affect Mary or not. After Mary released Conqueror's Haki in Luffy, the illusory figure was a little erratic and seemed to be disillusioned at any time. If Conqueror's Haki's stun is effective, then Conqueror's Haki's entanglement can also attack Mary. Looks like Conqueror's Haki still has an impact on you. 35. How is it, Mary? Has Conqueror's Haki influenced you a lot? Watching Mary stabilize his body again, Luffy asked. The impact is a little bit, but it shouldn't be as unbearable as those who are stunned by you. Although Luffy's release of Conqueror's Haki was limited compared to those who had been stunned by Luffy before, Mary felt that it was not unbearable. This is enough. After all, there are not many people who can know Conqueror's haki, and there are very few people who can entangle Conqueror's haki. So, when are you going to come out and see everyone? If it wasn't for Luffy's sudden awakening of the ability to listen to all things today, he might not even know that the Mary really produced a ship spirit. And that's why Luffy asked for a vigil. Luffy wants to confirm the existence of Mary, the ship spirit, and also to know whether Mary can eat devil fruit. After all, if it is the ship spirit of the Mary, naturally there is no need to worry about whether it will betray. That, I'm not ready to meet you all. Mary was clearly at a loss for Luffy's sudden offer to meet. If Luffy hadn't heard his voice 607, Mary didn't plan to come out to see everyone before he reached the finish line. Since this is the case, then I will not force you, but you must prepare as soon as possible and don't make everyone wait too long. Luffy also had no plans to ask Mary to appear in front of everyone right away. Well, I'll try my best. The illusory ship spirit seemed very nervous and didn't know how to answer Luffy at all, so he could only respond with words that would work hard. After all, you are also our companion, so there is nothing to be nervous about. Luffy's words made Mary startled, but he seemed a little shy and disappeared behind Luffy without saying hello to Luffy. Luffy chuckled and shook his head, not intending to continue calling Mary out. Turning his head to look at the very close moon in the sky, he once again thought about the next plot. We are about to leave Sky Island. If Luffy remembers correctly, the Straw Hat Pirates seem to have met Aokiji on the first stop after getting off Sky Island. Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji as he is now may still be a little far from Admiral, but definitely not too far. However, with Aokiji's ability, if the other party is really determined to arrest him and others, it will be very troublesome. At least in the sea, it is completely impossible to escape. The ability of frozen fruit is indeed a bug-like ability in this sea. However, with the character of the original Aokiji, there should be no need to worry too much that he will do his best. But still be careful, after all, this is a real world. Will there really be Marines who will let the pirates in front of them? Conqueror's entanglement, where is the opportunity to want to master it? Luffy stretched out his right hand and an invisible aura began to wrap around it. However, just when the momentum was about to materialize, it suddenly dissipated. At this time, even if you want to find someone who can experience Conqueror's haki, it is almost impossible to encounter it. Still not enough time. Luffy shook his head, lowered his arms again, and stared calmly at the extra bright moon in the sky. The night passed quickly, and for Luffy now, the vigil was not a hard thing to do. With the continuous improvement of strength, even if it is a week without food or drink, there will be no problem at all. But that is based on eating and drinking and storing enough energy in the body. Hey Luffy, did you talk to anyone yesterday? Nami, who came out of the room, looked at Luffy suspiciously. Yesterday, Nami drank a lot at the banquet to welcome Konai's. Although I have a good alcohol intake, after returning to the room, I quickly fell asleep because I didn't have to worry about safety. But in a daze, I still heard the sound of bee chatting outside. Could it be that Uncle Gaiaya was worried that Konai's left and came to Luffy last night to explain it? Ah, Luffy, are we going? Before Luffy could answer, Usopp and the others also came out of the cabin. Nami didn't continue to struggle. Maybe someone on the boys' side couldn't sleep and came out to watch the night with Luffy. Since everyone is up, let's go. This trip to Sky Island is a full reward. Gold, thunder fruit, these two alone are worth the trip. What's more, I also bought some Sky Island specialties, Sky Island shells, cloud-made furniture and waiba, etc. Oh. Everyone who was already up heard what Luffy said, and they all responded. Not to mention the invisible ones, the gold cut from the Lord of the Sky has already blinded everyone. Now, after returning to the Grand Line, it's time to build a bigger boat. Although the Mary is also very comfortable to live in, the space is too small. In the future, Luffy will definitely have to recruit people, and then the Mary will not be able to accommodate so many people. But how are we going to get down? Although I was very excited, but when I came up, I was riding up the sky and the ocean current. What should I do when I go down? There is no second possibility other than the death of the ship by falling directly. Don't worry, my father has prepared a way for us to go to Qinghai. At this point, Konai's came out of Nami's room with what looked like a piccolo. In that case, let's go. Naturally, Luffy knew what it was, but he still felt a little vague. Even if the strength has reached the current level after all, it fell from the sky 10,000 meters high. Although he can use the fruit ability to achieve the effect of short-term flight, but if there are so many people, if there is an accident, he will not be able to save them all. Even if it is Makita, if the place where it falls is the ocean, it will be a dead end. Then, after gliding for a certain distance at extreme speed, the Mary, which had left the river channel, lost the support of the river channel and began to descend at extreme speed. Even Luffy noticed that the Mary's lovely smiling sheep's head seemed to be overly frightened. Although they knew there was a solution, but at this time everyone couldn't help screaming, so the Mary went straight into a narrow channel. However, the shock of everyone did not last long, as Konai's blew hard on the wooden flute she took out. However, this was all based on unexpected circumstances, and Luffy believed that the luck of himself and others would not be too bad. An octopus-shaped hot air balloon flew into the sky and the octopus tentacles firmly grasped the entire Mary. Wow, the Mary's descent has slowed down. After being caught by the tentacles of the giant octopus, the speed of Mary's descent was instantaneously slow, like a balloon floating in the sky. But what a big octopus actually caught the Mary. This is an octopus hot air balloon, a specialty of Sora Island. To everyone's surprise, Konai's explained what caught the Mary. Why do I look like it's alive? This is too strange, isn't it? Hot air balloons can still be alive. Also, why is there such a creature? It is indeed alive. Don't look at how huge it is after blowing, but in fact it is very easy to feed. What an amazing thing. But even with the deceleration of the octopus hot air balloon, it doesn't take long to fall from an altitude of 10,000 meters. Soon, as the octopus balloon was deflated, the Mary's descent speeded up again. However, it is not far from the sea and falling from the current height will not be dangerous except for a little bump. Boom! As the Mary plunged into the ocean, the splashes drenched everyone on the deck. Luffy reached out and grabbed the octopus hot air balloon that was flying around because of the air leak. At this time, the octopus hot air balloon was only the size of a slap. Finally stop! Although the rare flying experience is really exciting, it really makes people feel more secure to stay in a familiar place. Is this Qinghai? Pushing the hair that was stuck in the corners of his eyes after being soaked in water behind his ears, Konai's looked at Qinghai, which was completely different from the sea of clouds, and was a little fascinated for a while. Just like when everyone just arrived at Sky Island, they were shocked by the completely different scenery. Yeah, but now it's just on the sea, and when it's on land, the verse that you Sky Island people believe in will be everywhere. Since there is no land on Sky Island, the first time since part of Gaya Island was washed up on Sky Island, soil was brought to the people of Sky Island. Therefore, the people of Sky Island who have never seen mud regard the mud on Gaya Island as a kind of belief. Really? Then I've been looking forward to it. Konai smiled and replied with a little anticipation, a little nervousness. It seems that we are lucky, you see there are islands there. Everyone followed the sound and sure enough, not far away, the outline of an island had already appeared. The Mary didn't hit the island directly, it can only be said that it was really lucky. After all, if you fall from a height of 10,000 as long as it is a little cheaper, then the position of the Grand Line will change greatly. So at this distance it is entirely possible for the Mary to hit it directly. Then let's go straight over there. I don't know where this is on the Grand Line, hopefully it won't fall into any dangerous place. Nami instructed everyone to control the direction of the Mary heading towards the island not far away. At the same time, I secretly prayed in my heart not to appear in too dangerous places. There is now a large amount of gold on the Mary. If it arouses the covetousness of others, it is also a very unpleasant thing for Nami. Soon, the Mary arrived on this island with everyone. What appeared in front of everyone was an open grassland, and there were several tall trees far apart on the island from time to time. Hey, it's so empty here. At first glance, it seems that there are no humans. This is the first time everyone has seen a place where the entire island can be seen at a glance. Also, there are no buildings here, which means no one lives there. Such a big island doesn't look like a dangerous uninhabited island. Although there are not many uninhabited islands in the Four Seas or the Grand Line. But the reason why there are no people on those islands is because either there are ferocious beasts on the islands, or the environment of the islands is really uninhabitable. But looking at the situation here, it doesn't seem like it can't live in people. Could it be that there are powerful beasts on this island? Zoro took a look at his surroundings and found nothing strange. Are the beasts hiding in some burrows? When you speak of a powerful beast, do you mean this? Usopp silently pointed at a white-haired dog passing by. Everyone's eyes followed the body of the dog that was constantly passing by. Then it seemed that after quite a while the dog finally completely left the place where everyone was. Flowers 0 Japanese symbol Japanese symbol. Hi. Is this a creature from Qinghai? There is such a long dog, Susu. Just like Konai's, it was her pet, Sissy Cloud Fox, who was on the marry with Konai's at that time. Seeing this kind of unseen long dog now, CC was a little curious and hid behind Konai's feet with a little fear. No, Konai's, that's only unique to this island. Dogs are normal elsewhere. In order to avoid Konai's misunderstanding, although he was surprised that the dog was so long, Usopp immediately waved his hand to explain. Anyway, except for certain places, it's too strange to have such a long dog. There's a hippo here and it's so long. Point. As the long white-haired dog passed by, another long hippo appeared in front of everyone. The head is also normal, but the body part is also super long. This is a long chain island. The animals on this island, including plants, are very long in size. 995. If it goes on like this, it will never end, and Luffy has to explain. Otherwise, everyone can only watch these strange animals here. But what is that? It wasn't very long this time, eh? Luffy turned around and saw an animal that didn't have a very long body. It's just that according to the original book, he has been standing on the long bamboo pole for 10 years. Doesn't he need to eat and drink? Luffy is also not sure this face is drawn so long. Who knows if it is a leopard? It should be a leopard, right? As long as your island grows, it all grows in the length direction. What's the matter with the sudden appearance of an animal that grows in the width direction? Well, Luffy doesn't want to explain it. Although he has read the original book and has some impressions of this leopard, Luffy still feels that he has learned a lot. Well, he's got fruit to eat, but what about Law and Saw? Luffy always finds it a little scary. Okay, don't ask more. I sense that there is still someone on this island. Let's go to that person and ask about the situation. Although the opponent seems to be in some trouble now, Luffy can easily save him. Then Zoro stays to watch the ship, and the rest of the people who want to go to the island to see or stay on the ship are up to you. After all, there is so much gold on the marry and there are 2 valuable devil fruits. It is necessary to leave Zoro, who is currently the strongest person other than Luffy, to watch the boat. Although Luffy's observation haki can perceive the full range of this long chain island, he is not afraid of 10,000 just in case. Zoro, if there are other ships or enemies provoking it, just kill it. Then why Davy back fight let him die? Luffy didn't have the time to play this kind of pirate game with him. If there is something you want, if the other party is not a good person, just grab it directly. And if it was a civilian or something, Luffy wouldn't be able to compete with the opponent in a pirate match. But then again, I had forgotten about the plot of 607 before, and the slow fruit of the silver fox Foxy seems to be very suitable for a person like Usopp. Although the Momo fruit can improve Usopp even more with Usopp's character, perhaps the slow fruit will have a greater effect in Usopp's hands. Luffy touched his chin and thought, and Zoro glanced at Luffy thoughtfully. Luffy said that 80% of the time he knew that there would be enemies coming to this island. Although he is used to Luffy's foresight, this kind of behavior, like predicting the future, is still a bit incredible. I understand. However, Zoro still agreed. After all, with so many precious things on the marry, Luffy, as the captain, would definitely not be able to stay and watch the ship. Anyway, there seems to be nothing worth doing on this island, so it is better to stay on the marry and rest. Then I'll stay too. Sanji did not intend to explore the island either. Although the animals here are very long, they are just ordinary animals and there are no ingredients that interest Sanji. My research is about to come to fruition, so I won't follow. Recently, Chopper's research on the horns of the unicorn lion has come to the last minute. During this period of time, without Chopper's commotion, the marry was indeed deserted a lot. Since there may be enemies, then I'll stay and watch. Mikita was still standing on the observation deck, not even when everyone got off the boat just now. I'm not going down either. With so much gold on board, I don't worry about leaving this gold to this strange island. It was naturally Nami who said this. Although he had just come down from Sky Island, Nami had never left the warehouse where the pile of gold was. Even now, he still shouted at Luffy from a distance and then immersed himself in the world of gold. Miss Nami, who is a Fortune fan, is so beautiful. This is the voice of a certain nympho cook. Luffy is speechless. You are a person with no fighting ability. What's the use of looking at all this gold? It's not bad without you. Of course, Luffy won't say this. Although Nami won't beat Luffy like the original, Luffy's waist will suffer. I'm going to see it. It's my first time in Qinghai. I want to see it everywhere. Konai's is still full of curiosity about Qinghai, even if it is an empty grassland island. Konai's is quite interested. I won't go down. To explore this kind of island, it's better to sleep on the boat. Galtino was equally uninterested, resting on the main mast. I'm not going down either. Marianu doesn't seem to like all kinds of adventures except when all the members act together. She prefers to stay in the back quietly. I go. I also wanted to see what's different about this island. In the end, the only people who went to the island were Luffy himself, Usopp, Robin and Konai's plus Sissy, the cloud fox held by Konai's in his arms. But it doesn't matter, there is really nothing worth exploring on this island anyway. Luffy wouldn't even want to go to the island if it wasn't for the need to record the magnetic force of the island and possibly get the slow fruit. As for Aokiji, it doesn't matter if you go to the island or not, and you can't hide if you want to meet him. After all, according to the original book, it seems that the other party wants to see him and Robin. 4 people and 1 fox walked towards the depths of this island. Along the way, Konai's looked around curiously, his bright eyes full of novelty. Soon, Luffy led Usopp, Robin and Konai's to 2 tall bamboos. I saw Luffy's fists hit continuously and the bamboo was broken one by one. At the same time, there seemed to be a scream from above the bamboo that reached the ears of several people. What sound? Several people did not have observation haki, so naturally they did not know that there was someone on the bamboo. At this time, seeing Luffy's action, his own screams suddenly sounded and they all looked up to the top of the bamboo. Soon, an old man with a full beard fell to the ground from above. Boom. Although there was still a lot of noise, Luffy had already broken the bamboo piece by piece, so the actual height of the old man's fall was not too high. It's just that because I haven't moved for a long time, I can't adapt to the sudden change of movement for a while, and I can't get up from lying on the ground. As a polite and good boy, Konai's wanted to go up and help the old man up. But just a little closer, an unpleasant smell hit his face, making Konai's have to stop his original movements. Really, don't the young people nowadays have no manners at all? After a while, the old man, who finally got used to it, got up from the ground and started scolding for a while. Luffy didn't pay much attention to the tone of the other party, and there was no need to have the same knowledge as ordinary people. On the other hand, Konai's, who was a little embarrassed by what the other party said, lowered his head and looked embarrassed. How long? It's been 10 years. I've been on this long bamboo sledge for 10 years, and if the fruit trees nearby are also growing tall, I might starve to death. 99. Hey, stinky old man, it's you who stinks too much, okay? How long has it been since you took a bath? The old man didn't hide his situation, but after he spoke, Luffy and the others took a few steps back unconsciously. Konai's didn't dare to think about it any longer. Is this the Qinghai people? Fortunately, Mr. Luffy and the others were not such people. Just wanted to get closer, but because of the smell, Usopp pinched his nose and cursed at the old man. 0.4. Luffy didn't say it, but that didn't mean Usopp would hold back. Even Konai's couldn't help but feel a little nauseated at this time. No wonder the other party's smell was so heavy. Maybe it wasn't as simple as not taking a bath in 10 years. Xiaomingsen, who just came to Qinghai, has not yet fully experienced the beauty of Qinghai and her nose has been severely impacted. After taking a bath, I finally feel refreshed. Dongjit, an old man who stepped on a bamboo sledge for 10 years, took a bath by the river and changed into a suit that Usopp brought from the Mary. At this moment, he stretched out in high spirits as if he had finally come to life. But looking at him like that, Luffy still thinks something is wrong. Doesn't he have to sleep for 10 years? Or is it already to the point where you can sleep peacefully even when standing at such a high place? As for the wind, rain, and snow, I don't care about it because of the climate problems of the Grand Line. Thank you for saving me from the bamboo pry, otherwise I don't know if I will not be able to get off the bamboo pry until I die. So how much do you like to step on the bamboo pry and step on it for 10 years? 35. Usopp couldn't help but complain, how did this kind of person survive until now? That's a long story. Then don't talk about it, I'm just watching you live alone in the sky and giving you a chance to make a new choice. Luffy didn't mind going to 14 to do something like this. Of course, it was only aimed at ordinary civilians. If it was a pirate who did all kinds of evil, Luffy would probably give him a ride. Dongjit, who was originally eager to explain, was directly choked by Luffy and coughed. Captain Luffy doesn't seem to want to know about your past. Robin covered his mouth with a chuckle and also choked on Dongjit. After all, the smell just now was really pungent, and even Robin, who was used to scrambling in the dark world, couldn't stand it. Boiled and found you, Straw Hat Luffy. Just when Dongjit wanted to refute Robin's words, a strange laugh came from not far away, interrupting what Dongjit wanted to say. Luffy already knew who it was, but Robin, Konai's Usopp didn't. The three of them, together with Dong Jiat, looked at the place where the sound came from. Luffy, it looks like, who is this slot head, do you know him? He sounds like he's coming for you. Usopp was a little curious. Luffy hadn't been separated from himself since he left East Blue. Why does this man seem to know what Luffy looks like, and he doesn't have any impression of him? After all, with such a distinctive appearance, as long as you have seen it once, you will not forget it. Sub-slot head, he actually called me sub-slot head. The man, who was still smiling and aggressive, suddenly bent down and lay on the ground, looking very disappointed. Puff puff. On his right hand, a tall orangutan-like creature saw the man like this and suddenly covered his mouth and snickered. Hey, Burger, stop giggling. 35. The woman on the left side of the slot head man, dressed in scantily clad clothes, wanted to lift the slot head man up like a wine escort girl. And don't forget to warn the snickering orangutan creature. Humph, I won't be hit so easily, Straw Hat Luffy, a rookie pirate with a bounty of 290 million Bailey. I'm here to compete with you. 39. The man who got up from the ground again, the man with the ability to slow fruit, Foxy the Silver Fox, put one hand on his hips and pointed at Luffy with the other. Pirate competition? As a Sky Islander, Konai's naturally doesn't know about these things, but Usopp and Robin know a little bit. You mean Davy back fight? That's right, that's it. Seeing that someone on Luffy's side understood what he was talking about, Foxy immediately regained his spirits. But when did Captain Luffy's bounty rise to 290 million Baileys? Unlike Usopp's focus, Robin instead noticed Luffy's bounty proposed by the other party. When going to Sky Island, Luffy's bounty was still 90 million Baileys. Why did it suddenly increase to 200 million Baileys? Does this count all the Baileys I traded with into my bounty? Luffy is also speechless. Didn't he ask you for 200 million Bailey? He actually added it to me as a reward. Huh, that's right, Luffy's bounty has gone up. Does that mean other people might also be bounty? Usopp was instantly attracted by Robin's words, completely ignoring Foxy, who was just getting excited. But damn it, ignoring me. Seeing Luffy and the others discussing on their own, completely ignoring the provocative person, Foxy once again showed a frustrated body to bend forward. Puff puff. HMPH, you guessed right. In addition to the Straw Hat Boy Luffy's bounty rising to 290 million Bailey, the monster Roronoa Zoro and black-footed Sanji are also bounty. 99. It didn't take long for Foxy to stand up again, and even his tone changed to a smug look. Huh, Zoro and Sanji also got bounties. I didn't stay in Sky Island for a few days, and when I returned to the Grand Line again, there was a feeling that time had changed. Warcraft Roronoa Zoro with a reward of 81 million Baileys, black-footed Sanji with a reward of 40 million Baileys. Foxy paused, then continued. In addition to Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat, and the 607 members of the original Baroque Work Club, it is obviously only a small group of about 10 people, and the total reward actually exceeds 500 million Bailey. The most important thing is that you are only a rookie pirate group who has just set sail for a while. From this point of view, your partners must be very strong, right? 35. Foxy and the exposed girl next to him told Luffy and a few people about the bounty of the Straw Hat Pirates who went to Sky Island in the past few days. How much does this guy love to show up? It's obviously about Luffy Zoro's bounty. Why does he look like he's talking about himself? Usopp wondered if there was something wrong with this man and had no idea what he was trying to be proud of. You said so much and you haven't said who you are. As a result, so many words were wasted and I didn't even introduce who I was, which was really inexplicable. What? Don't you know who I am? Foxy, who was still complacent, immediately felt as if someone had been strangled by the throat after hearing Usopp's words, and the rest of the words were stuck in his throat. They didn't even know who I was and Poji told me it wasn't true. Puff puff. Hey Burger, stop giggling. Boss, they must be lying to you. How could anyone not know who you are? Cheer up. If you came to play with me, you might be disappointed. Huh, someone with 290 million Baileys is a big pirate, right? Are you still afraid of losing the game? Foxy, who was still passive at first, recovered immediately after hearing Luffy's rejection, and his tone was even mocking. Luffy, don't be deceived by his aggressive tactics. In this kind of competition, whoever has the highest bounty will benefit. Foxy's taunting made Usopp jump out first, but instead of being stimulated by Foxy, he reminded Luffy not to promise him. Luffy was a little surprised by Usopp's sobriety. Usually at times like this, he was the first to come out and mock him. Even if his legs tremble with fright, his momentum will not weaken. However, Luffy had no intention of agreeing this kind of farce-like game. When I read the comics, I was so angry that I jumped. Participating in this kind of competition is nothing more than to gain the loyalty of the opposing crew, but is this loyalty really loyal? As for lowering the pirate flag, this is a real world. How many of the truly vicious pirates really care about the so-called honor? Hey, are you looking down on me? For Foxy, who is accustomed to using this kind of game to win his men, Luffy's words undoubtedly stimulated him. Do you look down on you? Then I will ask you in turn, what do you look down on for me? Luffy's eyes became sharp and in the blink of an eye he appeared in front of Foxy. Your strength? Or your fleet plundered by Davy Backfight? The sudden appearance of Luffy in front of him made Foxy's eyes widen in horror. And the orangutan creatures and exposure girls on either side of him were even looking at Luffy's original location. Or, you proud slow fruit? Luffy glanced lightly at Foxy, whose hands were already raised with orchid fingers and there was a pink light on the fingertips. You be *****D, dull light. Circles of pink light radiated from the front of Foxy's raised orchid fingers. At the same time, the corners of Foxy's mouth were also wide open, as if he already had the chance to win. However, his happiness did not last long. The dull light did shoot out, but there was no shadow of Luffy in front of him. Your fruit ability is really good, but if you can't hit, everything will be meaningless. Luffy's voice came from behind Foxy, and the smile at the corner of Foxy's mouth suddenly solidified. His pupils shrank suddenly, and he wanted to turn back. Boss, run away. Bo Chi, who had already reacted at this time, looked at Luffy, who appeared behind Foxy, and clenched a fist with one hand. She had no time to stop her, so she could only remind her. On the other side, the orangutan creature named Burger also quickly pulled on Foxy's collar, trying to pull him out of Luffy's attack range. However, with only these three people, how could it be possible to stop Luffy's attack? Just an ordinary straight punch at close range, not even Haki used. Foxy flew over to where Luffy had been standing with the burger that grabbed him. If I have something I want, I can just grab it with my own strength. Why is it so troublesome to have a pirate competition? Luffy didn't say anything about not robbing civilians. There's no need to explain this kind of thing to the people in front of him. So, what is it? It gave you the courage to come to trouble me, a pirate whose bounty is 10 times yours. Luffy has absolutely no intention of inviting aboard to these people who are completely self-aware. Even though the slow fruit might respawn far away, Luffy had no intention of letting the other party on board. Slow fruit is not necessary, it's coming to the NI's lobby soon. When the time comes to change the boat, when Mary eats thunder fruit, he will not be afraid of not being able to catch up with the reborn devil fruit. Ahem. Damn it. Foxy, who was knocked into the air by Luffy, stood up again after rolling on the ground a few times, wiped the blood left on the corner of his mouth and glared at Luffy. And the burger that flew out with him did not laugh at Foxy's embarrassment this time but put on a fighting posture. "Hey boss, are you alright?" Pachai, who was wearing a simple dress, quickly ran to Foxy and asked. Luffy didn't stop either, and it wasn't a threat anyway. "Straw Hat Luffy, I'm unlucky this time. Since you don't want to play with me, then we will have a future." After seeing that the other party easily avoided the dull light he released, Foxy had no intention of fighting the other party. It seems that the other party does not know him, otherwise how could he know what his abilities are? In such unexpected situations he can dodge it. He doesn't have a mirror now, and with the speed of the slow light he can't catch the other party at all. Jingjing Tilda want to go, didn't I say it just now? If I want something I will use my strength to take it away. What do you want? Seeing that Luffy didn't intend to let the three of them leave, Foxy looked at Luffy vigilantly. At the speed Luffy showed just now, it was unrealistic to forcibly escape from his hands, but he just didn't know what the other party needed. Foxy suddenly regretted why he had come to trouble the other party, and this time he might really be in trouble. Didn't I say it? Slow fruit is a good ability. Luffy is not in a hurry, he wants to see what kind of expression the other party will make to welcome his death. "You want dull fruit?" Foxy was startled and immediately realized that the other party was not going to let him go. "However, the dull fruit has been eaten by me. Even if you kill me, the fruit will be reborn somewhere else." Foxy still wants to fight for it. Wang does. After all, the opponent's strength is there, and it is impossible for the three of them to beat him if they really fight. "You don't need to worry about it." It seems that there are not many people who can really die calmly, and there are not many people who even use their lives to win. This was the case with Crocodile before, and so is Foxy in front of him. However, this is not incomprehensible, and perhaps Luffy himself cannot accept death calmly. However, if you encounter such an inescapable situation, even if you die, you have to bite a piece of flesh from the opponent, instead of begging for pity like a bereaved dog. Unconsciously, after traveling into this world for such a long time, Luffy's character also has a faint ruthlessness. Perhaps this is also after the strength will have such an idea. After all, it is difficult for the commoners in this world to have the courage to face pirates. How is it? Have you encountered any enemies over there? When the four of Luffy took Dongjit back to the Mary, a huge pirate ship had fallen down around the Mary. In addition to the broken hull, there are pirates swimming desperately on the sea from time to time. On the coast where the Mary was docked, many pirates were already trapped by Galtino's candle shackles and were kneeling on the ground cursing. Of course, there are also many people who are trembling. These people are probably the little brothers who can only follow behind others. Well, it has been solved. It seems that you have almost solved it. Luffy glanced at the scraps of wood floating by the sea and nodded. Under Luffy's instruction, Zoro and the others would naturally not show mercy, waiting for Luffy to come back before deciding whether to attack, since maliciously blocked the way of the Mary, then just cut it down. Who is this old man? Since it was brought back by Luffy and others, it shouldn't be these pirates. Could it be the civilians who were captured on the boat? Although the pirate ship had a large number of people, Zoro cut the ship open the first time the other party stopped the Mary. 610. They didn't fight much, and everyone who stayed on the Mary was quite calm, except for Nami, who was still there counting whether the gold was lost. "This is a civilian on this island, but for some reason I was left alone on this island, so I brought it here first." 99. After the Foxy trio were settled, Luffy took Robin and the others back to the Mary first. As for the slow fruit, in Luffy's observation hacky perception, it was reborn on a fruit tree on this island. Luffy always wondered if his luck was too good. These reborn devil fruits were reborn one after another near him. Is there any special cheat in me that I haven't noticed? But there was no one else on the island, so Luffy wasn't in a hurry to pick the fruit. It's better to come back to see the situation on the Mary side first, and the other people on the provincial ship are worried. Although with Luffy's strength, the only thing to worry about is the leader of these people. Hey, isn't that Foxy guy back? Does that mean we don't have to be loyal to him anymore? Many of those living under the shackles of Gartino's candle seemed happy to hear that Luffy had taken Foxy out of the way. There was absolutely no awareness of being caught by Luffy and the others. It's really noisy. Although it won't kill them all, it's really annoying to nagging in his ears. Luffy's eyes narrowed and Conqueror's haki swept away. Whether it was the pirates trapped on the shore or the pirates who were still swimming towards the shore, their eyes rolled and they fainted. As for whether the pirates who are still in the sea will drown after fainting, there is no need for Luffy and others to think about it. Anyway, pirates were born, and there is no need to worry about the lives of these people. Then are we going to take this old man with us now? No matter how many times you watch it, the shocking scenes of Conqueror's haki are shocking. But Zoro came back to his senses quickly and asked what to do next. This old man doesn't have to be sent by us. Someone on the island will help him solve the problem of leaving. Luffy is naturally talking about Aokiji. Observation: Haki sensed Aokiji sleeping in a tent somewhere when he sensed the breath of the slow fruit before. Although it was the first time I saw it in this world, Luffy could still recognize it at a glance. Anyone else on this island? Impossible, the people on the island haven't moved back to this island. Hearing Luffy's words, the old man Dongjit answered first. Similarly, Zoro and the others did not understand. Since there are other people, why does this old man leave here? It's not the original villager. This person, Robin, also knows. Robin, who was called by Luffy's name, was stunned for a moment, then his eyes widened. A tall figure flashed in Robin's mind, capable of escorting civilians away, and someone he knew. Luffy, are you sure it's really him? Robin's tone was a little anxious, and she hoped that what Luffy said wasn't true. But since Luffy can say that he knows each other, he must also know what happened to him, so there is basically no chance of admitting the wrong person. Also, Luffy isn't the type to joke around. But why is this man not nervous at all? You know, the opponent is Aokiji, one of the naval headquarters' highest combat power, one of Marine's 3 admirals. What's the matter, Miss Robin? Seeing what was wrong with Robin, Sanji immediately asked. Is the person Luffy said so scary? When Robin was with Crocodile, he didn't show such an expression. Oh yo, isn't this Miss Nicole Robin? Haven't seen her in a few years. Has she grown into a full-fledged beauty? However, just when Robin was about to answer Sanji, a lazy voice rang from not far away. A tall figure appeared there at some point. This time, it was not only Robin who was surprised. Zoro and Sanji also shrank their pupils, and they were approached to such an extent that they failed to notice. Scared my crew like this? It looks like you did something too far. Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji, Luffy's indifferent voice came, which made Robin's heart beating suddenly calm down. At the same time, a pair of warm hands pressed on his slightly trembling shoulders. Robin raised his head in a daze, and what came into his eyes was that familiar face and those eyes that seemed to be forever calm. This little brother seems to know something. Although he was talking to Robin just now, Aokiji's attention was always on the man in the straw hat. Now hearing the man speak, Aokiji's heart skipped a beat. It's not because of fear or anything, but because of the meaning of the other party's words. He seems to know a lot about Nicole Robin. Mr. Garp really caused a big problem for Marine. Aokiji blamed Garp for the reason Luffy knew about it. After all, who would have thought that the reason why Luffy knew so many things was because of the transmigration? It doesn't matter what I know, what matters is what you Marines have done. Sure enough, after listening to Luffy's words, Aokiji knew the man in front of him, and he was indeed clear about what happened in the first place. Moreover, the haki just now was really amazing, and it didn't look like a newcomer who had just left the sea for a long time could do it. Such a guy, Mr. Garp didn't teach him to be Marine, really. I just wanted to come and see Nicole Robin, who disappeared since the Alabasta incident. Looks like you care about Robin, Luffy pointedly said to Aokiji. By the way, look at Mr. Garp's grandson, the rookie pirate who gave Sengoku Admiral a headache, Straw Hat, Monkey D. Luffy. Aokiji didn't answer Luffy's words, but continued to talk about the purpose of his coming here. After all, after much deliberation, Nicole Robin could only get on your boat. Luffy, what happened? Noticing the tall figures confronting Luffy and the others on the shore, Nami and the others got off the Mary and stood behind Luffy and the others. Oh, there are actually several senior agents from the former Baroque Work Club, and is there a big sister of Boba Tilda? I don't understand how someone like Aokiji would say such a thing, but Luffy has no intention of being silent. Even if I don't feel bad about you personally, but if you continue to harass my crew, I'd love to see Admiral's strength. Marine Admiral. Nami, who had just disembarked from the Mary, exclaimed in surprise. Naval Headquarters has the highest combat power, one of only 3 Admiral. Why is it appearing here? Knowing that I am Marine Admiral, can you still say such a thing? Do you have enough confidence in your own strength? At this time, Aokiji also felt a little bit of Sengoku's mood. Aokiji didn't think Luffy dared to try his own strength because of ignorance. Whether it is Garp's grandson, Sengoku's attention, or the Conqueror's haki just now, it all shows that the opponent may really have that kind of strength. But this makes Aokiji very incredible. The other party is only 17 years old, right? And he only went to sea for a month. How did he cultivate? Wait a second, Mr. Garp, you just said, is that the Garp I know? Usopp, who finally recovered from the shock of the title Marine Admiral, interrupted Aokiji's words without consciously. Yeah, that's the Garp you thought it was, didn't you think? Your captain is actually the grandson of the Marine hero. Aokiji didn't seem to have any intention of hiding such a thing. Although Luffy and the others are pirates now, they only became pirates after being forced by the world government. Thinking about it, they probably wouldn't bother Marine with this kind of nonsense. That's how it is, but why is Luffy still on the bounty? Since there is a relationship with Garp, why is Luffy still a pirate? Also not understanding is Galtino. In his opinion, with such a grandfather and Luffy's strength, wouldn't it be more promising to join Marine? There is no need to worry about these things as long as there are things like celestial dragons in this world. I will not join Marine. This was decided from the beginning. Hey, is it really good to say celestial dragons in front of me, Marine Admiral? Although he had already heard the reason why the man in front of him didn't join Marine, he was a little shocked when he heard the other person say so with his own ears. Maybe this is why the Conqueror's haki I just felt is so overbearing. Don't you think those celestial dragons are the real scumbags? Luffy was not restrained by Aokiji's words. For celestial dragons, Luffy did not have the sense of awe of the natives of this world. 66.99. Aokiji didn't answer, although he agreed with what Luffy said, but as Marine Admiral, Aokiji couldn't speak ill of celestial dragons. What are celestial dragons? As Konai's who came to Qinghai for the first time, it can be said that he did not know anything about Qinghai. Even if the person standing opposite was Marine Admiral, Konai's didn't feel much. After all, he was a law-abiding citizen of Sky Island before. Even if he knew that Marine was equivalent to a law enforcement officer in Qinghai, he still didn't have the consciousness to become a pirate. Oh, it seems that these days the Straw Hat Pirates disappeared. It seems to have gone to an incredible place. Hearing Konai speak, Aokiji noticed this girl in Straw Hat crew who was slightly different from ordinary people. However, as a Marine Admiral, it is natural to know something about Sky Island. Noticing Konai's at this time, he naturally understood where Luffy and the others had gone in the past few days. Flowers. Aren't you talking too much, Aokiji? In my impression, you are a person who speaks vaguely and doesn't even bother to speak. What's going on now? He knows everything about Usopp and others' problems, and he has everything he knows about himself. 66.99. Aokiji was speechless again, and he really talked a lot today. But after all, it's Mr. Garp's grandson and Nicole Robin is there, and I've said so much without knowing it. However, what Luffy said next made him have to speak again. However, Kyuzen Admiral, are you interested in coming to my ship? HHH. Before Aokiji could react, Luffy's words surprised the people on his side first. Point 0. Hey Luffy, what are you talking about? The other party is Marine Admiral. How could he get on our ship and be a pirate with us? It was Usopp who was still speaking. Although Zoro and the others were equally surprised, Usopp was obviously even more surprised. Are you inviting me, Marine Admiral, to be a pirate with you? Aokiji also couldn't believe his ears. Should he be Mr. Garp's grandson? I thought Luffy didn't sound like Mr. Garp at all. But now Luffy's nonsensical behavior makes Aokiji no longer doubt. There is no doubt that this is Garp's grandson. Luffy didn't care what the reason was for quitting Marine after losing the battle for Marshal Aokiji. Aokiji's tone was firm, as if he really still had confidence in Marine. Obviously, I should have come to see this rather special pirate group by myself, so why is it now that I want to join the other party? I don't know how you want to bet, but I'm not interested. At least I have no intention of leaving Marine. Maybe this man really has a different kind of power. However, I am Marine Admiral after all. I have to do what I have to do. 4. Even if the other party in the original book really joined the Blackbeard pirates with a mission, Luffy was not worried at all. Because at that time one's own strength may no longer need to be afraid of conspiracy and tricks. Is it necessary to be so surprised? How about we make a bet? 35 Ice Age. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply, and the slightly turbulent waves condensed into ice in an instant and spread to the distance at an extremely fast speed. The Sea Kings, who went out of the sea from time to time, were frozen before they could dive back to the bottom of the sea, forming magnificent ice sculptures on the frozen sea. The temperature that was still very warm at this time has dropped to the freezing point, and the ice surface has formed pieces of mist due to the sharp drop in temperature. Seen from the shore, the frozen sea surface that can't be seen at a glance under the cover of mist is like a world of ice and snow shining in the sun like a world of ice and snow. And the tall figure who bent over and covered his hands on the ice was also frozen like an ice sculpture. But soon, the frozen figure reverted to a human body. Aokiji exhaled the cold air 610, then stood up again, turned his head, ignored Straw Hat Crew who was stunned, and said directly to Dongjit, "Okay, so you can go to the island where your villagers are. The freezing situation in this area will last for about a week, enough for you to reach your destination." Is this really something that humans can do? Standing in front of Aokiji, who was more than 3 meters tall, Dongjit opened his mouth wide and stared at the scene in front of him with dull eyes, not hearing what Aokiji said at all. "But remember to wear 2 more clothes to keep warm when you go, so don't catch a cold." Although it was said to Dongjit, at this time Dongjit looked stunned and didn't respond at all, making Aokiji seem to be talking to himself. Is this the power of Marine Admiral? Aside from Luffy and Robin, Straw Hat Crew also has a similar expression to Dongjit. Although I have seen the battle between Luffy and Hawkeye or the battle between Luffy and Blackbeard. But the scene in front of them still shocked them. This level of power seems to be a lot more exaggerated than the previous Luffy battles. But this is normal, after all. The ability of Logia Devil Fruit is known for its large-scale destruction. Before Enel's Thunder Fruit, if it wasn't because of his arrogance, Luffy would kill him directly. Zoro and others may be able to see the true power of a natural disaster of the Logia Devil Fruit at that time. The ability of the Logia Devil Fruit is unreasonably powerful. 35. Of course, there are some Logia Devil Fruit that are not that powerful. It can only be said that Smoker is indeed a lot less lucky than the 3 Admiral. Although he seemed to be feeling the power of Logia Devil Fruit, Luffy's tone did not fluctuate much. Logia Devil Fruit is powerful, but unless he can develop the fruit's power to the extreme like Aokiji in front of him. Otherwise, it may be easy to become a strong person, but it will be very difficult to become the top group. After all, there is still haki in this world. At least according to Luffy's understanding, armament haki cannot coexist with elementalization. Although this may not affect anything when you are attacked, do you choose elemental evasion or armed color hardening and hard resistance? Moreover, because of the existence of elementalization and the extremely high lower limit of fruit power, Logia Demon Fruit power is easy to ignore its own training. It also makes it harder for them to awaken observation haki and armament haki. As strong as the 3 Admiral, they seldom use haki attack methods, and often the fruit ability is directly hard. Not to mention the others who got the Logia Devil Fruit. Although judging from the situation of the original Summit War, the 3 Admirals' haki attainments are not low, but they have basically never seen them use armament haki to attack. But I didn't see any surprise on your face. Although such a large frozen area was created for this commoner to find villagers, but Aokiji has no shortage of ideas to show his strength in front of Luffy and others. If it can make them fear, maybe they will not go completely wrong because of this deterrence in the future. After all, he is Mr. Garp's grandson and he is not Akinu's guy, so it is impossible to kill them directly. Moreover, they did not commit any wrongdoing and they took the road of pirates only because they were rewarded by the world government. but now it seems that the deterrent effect he wants has not been achieved. Apart from the initial shock, these people didn't seem to be frightened at all in the indifferent tone of Mr. Garp's grandson. Is this the strength of the world's top powerhouse? 35. Although the goal is to be the world's #1 swordsman, Zoro couldn't help but get excited after seeing such a powerful Marine admiral. Is the current self really still too far from these people? No wonder Luffy told himself before that if Ace was caught, he would go to the rescue alone. If there is more than one such combat power at that time, he and others will indeed be of no help, and it is even possible that they will get in the way. However, this will not let yourself lose confidence. Rather, it is precisely because there are such powerful opponents in this world that Zoro has enough motivation to keep getting stronger. It's scary, are Marines so scary? The Marines that Luffy's gang met were also Smoker's gang and Aokiji in front of them. But even Smoker caused great trouble for Zoro and Sanji at the time, not to mention Aokiji now. However, the horns of the unicorn lion have reached the final stage, and by then, everyone will definitely become stronger. Moreover, no matter how strong the enemy in front of him is, as long as Luffy is there, there is nothing to be afraid of. Chopper, who has been researching the horns of Kirin lions on the ship recently, was also shocked by Aokiji's ability at this time. Now it seems that I still have to play a game, otherwise, I will not be able to explain it when I go back. Especially the man in front of him who was unusually calm from beginning to end. I don't know what Marshal Sengoku was thinking, but he actually obeyed the orders of those from the world government. Chopper felt that the Marine Admiral in front of him didn't seem so scary. This is true. I originally thought that I would not do it if I didn't do it, but now it seems that I can't just let you go. However, although he said it was terrible, Chopper immediately saw Luffy's tall back, which was not 0.4 in height compared to the Marine in front of him. I hope those people in the world government don't force another Sea Emperor for this world. Moreover, it is also possible to take this opportunity to try out the strength of Straw Hat Crew. Seeing that Straw Hat Crew regained his composure under Luffy's words, Aokiji couldn't help scratching the back of his head. Huh, do you want to fight? Although the strength that Aokiji showed just now is beyond everyone's imagination, Zoro will not be afraid if he really wants to fight. Sanji didn't speak, just walked silently to the seat next to Zoro. He took out a cigarette from his arms, lit it and hung it at the corner of his mouth. Even if you were Admiral, we wouldn't be afraid of you. Usopp was still clamoring and shaking his legs, but he still took out the slingshot he hadn't used for a long time from his waist. Hey, this is Marine Admiral, are we going to face Admiral now? Although Galtino said so, he still consciously stood in front of the Marioness. And Chopper has also completed his transformation, standing by Galtino's side. Nami, Konai's looked at Aokiji across from him nervously but not too scared. Nami because he believed in Luffy, and Konai's because he didn't really feel the Marine Admiral name. As expected of Captain Luffy. Although 14 did not disembark from the Mary, staying on the observation deck made it easier for Makita to use her fruit ability. Luffy, everyone you. Even against Marine's highest combat power, Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji, wouldn't these people feel fear? Thinking of what I have experienced since I joined this pirate group. Although the time was short, it seemed to be very fulfilling, and without the intrigues of those teams that I had joined myself before. Here, Robin felt for the first time that being alive is such a beautiful and easy thing. Since the destruction of Ohara, Aokiji, who killed Saul at the time, has become his own nightmare. Even when someone talks about Marine Admiral, Robin can't help but think of what happened at that time. Shaking his body, he left the topic of Marine Admiral being discussed. But now, everything seems to be different. Even if Aokiji was standing in front of him, as long as the figure in the straw hat was still standing there, he was no longer afraid of the man who gave him nightmares. Yahehi, it seems that you really can't just let you leave like this, otherwise, over time you may become an existence that gives Marine a headache. Even if he knew that Marine Admiral was standing opposite him, he had no idea of flinching at all and even took a fighting posture. If these guys can become Marines, they will be very good soldiers. However, if you are a pirate, it will be another force that cannot be ignored. Aokiji had a headache, even though he said he was going to kill Luffy and them. But whether it's Garp's relationship or this group of people are not real pirates if they just kill or catch them, it's really not in line with his own justice, and Mr. Garp can't explain it well. Because of Nicole Robin's relationship, Aokiji investigated Luffy's group, but the result of the investigation made Aokiji not know how to deal with these people. Whether it's East Blue's Marine or Alabasta's 7 warlords of the sea, they're all pests on one side, and in some ways they're probably there to deal with things these Marines can't handle on their own. Just when Aokiji was thinking, Luffy's voice rang out. "It's too early for you now to go to the other side of the coast on the Mary and fight Aokiji. As for staying to watch the battle, now the people on the ship no longer need to see the world again, all they lack is time. Luffy, you don't want to take risks alone again, do you? How did you promise me before?" Luffy's words first made Nami frazzled. Although I don't know how strong Marine Admiral is, since it is Marine's highest combat power, it must be the strongest group of people in this world. Otherwise, how could Marine have become the most powerful overlord on this sea, and it has continued for hundreds of years? And it is the highest combat power of such a hegemonic force that Luffy actually said that he would fight the opponent alone. Isn't that not taking your own words seriously at all? On the other side of the coast, the slow fruit is reborn there, and Konais and Usopp can eat the slow fruit if they are interested. Luffy didn't know how to answer Nami's dissatisfaction. Although he did promise that Nami would not take risks, sometimes the situation really does not allow him to think too much. Moreover, although his current strength may not be able to beat Aokiji, it is very easy to leave. If you leave first, I won't be tied, and if I want to leave, this Marine Admiral can't stop me. 35. It is still up for debate whether the other party wants to stop him or not. Although he has a considerable understanding of Luffy's strength, Nami does not understand how powerful some of the strongest people in the world are. Even though Luffy said he could run away at any time, Nami was still worried. "Since Luffy said so, let's get out of here, right here," as he said, just getting in the way. Zoro retracted the hand holding the handle of the knife, although he was a little unwilling, but now is not the time to be brave. Moreover, Luffy actually discovered the devil fruit that the gang just said was their boss. Could it be that devil fruit is so easy to get in the Grand Line? Just negotiating 610 under my nose like this, you might not take me, Marine Admiral, into your eyes. While Nami was still struggling, Aokiji's voice suddenly entered Luffy's ears. Then, an icy aura invaded the crowd from the direction where Aokiji was. The grassland under Aokiji's feet began to freeze and spread towards Luffy and the others at a very fast speed. If this aura is allowed to spread, Luffy and the others may be directly frozen into ice sculptures by this cold air, just like the Sea Kings still condensed on the ice at this time. "Let's go soon." With a stomp under Luffy's feet, armament haki broke out from under his feet, dispelling all the icy aura that had hit him. At the same time, he shouted to everyone behind him. This was the first time Luffy had spoken so loudly to Nami and others. It's not that Luffy is really angry, but the situation in front of him can't bear Luffy's calm explanation. If Nami and the others continue to stay here, Luffy will be distracted to take care of them. The current Luffy is not confident that he can keep so many people under Admiral. Then be careful. 35. Nami's eyes flashed, but he also knew that he couldn't continue to cause trouble to Luffy by staying here. He could only tell Luffy to be careful, and he returned to the Mary with everyone. "You are really confident after letting all the crew evacuate and leaving yourself alone." Aokiji did not continue to attack the others running towards the Mary, but set his sights on Luffy. However, looking at his lazy expression, he didn't seem to be in a hurry to shoot. "Also, I just seem to have heard something incredible. Luffy just said that the slow fruit was reborn nearby and didn't avoid Aokiji deliberately. So now Aokiji was a little confused. How did Luffy know that the slow fruit was reborn nearby? Could it be that this man in a straw hat still has a way to find devil fruit? This kind of thing, after you promise to get on my ship and become my partner, I will tell you in detail how." Although Luffy did say in front of Aokiji that the slow fruit of rebirth was nearby, but based on this information alone, it's impossible for Aokiji to guess Luffy's abilities. Then forget it. Hearing Luffy talking about making him his partner again, Aokiji always felt as though there was something he was ignoring. For the first time, he could still take Luffy's words as a joke. After all, there is no shortage of such existences in this sea. But the second time he spoke, Aokiji had to think about the reason why Luffy said that. But those are things that will happen in the future, and no matter what Aokiji thinks now, it is impossible to imagine what will happen in the future. Although all your friends have left, as long as you can be taken down, the Straw Hat Pirates should cease to exist. Others, even Nicole Robin, were not that important in Aokiji's eyes at this time. After all, even if Nicole Robin is let go, the other party just continues to live the same life as before. But if you can grab Straw Hat Luffy here, maybe. Forget it, this kind of thing is too troublesome. It is better to test the strength of the other party. It's better to leave it to that guy Akinu to capture Mr. Garp's grandson. Aokiji scratched his head, and although he thought a lot, Luffy didn't seem to want to attack first. I don't think you have any intention of fighting me to the death, Tilda. Just as Luffy finished speaking, an ice spear shot towards him. Then you are wrong, I came to fight you with the mentality of arresting you. Although he had another idea in his heart, who knew if there was any eyeliner from Morgan's Birdman nearby, and when it came time to act, he couldn't be vague.
Yes.
Luffy turned his head slightly to the side, dodging the ice spear that shot at him. Then, at the same time, he also took a forward stance. Now that they have met, it is natural to feel how Admiral's strength is. After Aokiji noticed Luffy's posture, his lazy expression subsided slightly, and observation haki had spread. Aokiji didn't think Luffy, who was skilled at using Conqueror's haki to that degree, would not know how to use armament haki. Thinking about the kick that just dispelled his ability, it was armament haki's release. Sure enough, just as Luffy took a forward posture, Aokiji lost sight of Luffy. So fast. Luffy cannot be seen with the naked eye and can only be perceived through observation haki. There was a sound of breaking air coming from the side of the ear, and Aokiji did not choose to use the elemental method to deform the place that was about to be attacked. Instead, he chose to dodge the attack to the side. Has the armament haki library actually practiced to such a degree? 35. Aokiji looked dignified, looking at Luffy, who was showing his body surrounded by steam and the sakura-colored film that had just attacked his hand. Your choice is correct if you just use elemental deformation to avoid it. Perhaps this armament haki, who is capable of internal destruction, will directly injure himself. It's a pity that it still didn't hurt you. 35. In a duel with a strong man like Aokiji who can use observation haki proficiently, the long-range attack is too easy to dodge. Rather than wasting haki's long-range attacks, it's better to rely on his own speed and fight the opponent at close range. While Frozen Fruit's ability is excellent at disrupting action, Luffy's observation haki is no less weak. It is even said that Luffy's observation haki will not lose to anyone unless he encounters an opponent whose observation haki has been able to predict the future. Even though he's just a newcomer who just went to sea, armament haki has already cultivated to the highest level. How did this guy practice? Originally, I was thinking of playing 2 tricks with him casually. With my own strength, I should be able to freeze him very soon, and even if I don't catch him, I can have an explanation. But now it seems that if you don't pay attention to yourself, you may be the one who loses. Thinking of this, Aokiji's eyes couldn't help but become serious. The news of Marshal Sengoku was still too late. When this battle is over, it is necessary for him to report the opponent's strength again. Tilda ice cubes, storm pheasant mouth. The surrounding temperature dropped a bit again, and a large bird of ice formed in front of Aokiji. Then, when Aokiji pushed with both hands, the giant ice-gold bird attacked where Luffy was. A layer of frost had already condensed on the surrounding lawn. At this time, on the grass where the giant bird flew, the layer of frost had condensed thicker, and the cold air was constantly emerging from the ice surface. If that's the case, then try your power. 35. Luffy didn't dodge but slammed the fist of Emission's right hand to the flying giant bird. Third gear emission rush, the right fist expanded in a circle and the sakura-colored film on it collided with the flying giant bird. The two energies collided together, forming a shock that spread to the surroundings. Sure enough, in the face of Marine Admiral's attack, the power of Emission's charge was not strong enough to form a long-range shock wave after dispelling the opponent's attack. and where Luffy's fist collided with the giant icebird under the constant destruction of Luffy emission, the giant icebird quickly disintegrated and dissipated in the air. But if he did that, Luffy wouldn't have a chance to win the next battle. Under the impact of this shocking force, the thick layer of ice that had been condensed, wanged as around it, all shattered. Faced with Logia Demon Fruit power, Armament Haki will be exhausted before killing the opponent. Of course, if Luffy used all the Haki, he would naturally be able to continue to form a shock wave after dispelling Aokiji's violent pheasant mouth. In that battle, the final winner will only be Logia Demon Fruit power. At the same time, Luffy's third gear dissipated with emission. For a time, the swirling ice shards swirled and danced, constantly flashing dazzling brilliance under the sunlight. Brother is really amazing. Seeing that his unleashed ability was blocked by Luffy, Aokiji sighed sincerely. The key is to look at the other party's appearance, and it doesn't seem to use much effort at all. It seems that this battle will not end so easily. Are you Marine Admirals so insincere? Luffy wouldn't be complacent at being praised by Aokiji. These Marine Admirals, one more dishonest than the other. 6699. Aokiji, who was scolded by Luffy, was speechless, but he sincerely praised the other party. How could he become dishonest? Now, though, is clearly not the time to think about messy things. Boom. Even the fist covered with armament Haki still only smashed some ice cubes, but failed to do any damage to Aokiji. Even because the fist smashed the ice, Luffy's right hand was wrapped in the part where Aokiji, who had turned into ice, was hit. Luffy's eyes narrowed and he quickly pulled out his right hand. Sure enough, the moment Luffy's right hand was pulled out, Aokiji's originally smashed part quickly condensed. If Luffy was one step behind, Aokiji might freeze his right hand. As expected of Marine Admiral, observation Haki is amazing. 610. As long as Luffy doesn't use emission, armament Haki alone can't do any damage to Aokiji, who has been elementalized in advance. But if you keep using emission, armament Haki will be depleted very quickly. However, it is not impossible as long as his attack range can cover Aokiji's entire person. Unless he dodges, it is useless even if he becomes elemental. And all I need is to be able to hit Aokiji. Even if the third gear makes the body part bigger, as long as the armament Haki covered is a little less, it will not be consumed particularly fast. To catch the entity of Logia Devil Fruit, even a thin layer of armament Haki is enough. In the current situation, Luffy doesn't need to hurt Aokiji. As long as he can hit Aokiji, it's enough. But in this way, the possibility of being attacked is even greater. After all, if he became big enough, his speed would not be as fast as it is now. It's hard to do, as expected of Marine Admiral. 66.99. For Luffy's sigh, Aokiji was speechless again. If the Marine Admiral himself were really water, Marine would have ceased to exist. How can there be a position of maritime hegemony that has lasted for hundreds of years? Caught you. Although the two were still praising each other during the battle, there was no ambiguity in what they should focus on. Aokiji's right hand quickly formed several icicles and shot at Luffy, who was not far away from him. After the icicles approached, the icicles that had hit each other quickly condensed, forming a puck that trapped Luffy. Then it will be over. 35. Seeing Luffy trapped by his puck, Aokiji breathed a sigh of relief. But he didn't relax. Because of this, his right hand continued to go deep and waved towards Luffy, who was trapped by the puck. Frozen Time Capsule 99. The cold air of the forest spiraled towards Luffy. It's not that easy. With a loud shout, the puck that had trapped Luffy burst. Luffy, who escaped from the predicament, looked at the cold air that was coming and did not show a panicked look. Even in a hurry, Luffy can easily dodge an attack of this speed. Tusk. Aokiji stunned, but it didn't freeze the other party. It was a bit tricky. It seems that he can't keep his hands anymore, otherwise this battle will never end. Thinking of this, Aokiji's eyes became full of seriousness. Next, I won't keep my hands anymore, but don't die, little brother, otherwise I can't afford Mr. Garp's iron fist. Looking at the serious Aokiji, Luffy's eyes narrowed slightly, and the next battle might not be so easy. Don't look at how easily Luffy seemed to be trapped by Aokiji just now, but that didn't do Luffy any harm. Not even making Luffy a little sluggish, except the temperature is a little lower. Luffy didn't say anything, just more focused. The use of observation Haki requires a calm mind to perceive. The surrounding temperature had just dropped to a certain extent, but as Aokiji's voice fell, the temperature dropped again. The biting chill was already able to affect Luffy, and Luffy's exposed skin seemed to condense a layer of frost.
Swish.
Luffy swung his hands violently, and while his arms were covered with a layer of armament, hacky, fiery flames began to burn on them. The skin that was originally condensed with frost was shaken away when armament hacky covered it. As the flames burned, the temperature around Luffy seemed to form two extremes with the surrounding temperature. Rubber fruit, can it still do this? 35. Aokiji's eyes widened suddenly when he saw Luffy, whose hands were suddenly on fire, and his eyes were equally serious. What's the situation? Shouldn't rubber fruit be afraid of high temperature? Even if it is covered with armament hacky and the flame is generated by friction, it is not so exaggerated that it can keep burning all the time, right? Luffy didn't know why he kept burning this layer of flame. At first, I just thought that since Sanji can achieve the level of the Devil's Wind Feet and the Devil's Wind Feet, maybe he can. But Sanji may be able to do this because of the pedigree factor, so Luffy didn't have any expectations at first, but what I didn't expect was that it actually succeeded in the end. So Mira Mira fruit, dogs don't eat it.
Ace.
Don't look at this move, it seems that it is just a fire fist gun with both hands, but this move is very different from the fire fist gun that goes out after it is released. At least in this state, Luffy's attack power has increased a lot. It may be possible to cover the main parts of the attack with this layer of flame. It shouldn't be too fancy. Otherwise, if you can't solve the enemy after your haki is exhausted, not only yourself, but the entire Straw Hat Pirates may be over. This trick, Luffy hasn't given a name yet. After all, it is very different from the original second, third, and fourth gear, so Luffy simply doesn't bother to give it a name. But this is not important. The important thing is that now against Aokiji, it is time to try the power of this trick. Even Luffy felt that if the quality and quantity of his armament haki could go further. As for the specific principle, Luffy is not very clear. In short, this is a state-type move with a power slightly lower than the fourth gear, but the consumption of haki is much smaller. Moreover, Luffy always felt that in this fire fist state his shot speed seemed to be faster. Luffy wouldn't just go into fourth gear without a lot of confidence. This should be the slow fruit, right? On the Mary, everyone who had reached the other coast also found the slow fruit of rebirth that Luffy said. So according to Luffy, Usopp, Konais, does any one of you eat the slow fruit? Zoro held the devil fruit in his hand, and apart from looking at him curiously, he no longer had any other expressions. Although I have seen sand fruit, thunder fruit, and just now frozen fruit, these powerful devil fruit minus. But Zoro still has no idea of eating devil fruit. Since he aims to be the world's #1 swordsman, he must keep himself pure as a swordsman. I just saw the way that Foxy uses this fruit ability, as if it needs a specific gesture to release. This fruit is not suitable for me. If he wasn't a sniper, Usopp would have eaten this fruit without hesitation, but Usopp didn't want to waste his sniper talent. So Konais, do you want to eat? 35. Zoro nodded in understanding, then looked at Konais on the other side. This is not the time to discuss this, Mr. Luffy. Konais, who was asked, was stunned for a moment, then looked at Nami and Robin, who had always been worried. The surrounding air seemed to be getting colder, and it was unknown what happened to Mr. Luffy. Although it had only been a while, the strength Aokiji showed just now made Konais a little scared. That power even stronger than Enel felt for Konais. Trust Luffy, the Straw Hat Pirates won't fall here. The speaker was Sanji, who was still holding a cigarette in his mouth and his right hand in his trousers kabuto. But looking at the look in the direction of Luffy and Aokiji, he was obviously not at peace. We're still too weak.
Boom. Zizzy.
The figures of Luffy and Aokiji collided again, and at the same time the flames and the ice interlaced, making sizzling noises. Half of the surrounding lawn was covered with frost and the other half was charred and black. Looking at the polarized environment around him, Aokiji was speechless. I can still understand my own ice but Luffy's flames if I hadn't known earlier that he was a rubber fruit capable. Aokiji might think he's eating Mira Mira fruit, that's outrageous, except that it doesn't have the extra-large range of attacks that Logia Devil Fruit should have. The damage caused by those fire fists was even more powerful because of the armament haki coverage. However, although the two still seem to be evenly matched, if you look closely, you will find that Luffy is slightly out of breath. As expected of Admiral with this physical strength, no wonder he was able to fight Akinu for 10 days and 10 nights in the original book. In the absence of sufficient strength to defeat the opponent, Luffy felt that if he continued to fight, he would be consumed to death by the opponent. I can't go on like this anymore. My current self is still far from these top powerhouses. If so, give it a try. Before it was Hawkeye and now it's Aokiji. Bumping with Aokiji again, Luffy stepped aside, dispersing the flames of his hands and the armament haki that covered them. Aokiji, who had retreated to the other side, looked at Luffy with some doubts but did not rush to shoot. Although Luffy's strength exceeded his expectations, Aokiji also saw that if he continued, he would definitely win. Also, it doesn't take much time. But now the other party has withdrawn from the state where he can temporarily draw with him. Do you want to escape? But looking at his eyes, he didn't look like he was trying to run away. Those sharp eyes were even more serious than before. What's the matter? You feel like you can't beat it, so you want to give up? Although I don't think the other party will give up, sometimes speaking is also a means of attack. No, I just felt that if I continued like this, I would definitely lose, so I decided to change it. Aokiji's words didn't affect Luffy in the slightest. Luffy just stood there. The hands that had dissipated the flames and armament haki just clenched their fists and hung down to the sides. In Aokiji's perception, there seemed to be something condensed in Luffy's right hand. Threads of black and red lightning began to condense at the front of Luffy's drooping right fist.
This is.
Seeing the abnormal appearance of Luffy's right fist, Aokiji's calm face suddenly changed drastically. Those half-closed eyes suddenly widened and the expression was full of inconceivable. For Flower Zero, is it possible to do this already? Although it looked like that, it seemed that there was still some gap with what he had seen, but Aokiji would not admit his mistake. Conqueror's haki's entanglement. Although looking at the other party's unstable appearance, it seems that it has not yet been fully mastered. But it is indeed the prototype of Conqueror's haki winding. That talent, Mr. Garp, you're giving Marine a real problem. Aokiji had a wry smile on his mouth and muttered to himself. Now if you attack yourself, either Luffy will die or Luffy will completely master this power. If it's Akinu, maybe just hit it with a single dark hound. After all, such an existence is enough to threaten Marine. Point 0. Even if it is not killed, at least there is a high probability that the opponent can be directly disabled. But it happened to me. Yu Gong, he should completely follow Akinu's practice and directly stifle the threat here. But in private, Garp is the person he respects the most, and if he kills his grandson here, maybe Marine will be missing a pillar from now on. And Monkey D. Dorag, he won't let it go, will he? How could you just let yourself get into something like this? Isn't it just about taking a vacation and seeing Nicole Robin and Mr. Garp's grandson? As for making it so hard for yourself, however, looking at the appearance of the other party, are you planning to use your own pressure to completely use the power of the master? Let me see whether the enlightenment you have made can really achieve the results you want as you wish. Aokiji shouted loudly, reaching for the ice spear that had just been fully formed. Forget it. Anyway, the other party is not a bad person, and this kind of headache should be left to Marshal Sengoku. At this time, Luffy was still quietly staying where he was without the slightest intention of evading. Since you want to use my power to break through, let's see if you have this luck. Instead of throwing it directly, he rushed towards Luffy with the whole person. The ice spear slowly formed, which was colder than the ice spear when it was first shot, but also sharper and harder. Thinking of this, Aokiji no longer hesitated. That's the way it is, Marshal Sengoku. At this time on the Long Chain Island, only Aokiji was still standing on the coast. He was tall, holding a petite phone bug in his hand at this time, looking rather funny. However, at this time, Aokiji had a serious look on his face and was reporting the situation of Straw Hat Crew to Marshal Sengoku on the other side of the phone bug. Behind him, the grassland was covered with frost and charred black, and besides, the land was also a mess. In a certain place, a huge crack opened and the crack spread to the coast where Aokiji was located. On the other side is an unseen place that extends to the other side of the Long Chain Island, which seems to split the entire island. Silence. After Aokiji finished reporting the situation, the phone bug fell into silence for a while. 610. Aokiji didn't continue talking either, waiting quietly for Sengoku's order. Really? Has it grown to this point? And having invited Nicole Robin on board, what the hell does he want to do? The phone bug imitates Sengoku's voice and form, delivering Sengoku's words to Aokiji's ears. Besides, one more thing. After thinking about it, Aokiji decided to report the entanglement ability of Conqueror's Haki, which is already mastered by Straw Hat Luffy, to Sengoku. After all, he is marine and the other party is a pirate. With his identity there, it is impossible for Aokiji to hide important things for a group of pirates. What else?
Luva.
Naval Headquarters Marshal's office. Sengoku is holding a phone bug in one hand and rubbing his eyebrows in the other. I always feel that as long as I encounter something related to the Garp family, my hair will turn white faster. According to the news from Aokiji, the Straw Hat Boy Luffy has the strength to compete against Marine Admiral for a short time. This makes Sengoku incredible. Even if you're Garp's grandson, talent doesn't have to be so good, right? Although Sengoku has known that the opponent's talent is unparalleled since the battle with Hawkeye, how long have you been out to sea? How long has it been since the battle with Hawkeye? You told me that you could already fight Admiral. Did you make a mistake? Really thought you were Joey Boyle alive? Even Joey Boy can't reach the Admiral level at such a young age, right? Besides, it's no longer a matter of your strength improving. Why do you still have a relationship with Nicole Robin? Is there really a grandfather of a marine hero who is lawless? Also, one more thing. While Sengoku was still struggling with what to do with the Straw Hat crew, Aokiji's voice came from the phone bug again. What's the matter? Is there anything else? Sengoku put down his right hand, which was rubbing his eyebrows, and took the teacup on the table, ready to take a sip of tea to ease his emotions. Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy has mastered the twist of Conqueror's Haki.
Hey.
Aokiji's voice came from the other end of the phone bug, and Sengoku just sipped the tea in his mouth before he could swallow it. Cough, cough. What did you say? I didn't hear it clearly. You say it again. Sengoku put down the teacup, slapped the desk with his right hand, and immediately stood up. Sengoku wondered if he was getting old and his ears were not good enough that he even had auditory hallucinations. I have confirmed that the Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy has mastered the Conqueror's Haki twist. Although he has his own credit for this, Aokiji is not stupid enough to say it himself. This kind of thing let Marshal Sengoku have a headache. Garp UB ****D, let Leazi in. On the Long Chain Island, Aokiji took the phone bug a little further away so as not to hurt his ears. I wanted to wait for the other party to give an order, but I didn't expect Sengoku to hang up the phone bug directly. Aokiji scratched his head, not knowing what to do for a while. Well, forget it, I'm still on vacation, so let's continue to find a place to sleep. As for the Straw Hat crew, give Marshal Sengoku a headache. Hey Luffy, are you really okay? It's Marine Admiral. On the Mary, everyone who saw that the Long Chain Island had disappeared from sight all breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, everyone's eyes were turned to Luffy, who let everyone leave after returning. Although I wanted to ask before, but because of Aokiji, everyone didn't dare to stop, so until now, Usopp finally couldn't help but ask. First of all, it wasn't Nami who couldn't hold back, but Luffy was a little surprised, but seeing Nami staring at him with red eyes, Luffy felt his scalp numb for a while. What can we do when we meet Marine Admiral? Can't we all stay together and wait to die? There is a possibility of escaping if we die. If they stayed together, Luffy would have to take care of them, and by then everyone would really have to die together. But now that the matter has passed, Luffy will naturally not say such words again. Don't worry, do you look like I'm in trouble? With that said, Luffy also turned around to indicate that he was not injured. This is the first time Luffy has shown such a side in front of everyone. But after all, the other party was Marine Admiral, so there was nothing they could do to worry, and Luffy would not reject their worries. It's better to say that the battle with Aokiji this time was a blessing in disguise, and the next time I meet Marine Admiral or a powerful pirate, I don't have to run away like this. Master Luffy, who is entangled in Conqueror's Haki, has the strength to confront the 4 emperors and Marine Admiral. As long as it is consolidated for a period of time, next time it encounters this situation, Luffy is fully capable of making the opponent have no time to take care of Nami and them. At that time, there is no need to let them run away first. So Luffy, you've reached Admiral's strength. Usopp was a little excited, as if it wasn't Luffy who could fight Admiral but himself. Hey 0.4, your strength has improved too fast. Zoro and Sanji are both speechless. How long has it been since the battle with Hawkeye? Your strength has gone a step further and you can even fight Marine Admiral now. Everyone else's eyes widened, even Nami didn't look at Luffy with resentful eyes anymore. Luffy. Robin gave Luffy a bewildered look and wanted to say something, but he just opened his mouth and didn't say anything in the end. Unexpectedly, not long after he joined the Straw Hat Pirates, the captain already possessed the strength to compete with Marine Admiral. Maybe this is where you belong, then. Well, since Captain Luffy is back, I have something to tell everyone. Just when everyone was still shocked at the further strength of Luffy, a weak voice sounded. What's wrong?
Neo.
Everyone curiously looked at the little figure behind everyone now. This girl, who is usually the same as Makita with a meager presence, was holding a hand at this time, as if she wanted to say something. But when everyone turned their attention to her, the girl shrank her head a little embarrassedly. Luffy also looked at her curiously, the girl who usually doesn't talk much but made a sound at this time. Could it be a breakthrough in ability? Has everyone awakened observation haki? It should be the only possibility, otherwise with the character of a girl she would not suddenly speak at such a time. That is what Captain Luffy said before. Let me try to develop the ability to help you awaken haki. I should be able to do it now. Although it was a little embarrassing to be stared at by everyone, Marianu still said what she wanted to say. Sure enough, this was the case, but Luffy didn't expect Marianu's ability to break through so quickly. Luffy didn't pay much attention to this girl who was left behind by her 14th career, and Luffy didn't even understand how the other party did it. Ah, are you telling the truth, Nuo? The others on the boat looked at the weak girl in surprise, and Nami even put his hand on Marianu's shoulder in excitement. This is undoubtedly good news. Just now everyone was still annoyed that they couldn't help Luffy. Now that Marianu's abilities have progressed, everyone may be able to have haki. Although this power is nothing, at least it gives everyone hope. And the chopper side seems to be almost finished, and by then, maybe everyone's strength will really usher in a big leap. Well, besides, I have already guided observation haki myself and now just try to guide you, and you will know whether it will succeed or not. This is true, after all, the possibility that Marianu has awakened observation haki cannot be ruled out. However, since she used the word guide, it should be fine. Nu, did you really lead the observation haki yourself? Galtino, who was on the side, was a little surprised. He didn't even wake up to observation haki, and Marianu actually let it out through his abilities. Although a little discouraged, if Marianu's ability succeeds, he won't have to worry about not being able to awaken haki. Just as Marianu was surrounded by everyone, Luffy stretched out his arm at an angle that Marianu couldn't see and stretched out behind Marianu. 66:39. Just when Luffy's arm was about to touch Marianu's shoulder, Marianu suddenly shuddered and turned to look behind him. It seems that Nu is the real master observation haki, even more skilled than the newly awakened Zoro and Sanji. Luffy retracted his outstretched arm and said to the crowd,
Hey.
Although he has already mastered observation haki, Marianu felt that feeling for the first time. Marianu seemed to hear something approaching behind him when Luffy quietly reached out to him. Hey Luffy, don't be so frightening if you want to experiment. The successive good news has made Nami temporarily let go of the previous discomfort. After seeing Marianu's frightened appearance, he immediately complained about Luffy. Unless she is prepared, Nu's mood will remain calm, otherwise she will be told in advance that if she is nervous, observation haki will not be able to perform. If that's the case, then who to start with? Although it was a question, Luffy's eyes were already on Galtino. Zoro and Sanji have awakened observation haki, so there is no need to be guided by Marianu's abilities anymore. Moreover, since it is an experimental ability, it must prevent accidents, and Luffy can't let a few girls do this kind of thing. As for Chopper and Usopp, I always feel they are not serious enough. In contrast, Galtino is more suitable. So Nu, do you need to prepare anything? Seeing Luffy looking at him, Galtino did not refuse. Originally, when I dealt with Mori no Daigo with Zaro Sanji, both of them awakened observation haki, but I was the only one who failed to awaken. This made Mr. 3 feel uncomfortable all the time. Now that he has the opportunity, he will naturally not refuse. Moreover, as her old partner, Marianu should also have her partner to cooperate with her. No need to do anything, the activation of the ability also relies on color matching.
35.
Marianu answered, pulling out her drawing board from behind, then glanced at Luffy again. To be honest, Marianu is actually very nervous. After all, if he fails, he always feels that he will disappoint everyone's expectations. Still, after seeing Luffy nodding, Marianu bit her lip and began to paint a little on the palette. Then, with a wave of the brush, a red pattern like the setting sun appeared on the chest of Galtino's shirt. Coloring awakening red. Then there was no more, and everyone quietly waited for Galtino's reaction. Mr. 3, who was painted with red paint, closed his eyes for the first time. It didn't take long for Galtino to open his eyes again under everyone's attention. How about 3, does it work? The circle of people originally surrounded Marianu, but now it was around Galtino. Marianu looked at 613 Galtino nervously. Although he thought that his ability would not go wrong, he was still a little worried. I really feel the presence of a force, and I feel that my perception has become sharper. Again, he was greeted by Luffy's outstretched arms. However, unlike Marianu, this time the outstretched arm was clenched into a fist. Puff. Luffy's fist went straight through Galtino's back, and then emerged from Galtino's body.
What? 335.
What's the matter, Luffy? Don't experiment so hard. If Galtino hadn't awakened observation haki, Luffy could have put his hand on his back before attacking him. Instead of directly penetrating his body as it is now. Luffy wasn't nervous because his fist penetrated Galtino's body directly. Seeing that Galtino was punched through the chest by Luffy, the onlookers were startled and then looked at Galtino's chest anxiously.
It seems to be a success.
After hearing Luffy's words, everyone realized that there was no blood flowing out of the place where Mr. 3 was punched by Luffy. Not to mention that his grasp of power is very precise, his own observation haki, but he is also always aware of it.
This is elementalization.
Looking at Galtino's chest pierced by Luffy's fist, a circle of flowing candle liquid wrapped Luffy's fist. Everyone was shocked, and Zaro and Sanji, who had seen Smoker's ability, regarded this ability as the elementalization of Logia Devil Fruit. It's not elementalization, it's just that observation haki predicted my attack in advance, turning my body into a candle and turning the attacked place into a hole to avoid the attack. This ability, to be honest, is not what is called a special paramecia. It is the paramecia devil fruit that can change the physique, and it happens that this substance has fluidity and can easily change its shape. If its own rubber fruit also has a liquid form, Luffy can also do it to this extent. Having said that, wax fruit can be transformed into both solid and liquid forms, so why can't your own rubber fruit? Luffy stroked his chin, lost in thought. How can he do this? Does that mean that as long as his observation haki is strong enough, he can dodge all attacks? No one noticed Luffy's thoughts, and everyone's attention was attracted by Galtino's newly revealed abilities. Even Marianu's affairs were forgotten. Thanks to Captain Luffy's suggestion, he was the one who asked me if wax fruit could change my physique. This time, observation haki was awakened by Marianu's ability. The first time Galtino felt Luffy's attack, he thought of what Luffy had mentioned to him. The result, without a doubt, was a success. Perhaps my next goal can be to focus on the practice of observation haki. However, the disadvantages of wax fruit are too obvious. I hope armament haki can really solve the weakness of fear of high temperature. Even someone else's devil fruit knows how to develop it as expected of you. After hearing Galtino's words, everyone looked at Luffy again. Luffy, what are you thinking about Tilda? When everyone turned around, they realized that Luffy seemed to be thinking about something, and Nami asked Luffy worriedly. This has just escaped from Marine Admiral, is there any danger? Oh, nothing, I'm thinking about my devil fruit abilities, don't worry. Luffy, who was awakened by Nami's words, briefly explained it. Hearing Luffy say this, Nami was also relieved as long as it wasn't something dangerous. Since Marianu's ability is indeed effective, let's lead observation Haki together now. Seeing that everyone seemed to forget what they were doing, Luffy had to remind. At the same time, I temporarily gave up thinking about rubber fruit. Now let's consolidate the ability of Conqueror's Haki twist. Under the pressure of Aokiji, Luffy really mastered this power completely. And Luffy feels like his Conqueror's Haki has gotten another boost. I have only been out to sea for about a month, and the improvement of Conqueror's Haki is many times greater than the improvement in the past so many years. I don't know what the specific reason is. The original Luffy, seems to be similar to himself. However, the awakening time is relatively late, but the speed of improvement seems to have been able to meet Kaido in just a few months after 2 years. Just as Luffy was thinking about this mess, in addition to Zoro and Sanji, others have also led observation Haki with Marianu's help. So far, apart from Luffy himself, the Straw Hat Pirates have initially qualified to sail on the Grand Line. So new armament Haki, can you lead it out now? Since observation Haki can be guided out, armament Haki should have no problem. Well, I can feel the presence of that power, but I can't guide it myself. That should be the reason why Captain Luffy's physique is not enough. After helping the last Makita out of observation Haki, Marianu replied to Luffy, "No matter what this is, then you can use it on 3 again." At his age, if it is just awakening and preliminary application, his physical fitness should be enough. I was just thinking about whether armament Haki could solve the problem of his own fruit drawbacks, and now I have the opportunity to test it, and Galtino will naturally not refuse. Seeing Galtino expressing that he was fine, Marianu also nodded and then waved his brush towards Galtino again. This time the color is similar to the previous one, but it seems to be a little darker. I haven't seen Marianu say his name either, so it must be the same kind of ability. In just a short while, Galtino felt an unfamiliar force gushing out of his body. Reaching out his right hand, Galtino guided that force to concentrate on his right hand. At this time, he could clearly feel some kind of inexplicable aura wrapped around his right hand. It seems to be successful then. As long as the medicine on Chopper's side is successful, then you will soon wake up armament Haki. 5. At that time, even the New World, the Straw Hat Pirates will have tickets to sail. It's really possible to do this. No wonder Luffy forced New to stay. Looking at Galtino's right hand that was faintly turning black, everyone couldn't believe it. The ability of Haki, which I thought was very far away, now seems to be within easy reach. It really makes people feel as if they are dreaming. If Marianu's ability is known to other forces on the sea, it may attract the covetedness of those forces. Even Marine or the world government might do something about it. After all, it is the ability to mass-produce Haki users as long as Marianu can be obtained. With the formal training of Marine and Shi Wang Dihao the world government, there is no need to worry about the physical problems of the soldiers. As an animal, Chopper also ate Zoan's human fruit. Is his physique enough to awaken armament Haki? Then, Chopper, it's up to you. Luffy put his eyes on Chopper and explained to Chopper, but Luffy was stunned. But if you really want to compare with those monsters, it is also a bit worse. After hearing Luffy's words, everyone turned their attention to Chopper this time. It's just the training from childhood to adulthood plus the bonus of rubber fruit that made me surpass others by a large margin. Yeah, Chopper, you have to work hard. Our armament Haki is all up to you. Even Luffy has some vague expectations and his physique is not top-notch. Whether the horns of the unicorn lion can really improve everyone's physique, everyone is full of expectations. Is that the power of observation Haki? It feels amazing. After Marianu helped Galtino awaken the armament Haki, everyone experimented with the observation Haki they had just acquired. Although the vicinity is now at sea, there are no enemies around. But the feeling of opening the observation Haki, as if a sound passed the ear directly to the mind, was completely different from the usual feeling. However, the experiment will not last long, even if observation Haki, which is directly guided by Marianu's ability, is slightly stronger than Zoro and Sanji. But observation Haki's ability requires a calm mind to use. After feeling that feeling, everyone fell into a state of excitement and then immediately withdrew from that feeling. Okay, while Marianu's breakthrough and your success in channeling observation haki is a joy, it's time for us to move on. 35. Looking at the crowd who were still excited even though they couldn't enter the observation haki perception state, Luffy had to remind them. Really, just now he looked like he was worried about dying, and now he looks like nothing happened in 613 just now. Ah yes, it's time for me to continue my experiments. Luffy's words first made Chopper react, and then without waiting for everyone to react, he ran back to his medical room in a flash. Hey Chopper, why are you in such a hurry? At this point, Usopp is still in the excitement of observation haki's awakening. He felt that his observation haki sounded a little different from what Luffy said. I always feel that my observation haki seems to be able to directly see where I want to see. But Usopp didn't take it seriously either, thinking that Luffy didn't fully explain observation haki's abilities at the time. Seeing Chopper rushing into his medical room, Usopp wanted to stop Chopper. But on second thought, didn't I awaken observation haki just to try it out? So Usopp forced himself to calm down and sensed Chopper's medical room with his eyes closed. For a split second, the situation in Chopper's house came to Usopp's mind, except that Chopper gave Usopp a strong presence in the house. The horns of the unicorn lion also appeared in Usopp's mind with a strong sense of presence. That's amazing. Usopp sensed the picture in his mind, and when he was excited, he immediately exited the state of observation haki perception. Luffy was a little speechless, feeling that the captain of himself was too immature. Why did he just focus on experimenting with observation haki? Robin, where is our next stop? Shouldn't we be able to reach the Seven Waters directly? In the first half of the Grand Line, Robin may be familiar with it. Nami has never been there, so I can't say anything when I ask her. The long chain of islands has passed, and it seems that there are no islands that need special attention. Robin, who was asked by Luffy, was stunned for a moment, then touched his chin and thought for a while before answering. Since leaving Long Chain Island and Luffy safely back on the Mary, Robin's mood has recovered. Even if observation haki has just awakened, apart from being a little novel at the beginning, he quickly returned to his usual indifferent appearance. However, unlike before, Robin seemed to be completely integrated into the Straw Hat Pirates and no longer seemed to maintain a certain distance from everyone as before. By the way, before going to the Seven Waters, we may reach a somewhat famous island first. It seems that a certain knot has been let go, and Robin's thinking tends to be more on topics that Luffy is interested in. If it was the man in front of him, he might really be able to obtain the legendary treasure on that island. Famous island. Luffy pondered for a while, and then the sword that appeared in a certain theatrical version came to his mind. You mean Asker Island? Luffy, do you actually know? Robin's eyes widened slightly as Luffy said the island's name. Luffy could guess which island he was talking about before he gave any specific information. Does he really know everything? But yes, Robin quickly calmed down again. He even knows about Ohara and Aokiji, so it seems that knowing the location of this island is not something he cannot accept. Ask Island. Are you talking about the legend of the Seven-Star Sword? There is no doubt that as long as it is related to treasure, Nami must know something. Even if she has never been to the Grand Line, it does not prevent her from understanding it from books. If it was the Seven-Star Sword, would it be of any use to me and my friends? If you can really find the Seven-Star Sword, can the power stored in the Seven-Star Sword be used to enhance the strength of your group? Being reminded by Robin, Luffy touched his chin again. If the witch on that island can purify the energy in the Seven-Star Sword, can it lead to this energy and let this energy be used by you? It seems that it is still necessary to take a look at the Seven-Star Sword. Although it seems that in the main storyline of the original work you can only become stronger through battles. But with the theatrical content that does exist, Luffy may have found a way to quickly increase the strength of Straw Hat Crew. Even Lion Fruit, which had been planned for Nami for a long time, only appeared in the original theatrical version. I hadn't thought about it before, but now I think about it, whether it's a unicorn lion, a Seven-Star Sword, or a devil fruit like Lion Fruit. It seems that it is not difficult for me to obtain these things. The real difficulty lies in transferring the power to one's own group. Devil Fruit doesn't say that it's good to eat this thing, but the Seven-Star Sword, it's not that easy. Do you want to kidnap the shrine maiden from Aska Island like Marianu? 7-star sword, is that the legendary invincible sword? How to look at the appearance of the two, it seems that they have not eaten, are they not interested? But he's not a hostile agent like Marianu, it's hard to do. Right, let's not talk about that. Although Galtino had heard of this legend, he obviously did not believe in the authenticity of the 7-star sword. You don't really believe that kind of legend, do you? If the 7-star sword really existed, it would have been taken away by those big pirates long ago. How could it be our turn? As a swordsman, of course, I have heard about the legends of these famous swords, and I am also very interested when I hear everyone mention it at this time. Just thinking of devil fruit, Luffy remembered the matter of letting Usopp or Konais take the slow fruit. Aren't Usopp and Konais interested in that slow fruit? Luffy looked at the two of them curiously. This fruit is not the kind of ability that is useless and useless. On the contrary, if the slow fruit is used well when you are sailing at sea, you can basically say that you will have no worries. Whether in the face of natural disasters or the baptism of enemy artillery fire, Straw Hat Crew can be given at least 30 seconds of response time under the action of the slow fruit. And such a fruit, are the two of them not interested? I gave up because I saw that the person needed a certain gesture when using the slow fruit and felt that it was not suitable for me. The ability of the slow fruit, Usopp was quite intrigued after listening to Luffy explain its abilities. But the thought of using abilities and making certain gestures made Usopp very confused. So in the end, I gave up the idea of eating slow fruit. So do you still have a soft spot for shooting? Then the rest can be thought of and can be obtained, suitable for Usopp's sniper ability fruit. There are only a few fruits such as Momo fruit and transparent fruit. However, if the fruit is transparent, I always feel a little uneasy about letting a man eat it. Why not give it to Vivi? But the life-saving ability of the transparent fruit seems to be inferior to that of the shadow fruit, right? Or if the transparent fruit can be developed to the extent that observation Haki can't even perceive it, maybe Vivi can protect itself. Well, back to Usopp. As for the target fruit, it feels a little tasteless. The limitation that you need to touch the target with your hands to track the target forever is completely the opposite of the concept of sniping. Forget it, don't think about it when the time comes, let Usopp decide for himself. And what about you, Konais? Usopp gave up the slow fruit because of his sniper talent. What about Konais? Is he not interested in devil fruit or just not interested in this ability? People were worried about you just now, so they didn't rush to eat. Before Konais could speak, Nami took the lead in answering Luffy angrily. Just why does the tone sound sour? Miss Nami, don't say that. Konais, who was a little embarrassed by what Nami said, quickly grabbed Nami's hand, then looked at Luffy again and asked a little nervously, "Can I really eat this devil fruit?" After all, he had just joined them and was given the opportunity to eat devil fruit. Even if Konais is from Sky Island, it can be seen from the Sky Island where only Enel and the original god Ganfer's mounts have eaten devil fruit. Devil fruit must be quite rare, and such a rare devil fruit, a newcomer who has just joined is really qualified to use it. Devil fruit is useless if it's just sitting there, but it's very useful to us if we eat it. 99. While Konais is a new addition to the crew, Luffy doesn't make any difference. Since he invited the other party, it is natural to completely trust the other party. Otherwise, if you don't trust Konais, why would you invite her on board? Are you uncomfortable with yourself? Well, then I'm welcome. Konais bowed to Luffy, then took the weird fruit that Zoro had handed over again, ready to eat it. Just a reminder, devil fruit tastes really bad. Watching Konais take a bite unsuspecting, Luffy still had to remind him. Even if Konais only took a small bite, the taste of devil fruit would not be lessened. Hearing Luffy's words, those on the ship who had eaten devil fruit agreed, which made Konais hesitate for a while. However, Konais still strengthened his belief, closed his eyes with a heroic expression, and took a bite. Coffee. As a result, even with preparation, Konais was choked by the smell. Does devil fruit really taste so bad? Nami and Usopp, who had never eaten devil fruit, looked at Konais' appearance and wondered whether they should eat devil fruit at that time. He swallowed the devil fruit in his mouth with difficulty, and just when Konais was about to continue to swallow, Luffy's voice came over. Devil fruit only takes one bite and the rest of the fruit will not be effective even if it is eaten by others. Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, SEEKING flowers 0, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol. Hearing Luffy's voice, Konai's paused slightly but continued to bite. Even though devil fruit tasted unbelievable, Konai's gave Luffy a smile, although this smile looks reluctant. Soon, Konai's ate the whole slow fruit. How does it work? The few people on the boat who had never eaten devil fruit were the first to see others eating devil fruit, so they were very curious about how they felt after eating devil fruit. After swallowing the last bit of pulp in his mouth, Konai's pretty face turned pale. I don't know why she insisted on eating all the fruits of slowness. Konai's felt it and realized that there was indeed a different force within him. Unlike observation haki, this energy seems to exist instinctively, and as long as he has a flash of thought, he seems to be able to use this power. Thinking of this, Konai's tried to use that energy, and it was easy for Konai's to use his ability. Circles of pink light flew from the tips of Konai's orchid fingers. The speed of the light was not fast, but the people surrounding Konai's were unprepared and hit by this circle of light. Fortunately, Luffy was well prepared and flashed out the light-shrouded range one step ahead. This light wire have use. How is this going? It is clear that his mind is still functioning normally, but whether he is moving or speaking, he is in a very slow movement. Everyone who was hit by the light wanted to ask about the function of the light, but after speaking, they discovered that something was wrong. Seeing that everyone around him was slowed down by his ability, Konai's was so anxious that he bowed and apologized. The first time I used the ability, I didn't expect it to be like this. It was obvious that he could finish a sentence soon, but he said it word by word for a long time. Sorry me, I didn't mean to use it towards you. Moreover, when he wanted to turn his head, his line of sight changed at an extremely slow speed. The 30 seconds passed quickly, and everyone who was hit by the dull light also recovered from the dull state at the same time. Is this the ability of the slow fruit? It's amazing. The feeling that the brain is still functioning normally but the body is forced to slow down is really uncomfortable. Having personally experienced the ability of the slow fruit, everyone had a new understanding of the devil fruit's ability. Although there are already several demon fruit powers on board, the devil fruit ability of several people is not as shocking as the slow fruit. Ability like slow fruit, there are many more on the Grand Line. Similar to lingling fruit and childlike fruit, Luffy doesn't know if armament haki has any resistance to these abilities. Maybe he can try it with Konai's. Looking at it this way, I feel that the devil fruit you eat, Luffy, is too ordinary. June 13, Nami's words aroused everyone's approval. If the devil fruit that Luffy eats is not a rubber fruit but an ability like thunder fruit, how strong would Luffy be now? Luffy just smiled and didn't explain anything. If you eat Logia devil fruit, your haki may not be as strong as it is now. How about that, Konai's? Do you have to make gestures like yours to use the slow fruit? Luffy naturally noticed that when Konai's used the ability just now, his hand naturally squeezed out the orchid finger. Well, when I released my ability, I subconsciously pinched that gesture. Konai's thought about the scene when he just used the ability and replied to Luffy. Is that so? Is it possible that devil fruit is not developed enough? You can try to slowly remove the gestures and release the ability later. 99. Luffy suggested that, logically, devil fruit should not have such restrictions. Or is there such a limit to the ability of this kind of rule, but lingling fruit and childlike fruit do not have such restrictions? Okay, I'll work on that. 99. Konai's certainly wouldn't refuse Luffy's suggestion, but when you encounter this ability, can you only avoid it? Zoro thinks this is too unreasonable. When the others heard Zoro say this, they also looked at Luffy curiously. If this can't be avoided, won't it be killed directly? If there is any way to resist, then it is better. I'm not sure the armament haki can defend against this force. Luffy paused, then looked at Konai's and said, Konai's, can you still use the ability just now? After all, it was the first time that she acquired the devil fruit ability, and she was a girl who had never exercised before. Luffy didn't know how much stamina she needed to consume just now. Just to be on the safe side, it's better to ask. Well, I feel like I can still release it about 3 times and then I should be exhausted. Konai's clearly felt that his stamina was exhausted when he released his ability just now. Then you try to release it on me, I'll see if Haki has a defensive effect on this kind of ability. 9. Luffy nodded then spoke to Konai's. I see. Konai's responded with a sound then raised his arm again, pinching out his orchid finger and pointing in the direction of Luffy. The others turned away from Luffy and Nami even ran behind Konai's. The pink light appeared again and again. However, this time instead of spreading around like before, it flew towards Luffy in one direction. Just when the pink light was about to hit Luffy, the power of armament Haki emerged from Luffy's body. Then, Luffy's whole body became pitch black. Pink rays of light passed through Luffy's body. Luffy tried to sense his body and found that although the movement slowed down, it was not as slow as Nami and others who had been hit before. It seems that armament Haki does have an effect, but the effect is not as good as expected, and it cannot directly block the power of Devil Fruit. Luffy's movements still slowed down, but judging from the performance of Nami and others when they were hit, Luffy was much better. After only about 10 seconds, Luffy was back to normal. Armament Haki does have a certain defense against Sengoku, but he can't be completely afraid that your ability will be invalid. If you encounter similar abilities in the future, you can still dodge it. Everyone nodded. It seems that we must be very careful when encountering such similar abilities in the future. Okay, the slow fruit has been eaten. I also have another candidate for thunder fruit and munch munch fruit. If anyone wants to eat devil fruit, you can only wait for the next time. 99. Of course, if Sanji wanted to eat thunder fruit, Luffy wouldn't say no. Since Marianu has helped you awaken observation Haki, let's take this time to get acquainted. Now devil fruit has also been eaten by Konai's and everyone observation Haki has woken up and everything is fine for the time being. Moreover, with the observation Haki, Luffy doesn't have to pay attention to everyone's safety all the time. Oh, in response to Luffy, everyone went their own way. Luffy, on the other hand, continued to return to his special seat, the sheep's head of the Mary. The Mary sailed straight on the calm sea, and until the weather did not change, the oncoming sun and sea breeze kept Luffy comfortable. The confrontation with Aokiji this time has really stepped into the ranks of the world's top powerhouses. Perhaps there is still a distance from the strongest in the world, but at least it is not powerless to fight back. I thought that Conqueror's Haki might have to wait until Wano Kuni to become a complete master, but I don't know what Aokiji thought. And in the case of having a clue and facing the critical moment of life and death, being able to completely entangle Master Conqueror's Haki is another degree of natural success. Even if he was really hated or even hunted down by those he admired, Aokiji didn't hesitate. But Luffy's talent is really amazing. The original can be understood by itself after being entangled with Kaido's Conqueror's Haki. The current Luffy seems to be more talented than the original. Luffy was wrong about this. At that time, Aokiji really wanted to kill Luffy. Although he did not face the attack of Conqueror's Haki, the danger he faced was even worse than the attack in the original book. Is it really just because of Old Garp's relationship? But even so, under the threat of death, Master Conqueror's Haki was completely entangled. No matter how I say it, I'm still a pirate now. Even if I don't have a heavy hand in 0.4, I still help myself. Bang bang bang. The sound of continuous artillery fire continued from not far behind the Mary. The shells shot into the water, causing waves to shake the Mary from side to side as if it were about to capsize at any time. Really? How did you meet Marine here? Nami, who firmly hugged Luffy's waist, kept complaining about the warships behind him. This was the first time that they had been attacked at sea by Marine's warships since they went to sea. Although it didn't take long for these talents to go to sea. On the sea, aside from the pirates, there are the most Marines. As a pirate, it's not a strange thing to be hunted down by Marines, right? That's true, but being attacked by Marines' cannonballs like this is always unpleasant. Although it won't destroy all Marines' warships, there is no rule that they can't be defended. Konai's, it's time to test your fruit abilities. In this case, Galtino's candle wall is useless. The shell did not directly hit the Mary but was shot into the sea to cause waves which made the Mary sway. I understand. With both hands firmly grasping the railing of the boat, Konai's nodded resolutely after hearing Luffy's words. Although it didn't take long for him to follow Luffy to the Blue Ocean, he was attacked by the pirates, Marine Admiral, etc. one after another. But Konais doesn't hate this kind of life. Perhaps Konais, who hides under the appearance of a good girl, also has a heart that wants to take risks. Konais let go of one hand, pinched out the orchid finger, and then pointed to the side and rear that could be seen from the edge of the boat. Although it is also pinching orchid fingers compared to Foxy's disgusting gesture, Konai's is undoubtedly more elegant. Circles of pink light flew out of Konai's fingertips, and the light radiated toward the side and rear of the Mary. When it leaves from the fingertips, the light is only half a meter in diameter, and when it reaches the back of the Mary, it has been able to completely cover the entire rear of the Mary. I saw the cannonball that was flying in the air and was rapidly shooting around the Mary the moment it touched the pink light. The speed dropped to near zero all of a sudden, however. Although the shells seemed to have lost their forward speed, they did not fall into the water. If you look closely, you will see that the shells are continuing to follow their previous path at an extremely slow speed. Depending on the situation, the shell will still end up where it would have been. However, this is enough for the Mary. Everyone take advantage of now and drive the Mary to the small island over there. Sensing that the Mary had temporarily stabilized, Nami immediately moved away from Luffy and began commanding the men to steer the side sails. The target was a small island that had already appeared in the field of vision not far ahead. There are many rocks around the island, and the biggest gap can only accommodate a ship the size of the Mary. And with the size of the warships behind it, it is completely impassable. Damn it, the strength of Straw Hat Crew has increased again. That woman with wings was not Straw Hat Crew before. On the warship, Marine's leader was a middle-aged uncle. At this time, he naturally discovered the current situation of Straw Hat Crew through the telescope. The woman who stopped all the shells should be the newcomer who just joined the Straw Hat Crew in the past few days. Unexpectedly, a newly added woman has such a strange ability. It should be demon fruit power. Colonel, Straw Hat Crew has fled to the island. Do you want to chase? It seemed that he was about to catch up, but the situation at this time did not allow him to continue to move forward. No, our warships can't get in. Just walk around here to see if there are other entrances and exits. With a clenched fist, Colonel Marine was obviously a little unwilling, but the rocky reef in front of him would not be separated from each other just because he was Marine. Come on, Colonels. A soldier ran to the middle-aged colonel in a panic. What's wrong? Putting down the binoculars, the colonel was a little puzzled as to why the soldier was so flustered. Didn't the Straw Hat Crew escape to the island? Is there another pirate group? Just now, the cannonball that just stopped moving again. Move, what did you say? The middle-aged colonel, who was indifferent at first, suddenly remembered that his own warships were just at the position where the Straw Hat Crew was just now. And the shells are moving again, which means bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions continued to come from the back of the Mary, but this time there was no huge wave and the Mary swayed around. Slow fruit does not always take effect. 35. Hearing the movement from behind, Luffy chuckled twice. It seems to be very powerful. Although I had personally experienced the ability of the slow fruit before, it was not fighting the enemy after all, so I didn't think much of it at the time. Seeing the shells seem to be completely fixed now, I think of the way I was completely unable to control my body before. Only then did Zoro and the others realize that if they were suddenly attacked like this when they were fighting the enemy, they would probably be finished. At this time, everyone's eyes on Konais were different. Fortunately, the fruit of slowness was now eaten by their own people. The ability of the slow fruit is really strong. If Konais can expand the range of light even if the time is relatively reduced, it will be very beneficial in large-scale battles. Come to think of it, before going to war with the enemy, Konais came with a wave of undifferentiated dull light. Even if the duration is only 10 seconds with the strength of Luffy and others, even if they are facing characters of the same level, 10 seconds is enough to solve the opponent. Unless the other party is a very pervert existence, but how many Kaido ants are there in the sea? Sure enough, Zoro's attraction to Sanji completely surpassed Beauty's attraction to Sanji. Well, I'll work hard to develop it. This is Sanji, who is in a nympho every day. How can a person who is so serious in ordinary times keep committing an antonym? Looking at the two people who had no idea how many times they fought together, Luffy thought maybe this is fate. Huh, do you have an opinion, you muscular idiot? For Luffy, Konai's can be said to be obedient. In this strange sea, no one else can believe Konai's. You lascivious Kappa, don't be a nympho all day long, okay? Miss Konai's is so beautiful. This is Zoro's voice. Huh, those Marines shouldn't be able to get in for the time being, right? The Mary sailed on the calm lake and entered the island between two rocky reefs, and the shores of the inner bay were full of lush trees. Seeing that there was no shadow of the warship behind the Mary, Nami took a deep breath. Although they really want to fight, they don't have to be afraid of the mere few warships. But as a pirate, I still instinctively don't want to fight with Marine. Of course, if the other party is really chasing after them or they are directly caught up, they will naturally not be cowardly. The gap between the rocky reef just now with the size of a Marine warship is impossible to enter from there. Walking in the dark all year round, Robin can be said to be quite sensitive to the surrounding environment. Even if they want to land on the island, they can only go ashore from elsewhere. But in this way, oneself and others can completely return to the same path. As for whether they will stay behind, none of the three warships have been able to keep the Mary, and only one or two are left and the Mary can still be retained. What's more, staying behind means that the front will be weak when the time comes, and maybe it will be able to directly break through. As for Marine's support, when the support comes, Luffy and the others will be able to kill all of them and then run away. Entering the island, Luffy habitually turned on observation haki to perceive the situation on the island. This has just started and it seems to see something incredible. Not far from the Mary, a girl was swimming in the lake. At this time, the girl had only simple underwear on her body, and Luffy's observation haki is the kind of observation haki that can fully present the picture. Luffy thought it might be time for him to change this habit. Otherwise, I don't know when I will see something I shouldn't see. Although everyone is an adult, voyeurism is still immoral. What's wrong? Hearing Luffy's voice, everyone on the boat immediately thought whether there was something dangerous on the island. This should be the Ascar Island, where the legendary 7-star sword is located. After ignoring the image that observation haki had just perceived, Luffy confirmed the situation on the island to everyone. Huh, are you so lucky? The island where we are hiding is the destination of our trip. Everyone was shocked. They were still discussing whether the 7-star sword existed before, but they turned their heads and came to the island where the legend spread. However, how can you be sure that this is where the legend of the 7-star sword is spread? Nami was puzzled, staring at Luffy with big eyes full of confusion, but then he seemed to think of something. Could it be that the 7-star sword really exists and you perceive the 7-star sword? Nami's eyes have changed as if there are countless Baileys on this island. 66.99. Luffy doesn't know what to say anymore. It's only been 2 days since he escaped from Aokiji's hands. How could he completely forget what happened 2 days ago when he heard about the treasure? Maybe this is Nami. There is someone in front of you, let's ask for details first. Although a little embarrassed to accidentally see someone swimming in only their underwear, Luffy didn't take back observation haki because of it. Now that he sensed that the other party was already dressed, Luffy no longer concealed his perception of the person. The Mary quickly sailed to a place that looked like an altar. And the girl who was just praying on the shore noticed the huge skull mark on the sail of the Mary as soon as she saw it. The girl, whose face changed greatly, put away the 3 beads in front of her and quickly ran into the surrounding woods. 66.99. 66.99. This is the first time people have encountered such a situation. Why do you run when you see us? Are we so scary? Nami, who didn't react for a while, didn't understand why the other party ran away with a panicked look when he saw these people. Well, are we pirates after all? Luffy pointed to the Mary's sail and Nami realized. Although many islands were stopped along the way, they were all parked on unmanned shores after all. This is the first time I have met this scene of being seen and then scaring the other party away. This is also the reason why Nami didn't react immediately. It can only be said that the people on the Mary may not fully adapt to the identity of pirates. Then what now? Are you going to catch up? The first time this happened, everyone didn't know what to do for a while, so they could only look at Luffy. Even the former agents of Galtino looked at each other in dismay. After all, I didn't act as a pirate before and I have never encountered such a situation. On the other hand, Robin watched everyone's reaction with interest and then looked at Luffy with anticipation. Seems to want to see what Luffy will do. Tilda, why are you looking at me like this? Either you chase after it or turn back and leave. Is there any other choice? Luffy looked at these people speechlessly. How could he even ask himself this kind of thing? Either go or stay, since staying on such a big island you must meet each other. In addition to communication, is it possible to do it directly? These people are not a criminal gang. Oh, let's disembark then. Is it okay for the Mary to stop here? There's nowhere else around that could be better hidden. Chopper is still in the infirmary, let him take a look at the... In a place like this, no one can threaten Master Observation Hacky's Chopper. Then I'll go talk to it. Usopp, who is closest to Chopper, volunteered to tell Luffy. Then I saw him running quickly to Chopper's medical room. By the time Usopp emerged from Chopper's infirmary, Zoro had secured the anchor. But he didn't expect that on such a small island the villagers here have the courage to take up arms, which really surprised Luffy. Under the perception of Observation Hacky, Luffy had already sensed that the Mori in the village had picked up their weapons one after another, waiting for him and others to arrive. After all, the research on the horns of the unicorn lion has reached the final stage, and he has no interest in seeing the scenery or anything. Everyone followed Luffy to get off the boat. Although they wanted to find the person who had just run away, they were not in a hurry at all. In this world, there are not many civilians who can summon the courage to fight against the pirates. Then, Wang Dezhou, let's get off the boat together. The scenery on this island is still good. Luffy walked ahead, slowly leading the crowd towards the village that Observation Hacky sensed. With Luffy's humanoid radar, it's such a big island and you don't have to worry about finding it. As for Chopper, even if he was asked to disembark together, he probably wouldn't agree. How is this going? When Luffy and the others followed the girl who had just been scared away to a village, a group of villagers armed with various weapons were already guarding the entrance of the village. And the girl who ran away when she saw Luffy and others just now was blocked by the group of villagers. Looking at the group of menacing villagers in front of them, Nami, who had just arrived, was slightly startled. Hey, it doesn't look like this is an ordinary village. The villagers actually took up arms, Nyan. Zoro looked at the villagers who were staring at him and others viciously in front of him, and smiled with great interest. Hey, I didn't look carefully just now. Is it actually for the beautiful lady? 35. As for Sanji's attention, he was quickly attracted by the girl who stayed behind the villagers, and even his eyes sparkled with love. Damn pirates, why are you still coming to Ascar Island? The big villager at the head stared fiercely at Luffy and the others and shouted at Luffy and the others. We're not weird people and we won't do anything to you. 39. The one who spoke was still Sanji, but when he saw him talking, his body twisted and he still looked at the girl with love in his eyes. With what he said, it was strange how people listened. Aren't you weird enough for someone like you? The villagers did not relax because of Sanji's words but tightened their weapons even more. The yellow-haired, curly-browed man in front of him is really strange. Judging from his sultry appearance, he must not be allowed to approach Maya. The big villager was secretly vigilant and had labeled Sanji a pervert. Sure enough, Ulysses Kappa was seen through the essence at a glance. Luffy and the others were not angry that Sanji was complaining, and Zoro even nodded in agreement. Huh, what did you green algae head say? Are you trying to fight? So, regardless of the presence of outsiders, the two started pinching each other again. They are in a feud. The Ascar Island villagers who didn't understand the relationship between the two naturally felt that it was Luffy and the others who were in trouble. This is a good thing for them, and it is best that others join the ranks of infighting so that these pirates may not have to wait for others to do it themselves. Bang, bang. Enough you two, it's not on the Mary. Nami's voice sounded at the right time, and at the same time a bag appeared on Zoro's and Sanji's head. You woman, do you want to fight too? Zoro clutched the bag on his head and shouted at Nami. Of course, this also means that with Zoro's character it is impossible to do something to Nami. Ah, Miss Nami's love whip, is this Miss Nami's love for me? As for Sanji, there is no help, just die. Are these pirates stupid? Seeing the indifferent behavior of these pirates in front of them, the villagers didn't know for a while whether they should take action or not. We didn't come to trouble you. Luffy was still standing at the front of everyone, speaking in a flat tone to the villagers in front of him. We are here for only one purpose, and that is the 7-star sword. Luffy didn't give those people a chance to speak, and directly stated the reason why he and others came here. With the current Luffy's strength, there is no need to hide what he wants to do. 7-star sword, you are here for the 7-star sword. Unsure voices came from the villagers' mouths. Although the legend of the 7-star sword did spread out on Askar Island, no outsider really regarded the 7-star sword as a real thing. Now, these pirates are actually here for this kind of thing that exists in legends. Although for these villagers, the 7-star sword did indeed appear, how did these people know that the 7-star sword really existed? Do you really believe that the 7-star sword really exists? While the villagers were talking, an old woman who looked half the height of Luffy and who seemed to have a hunchback walked out of the crowd.
Hey.
Looking at the old witch who came out, the big villager was startled and wanted to hold the other party but was rejected by the other party. Grandmother. The girl who had just escaped also walked out of the crowd and looked at Luffy and his party nervously. Then he walked to the old woman, that is, the side of Elisha who was called by the man just now. Isn't your current predicament because of the 7-star sword? 35. Luffy's words made Alina's eyes widen, who wanted to continue talking. Why would this man in a straw hat know about this? The pirates at that time were all killed by Sokka with the 7-star sword. It should be impossible for outsiders to know about this. Grandma, how did he know about this? The girl looked at Luffy with the same incredible expression and then looked at her grandmother full of doubts. Although she is already a qualified witch but living on an island where few people come all the year round, the girl does not seem to know how to deal with outsiders. After hearing Luffy's words, he immediately asked his grandmother, but it also told Luffy and his party that the 7-star sword really existed. Since you are here for the 7-star sword, let's sit down and talk.
35.
Alina motioned the villagers to put down their weapons and looked at the man in front of her at the same time. It seems that he is not worried at all that Luffy and others will shoot directly.
The
villagers are a little hesitant. After all, these people are pirates. If they put down their weapons, what if the other party suddenly shoots? It seems that I can't chat with you for the time being. Luffy's words surprised Alina for a moment, and then saw the people behind Luffy posing serious fighting postures. What are you doing? Hand over the jade and the Askar Island will be taken over by the Marine Dojo. Although observation Haki sensed the presence of these people when they actually appeared, Nami and others saw the Marine uniforms on them. Judging from their appearance, it seems to be even more disgusting than those who are pirates like Luffy. The villagers, who were still hesitating at first, clenched the weapons in their hands again and looked at the Marines who appeared with gnashing teeth. No, they are Marines that originally existed on this island. No, maybe they can't be called Marines. After all, they are just the so-called Marine dojos they established themselves. Then, a group of people dressed as Marine soldiers rushed out from all around and surrounded the residents of Askar Island, including Luffy's group. Damn it, it's Marine! Just when the villagers thought Luffy and the others were about to make a move, a loud shout came from the bushes nearby. These Marines are the Marines who just chased us. Did that group of Marines just find another login location? How could there be so many Marines on such a small island? Looking at the Marines who surrounded him, Nami was speechless. How come there are more Marines than civilians? Is this reasonable? It has been said that the Marine Dojo was established by others, not the Marines sent by the world government, or they are not the real Marines.
35.
Could it be that this 7-star sword really has the ability to deceive people? If it was so strong with Marine's intelligence ability, he should have taken the 7-star sword long ago and took it back to study it, right? The people in front of him gave Luffy a very strange feeling, as if these people had no souls and Luffy had a lifeless feeling. If the 7-star sword is really that strong, why would Marine let such a thing go? Or is it impossible to confirm the existence of the 7-star sword even with Marine's information? But that's not right. Even if it can't be confirmed, it's better to come and search it. Or is there someone here who can hide the existence of the 7-star sword? The men in Marine uniforms around Luffy didn't care. With the current strength of Straw Hat Crew, let alone these people, even if they attacked with the few warships just now, they would not be opponents. And that's without Luffy getting his hands on it. To deal with the current Straw Hat pirates other than Luffy, at least Vice Admiral at the level of the original Fire-Burning Mountain and Flying Squirrel would be able to win. While Luffy was still thinking about the Seven-Star Sword, Zoro and the others quickly resolved the Marines who surrounded the crowd. Under the dull eyes of the villagers in Asuka Island, Zoro and the others returned to Luffy's back. And the head of the group of Marines, just like those Marines, was knocked unconscious by Zoro Sanji. These pirates are amazing. What, are they really not going to shoot us? Seeing that Luffy's group effortlessly took care of all the Marines sent by Sokka, the villagers were talking about it, looking at Luffy and the others in fear. Solved, let's talk about it then. 35. Luffy didn't continue to think. Instead of thinking blindly, it would be faster to ask the client directly. Then, can you tell me, why is the Seven-Star Sword still safely hidden with you after so many years? Luffy's question surprised the old woman Alessa for a moment, but she didn't want to hide it, so she began to explain it one by one. The leading big villager saw that Luffy and the others had no intention of doing anything. Then he told the other villagers to leave one after another, and he stayed behind with Elisha and Maya. Alessa briefly recounted the history of the Seven-Star Sword and then answered Luffy's previous question. The priestesses of Askar Island in all dynasties did have the ability to seal and hide the Seven-Star Sword. But even so, today's Seven-Star Sword was still taken away by an outsider, and it can only be said that perhaps it was indeed time for the Seven-Star Sword to be born. And from Alina, I learned that this island is about to usher in a red full moon. And once the Seven-Star Sword and the red full moon appear at the same time, darkness will dominate the entire Earth. But Luffy always felt a little outrageous. If the Seven-Star Sword is really that strong, it is impossible for it to appear at the same time as the red moon without a coincidence once in thousands of years, right? But the current world is still good, and there are so many strong people in the sea. Even if the so-called darkness really dominates the entire Earth, it probably won't take long for it to be removed, right? The more he thought about it, the more senseless it became. Luffy felt that the Seven-Star Sword might not be as useful as he thought. Then, why is the Seven-Star Sword reappearing now? In the conversation just now, everyone has learned that the Seven-Star Sword does exist and is reborn. But after thousands of years of fighting, how could it be reborn now? It all started a year ago. The one who spoke was the big villager who stayed with him. He first glanced at the silent girl Maya and then told Luffy and others about the whole story.
Sokka.
In this story, a name caught Zoro's attention. Did Zoro really know the man named Sokka? After Kuina's death, although Zoro did know each other in the original book, Luffy just thought it was the plot of the theatrical version, but looking at Zoro now, it seems that the two really know each other. Sokka, it's someone who wandered here a year ago. For Flower Zero. It was Maya who spoke, and her expression was calm, as if she was talking about an unrelated passerby. But whether it was from the original book or the big villager gave him a special look when he was talking about Sokka, the relationship between the two should not be easy. But Luffy didn't bother about this issue either. Why bother with other people's emotional problems? Now Luffy just wants to know if the Seven-Star Sword can work on him. Wake up after sucking blood? Is this Seven-Star Sword so evil?
39.
Usopp was a little scared. Although he only heard the story from someone else's mouth, he still had a chilling feeling. Do you want to use these 3 gems to reseal the Seven-Star Sword through Maya's shrine talent?
Point 0.
Luffy naturally knew about Alina's thoughts, but Luffy didn't want to be so troublesome. Find the Seven-Star Sword directly and then see if the Seven-Star Sword can extract power from the Seven-Star Sword and strengthen yourself and others without any side effects. If it doesn't work, just destroy it directly, but if it can, it needs the help of specialized people. Thinking of this, Luffy glanced meaningfully at the girl whose expression remained unchanged. Luffy did feel a special power in this woman. From Alina's point of view, the witches of Askar Island existed to seal the Seven-Star Sword. Luffy can't believe that a mere sword can really destroy the 4. Then leave it for the witches of future generations to seal it again. Alyssa seemed quite certain about this matter. If the 7-star sword can really help these people, Luffy may try to invite this woman to his own boat. Why don't you do it like this? I'll help you solve the 7-star sword problem, and I need to confirm one thing. At that time, you may need your granddaughter to do me a favor. Then, even if it is resealed, the 7-star sword still has the possibility of reappearing in this world. Of course, if the 7-star sword didn't have the effect Luffy thought, then there's no need to bother others and just destroy it. That's right, Maya has quite an amazing talent as a witch. If it was her, with the help of these 3 jewels, it is entirely possible to reseal the 7-star sword. Hey, Luffy, what do you want that woman to do? On the way to the Marine Dojo, Nami finally asked the question he wanted to ask before. Nami has been very curious since talking to that Alina at that time. At the same time, there is still a little taste. How can Luffy get involved with a woman when he goes to one place? Thinking, Nami glanced blankly at Konai's. But Nami has no other ideas. After all, there is already one more Vivi, and it seems that it will be the same after a few more. Luffy seemed to hear the resentment in Nami's tone and explained. It is rumored that the 7-star sword has absorbed the resentment and blood of countless people. So I am wondering whether the power that exists in the 7-star sword can be used by us. So Captain Luffy said he wanted that woman's help because of her shrine skills.
620.
As soon as Luffy finished speaking, Robin had already thought of the reason why Luffy said it. According to the legend I just heard from Alessa, since the witch has the ability to seal the 7-star sword, she might be able to mobilize the power in it. However, if witches really have this ability, why haven't witches done it after so many years? While what Robin said makes sense, there are still a lot of questions. That's why I also said that I might need the help of the other party. As for the power of the 7-star sword, Luffy holds the idea that it can be used the best for me and can't be destroyed directly. Even if this visit to Asuka Island is just a waste of time, it doesn't matter. Hey, green algae head. Sanji didn't care much about the 7-star sword or something but Zoro, who seemed to be a little off from the beginning. So, in the middle of going to Marine Dojo, Sanji asked, "The Sokka they mentioned just now, if nothing else, is a friend who used to learn swords with me." Seemingly influenced by Luffy, Zoro didn't hide this sort of thing like the original or chose to go it alone. "Looking at you, your relationship must be very good, right?" Sanji smoked a cigarette and continued to ask. "He once saved my life, 99. Zoro's voice was not loud, but everyone was just walking and didn't speak, so they could clearly hear what Zoro said. Zoro like this was actually rescued in the first place? To know that in East Blue, with Zoro's strength, no one should be able to beat him. Regarding this point, Zoro seems to be reluctant to say more and everyone did not force it. At that time, when I heard Maya talk about the name of Sokka, when the other party appeared on Asuka Island, he had already broken an arm. Now I heard Zoro say that the other party saved him, then this arm may have been broken to save Zoro. The 7-star sword has the power to control people's hearts. The one called Sokka may not be the Sokka you know. Although as long as the 7-star sword is destroyed, the opponent should be able to recover. But Luffy didn't want Zoro to fight against himself and the others because of the agreement at that time. Hearing Luffy's words, Zoro's pupils shrank suddenly, but then calmed down again and nodded towards Luffy. At the beginning, I couldn't save him. I thought it was impossible to meet again. But now that he is about to meet Sokka, is he not the original Sokka? Zoro's hand on the handle of the knife at the corner of his eye tightened slightly. Is there a way to recover? While the two have always looked down on each other, that's what it is, and no one knows Zoro better than Sanji. It's enough to destroy the 7-star sword. When Luffy finished saying this, everyone had come to a dojo-like house. Marine's seagull and wrench logo on the walls of the house. Is it here? Since there is a marine logo, it should be correct. The marine dojo that Sokka set up privately is here. Outlanders, are you here to join our marine dojo? A soft voice came from the room, and then, a young man with a sword hanging around his waist walked out from behind the door. Judging from the appearance of the other party, the age should not be too old. However, Luffy felt the same breath in him as those in the marine uniform before. However, the young man in front of him seems to have a lot less breath. After the boy came out, his eyes were fixed on Luffy's straw hat as if he had seen Luffy. Luffy, the pirate straw hat with a bounty of 290 million Bailey, it seems that you didn't join the Marine. For the straw hat crew in front of him, Duma naturally recognized it at a glance. After all, in the Marine dojo there was still a bounty for him and the pirate hunter Zoro. Indeed, the purpose of our coming here is only the 7-star sword. Is this kid also Marine from Marine dojo? Judging from the appearance of the other party, it seems that he is about the same age as Marianu. 7-star sword. Hearing Luffy's answer, a strange red light flashed in Duma's eyes. Long time no see, Zoro. At the same time, behind Duma, a tall white-haired man appeared. The man was carrying a sword of astonishing length behind his back, and there seemed to be a faint green light flowing on the tip of the sword that was exposed in front of everyone. It's really Usaka. Even though Luffy had told Zoro that the other party was now controlled by the 7-star sword, Zoro couldn't help but feel excited when he saw that Sokka was still alive. But then, thinking of what Luffy said, Zoro glanced at the exaggerated length of the green sword, and the green light flowing on it made Zoro feel very uncomfortable. Zoro's eyes became solemn. It seemed that Luffy was right. The Sokka in front of him might really no longer be the person he knew. Oh, it's you, Straw Hat Luffy. I didn't expect Zoro to go from a pirate hunter to a pirate. It's disappointing. Jay. It doesn't look like Sokka is using it. It looks like the 7-star sword itself is conveying some kind of information. Speaking of disappointment, let's wait until you wake up from the 7-star sword's control. Now you are not qualified to say such words. Although the other party was not voluntarily controlled by the 7-star sword, Luffy would not let him mock his crew unscrupulously because of this. Now is not the time to reminisce about Zoro and the other party. Let's let the other party escape from the control of the mysterious 7-star sword. Since the master has come out, then there is no need to waste time. 0.4. Moreover, since the appearance of Sokka, the green light on the 7-star sword seems to be getting stronger and stronger. Becoming a pirate himself is indeed the opposite of Zoro's dream of remembering Risaka. Hey Luffy, what do you want that woman to do? On the way to the Marine dojo, Nami finally asked the question he wanted to ask before. Nami has been very curious since talking to that Alina at that time. At the same time, there is still a little taste. How can Luffy get involved with a woman when he goes to one place? Thinking, Nami glanced blankly at Konai's. But Nami has no other ideas. After all, there is already one more Vivi, and it seems that it will be the same after a few more. Luffy seemed to hear the resentment in Nami's tone and explained. It is rumored that the 7-star sword has absorbed the resentment and blood of countless people, so I am wondering whether the power that exists in the 7-star sword can be used by us. So Captain Luffy said he wanted that woman's help because of her shrine skills. 620. As soon as Luffy finished speaking, Robin had already thought of the reason why Luffy said it. According to the legend I just heard from Alessa, since the witch has the ability to seal the 7-star sword, she might be able to mobilize the power in it. However, if witches really have this ability, why haven't witches done it after so many years? While what Robin said makes sense, there are still a lot of questions. That's why I also said that I might need the help of the other party. As for the power of the 7-star sword, Luffy holds the idea that it can be used the best for me and can't be destroyed directly. Even if this visit to Asuka Island is just a waste of time, it doesn't matter. Hey, green algae head. Sanji didn't care much about the 7-star sword or something, but Zoro, who seemed to be a little off from the beginning. So, in the middle of going to Marine Dojo, Sanji asked, "The Sokka they mentioned just now, if nothing else, is a friend who used to learn swords with me." Seemingly influenced by Luffy, Zoro didn't hide this sort of thing like the original or chose to go it alone. "Looking at you, your relationship must be very good, right?" Sanji smoked a cigarette and continued to ask, "He once saved my life." 99. Zoro's voice was not loud, but everyone was just walking and didn't speak, so they could clearly hear what Zoro said. Zoro like this was actually rescued in the first place? To know that in East Blue, with Zoro's strength, no one should be able to beat him. Regarding this point, Zoro seems to be reluctant to say more, and everyone did not force it. At that time, when I heard Maya talk about the name of Sokka, when the other party appeared on Asuka Island, he had already broken an arm. Now I heard Zoro say that the other party saved him, then this arm may have been broken to save Zoro. The seven-star sword has the power to control people's hearts. The one called Sokka may not be the Sokka you know. Although as long as the seven-star sword is destroyed, the opponent should be able to recover. But Luffy didn't want Zoro to fight against himself and the others because of the agreement at that time. Hearing Luffy's words, Zoro's pupils shrank suddenly, but then calmed down again and nodded towards Luffy. At the beginning, I couldn't save him. I thought it was impossible to meet again. But now that he is about to meet Sokka, is he not the original Sokka? Zoro's hand on the handle of the knife at the corner of his eye tightened slightly. Is there a way to recover? While the two have always looked down on each other, that's what it is, and no one knows Zoro better than Sanji. It's enough to destroy the seven-star sword. When Luffy finished saying this, everyone had come to a dojo-like house. Marine's seagull and wrench logo on the walls of the house. Is it here? Since there is a marine logo, it should be correct. The marine dojo that Sokka set up privately is here. Outlanders, are you here to join our marine dojo? A soft voice came from the room, and then, a young man with a sword hanging around his waist walked out from behind the door. Judging from the appearance of the other party, the age should not be too old. However, Luffy felt the same breath in him as those in the marine uniform before. However, the young man in front of him seems to have a lot less breath. After the boy came out, his eyes were fixed on Luffy's straw hat as if he had seen Luffy. Luffy, the pirate straw hat with a bounty of 290 million Bailey, it seems that you didn't join the marine. For the straw hat crew in front of him, Duma naturally recognized it at a glance. After all, in the marine dojo there was still a bounty for him and the pirate hunter Zoro. Indeed, the purpose of our coming here is only the seven-star sword. Is this kid also marine from marine dojo? Judging from the appearance of the other party, it seems that he is about the same age as Marianu. Seven-star sword. Hearing Luffy's answer, a strange red light flashed in Duma's eyes. Long time no see, Zoro. At the same time, behind Duma, a tall white-haired man appeared. The man was carrying a sword of astonishing length behind his back, and there seemed to be a faint green light flowing on the tip of the sword that was exposed in front of everyone. It's really you, Sokka. Even though Luffy had told Zoro that the other party was now controlled by the seven-star sword, Zoro couldn't help but feel excited when he saw that Sokka was still alive. But then, thinking of what Luffy said, Zoro glanced at the exaggerated length of the green sword, and the green light flowing on it made Zoro feel very uncomfortable. Zoro's eyes became solemn. It seemed that Luffy was right. The Sokka in front of him might really no longer be the person he knew. Oh, it's you, Straw Hat Luffy. I didn't expect Zoro to go from a pirate hunter to a pirate. It's disappointing. It doesn't look like Sokka is using it. It looks like the seven-star sword itself is conveying some kind of information. Speaking of disappointment, let's wait until you wake up from the seven-star sword's control. Now you are not qualified to say such words. Although the other party was not voluntarily controlled by the seven-star sword, Luffy would not let him mock his crew unscrupulously because of this. Now is not the time to reminisce about Zoro and the other party. Let's let the other party escape from the control of the mysterious seven-star sword. Since the master has come out, then there is no need to waste time. 0.4. Moreover, since the appearance of Sokka, the green light on the seven-star sword seems to be getting stronger and stronger. Becoming a pirate himself is indeed the opposite of Zoro's dream of remembering Risaka. Hey Luffy, what do you want that woman to do? On the way to the marine dojo, Nami finally asked the question he wanted to ask before. Nami has been very curious since talking to that Alina at that time. At the same time, there is still a little taste. How can Luffy get involved with a woman when he goes to one place? Thinking, Nami glanced blankly at Konai's. But Nami has no other ideas. After all, there is already one more Vivi, and it seems that it will be the same after a few more. Luffy seemed to hear the resentment in Nami's tone and explained. It is rumored that the seven-star sword has absorbed the resentment and blood of countless people, so I am wondering whether the power that exists in the seven-star sword can be used by us. So Captain Luffy said he wanted that woman's help because of her shrine skills. 620. As soon as Luffy finished speaking, Robin had already thought of the reason why Luffy said it. According to the legend I just heard from Alessa, since the witch has the ability to seal the seven-star sword, she might be able to mobilize the power in it. However, if witches really have this ability, why haven't witches done it after so many years? While what Robin said makes sense, there are still a lot of questions. That's why I also said that I might need the help of the other party. As for the power of the seven-star sword, Luffy holds the idea that it can be used the best for me and can't be destroyed directly. Even if this visit to Aska Island is just a waste of time, it doesn't matter. Hey, green algae head. Sanji didn't care much about the seven-star sword or something but Zoro, who seemed to be a little off from the beginning. So, in the middle of going to Marine Dojo, Sanji asked, "The Sokka they mentioned just now, if nothing else, is a friend who used to learn swords with me." Seemingly influenced by Luffy, Zoro didn't hide this sort of thing like the original or chose to go it alone. "Looking at you, your relationship must be very good, right?" Sanji smoked a cigarette and continued to ask, "He once saved my life, 99. Zoro's voice was not loud but everyone was just walking and didn't speak so they could clearly hear what Zoro said. Zoro like this was actually rescued in the first place? To know that in East Blue with Zoro's strength no one should be able to beat him. Regarding this point, Zoro seems to be reluctant to say more and everyone did not force it. At that time when I heard Maya talk about the name of Sokka when the other party appeared on Aska Island, he had already broken an arm. Now I heard Zoro say that the other party saved him, then this arm may have been broken to save Zoro. The seven-star sword has the power to control people's hearts. The one called Sokka may not be the Sokka you know. Although as long as the seven-star sword is destroyed, the opponent should be able to recover. But Luffy didn't want Zoro to fight against himself and the others because of the agreement at that time. Hearing Luffy's words, Zoro's pupils shrank suddenly, but then calmed down again and nodded towards Luffy. At the beginning, I couldn't save him. I thought it was impossible to meet again. But now that he is about to meet Sokka, is he not the original Sokka? Zoro's hand on the handle of the knife at the corner of his eye tightened slightly. Is there a way to recover? While the two have always looked down on each other, that's what it is, and no one knows Zoro better than Sanji. It's enough to destroy the seven-star sword. When Luffy finished saying this, everyone had come to a dojo-like house. Marine's seagull and wrench logo on the walls of the house. Is it here? Since there is a marine logo, it should be correct. The marine dojo that Sokka set up privately is here. Outlanders, are you here to join our marine dojo? A soft voice came from the room and then, a young man with a sword hanging around his waist walked out from behind the door. Judging from the appearance of the other party, the age should not be too old. However, Luffy felt the same breath in him as those in the marine uniform before. However, the young man in front of him seems to have a lot less breath. After the boy came out, his eyes were fixed on Luffy's straw hat as if he had seen Luffy. Luffy, the pirate straw hat with a bounty of 290 million Bailey, it seems that you didn't join the marine. For the straw hat crew in front of him, Duma naturally recognized it at a glance. After all, in the marine dojo there was still a bounty for him and the pirate hunter Zoro. Indeed, the purpose of our coming here is only the seven-star sword. Is this kid also marine from marine dojo? Judging from the appearance of the other party, it seems that he is about the same age as Marianu. Seven-star sword. Hearing Luffy's answer, a strange red light flashed in Duma's eyes. Long time no see, Zoro. At the same time, behind Duma, a tall white-haired man appeared. The man was carrying a sword of astonishing length behind his back, and there seemed to be a faint green light flowing on the tip of the sword that was exposed in front of everyone. It's really you, Sokka. Even though Luffy had told Zoro that the other party was now controlled by the seven-star sword, Zoro couldn't help but feel excited when he saw that Sokka was still alive. But then thinking of what Luffy said, Zoro glanced at the exaggerated length of the green sword, and the green light flowing on it made Zoro feel very uncomfortable. Zoro's eyes became solemn. It seemed that Luffy was right. The Sokka in front of him might really no longer be the person he knew. Oh, it's you, Straw Hat Luffy. I didn't expect Zoro to go from a pirate hunter to a pirate. It's disappointing. Jay. It doesn't look like Sokka is using it. It looks like the seven-star sword itself is conveying some kind of information. Speaking of disappointment, let's wait until you wake up from the seven-star sword's control. Now you are not qualified to say such words. Although the other party was not voluntarily controlled by the seven-star sword, Luffy would not let him mock his crew unscrupulously because of this. Now is not the time to reminisce about Zoro and the other party. Let's let the other party escape from the control of the mysterious seven-star sword. Since the master has come out, then there is no need to waste time. 0. 4. Moreover, since the appearance of Sokka, the green light on the seven-star sword seems to be getting stronger and stronger. Becoming a pirate himself is indeed the opposite of Zoro's dream of remembering Risaka. Clang. The jet-black fist collided with the blade that shone with a faint green light. The dark green light on the blade seemed to come alive, spreading towards Luffy's arm along the collision point between the fist and the blade. During the rotation of a mission, the sakura-colored film flowed on the originally pitch-black arm, and at the same time the entwined green flame was also dispelled at this moment. Can you keep up with my speed? Is the seven-star sword really that strong? Logically speaking, judging from the breath that Luffy observation Haki felt, it was impossible for Sokka to catch his extremely fast punch. But now, Luffy's fist was indeed blocked by Sokka's seven-star sword. With another force in his hand, Luffy blocked the seven-star sword that was still trying to transmit the faint green flame and at the same time took a step back. There was no answer, but Luffy kept Sokka in the eye. Those eyes, which were normal before, were now filled with red light. At the same time, there seems to be a layer of energy on the seven-star sword that is transferring to Sokka along the hilt of the sword that Sokka is holding. At this time, Sokka seemed to be completely unconscious. He neither replied nor acted directly but stared at Luffy with those bright red eyes. Have you been completely controlled by the 714-star sword? Seeing the state of Sokka at this time, Luffy muttered to himself that something was wrong. I remember that in the original book, even if he was controlled by the seven-star sword, Sokka was able to speak. But looking at the current situation, it gave Luffy the feeling that the one standing in front of him was no longer Sokka but the seven-star sword. The blood of the strong. A low voice entered Luffy's mind, and it wasn't Sokka who was speaking in front of him. Is it the voice that is heard by the power of hearing? That is to say. Luffy's thoughts moved and his eyes looked at the seven-star sword that was held across Sokka's chest. Hungry for my blood? Funny. 35. Really interesting, a sword can actually control people directly. Since you want my blood, let's try it and see if you can drink my blood as you wish or if I will destroy you. The corners of Luffy's mouth twitched slightly. This was the first time Luffy had laughed in battle. Black and red lightning began to form at Luffy's right fist, starting from the front of his right fist and radiating radially toward his right arm. But don't even be unable to stop my punch, the seven-star sword that has absorbed thousands of years of resentment. With the disillusionment of the black and red lightning in Luffy's right hand, an invisible aura swept towards Sokka, who was holding the seven-star sword on the opposite side like a gust of wind. This ability, what is it? Behind Luffy, Zoro and the others also looked at Luffy with wide eyes. Everyone knows Luffy's ability, Rubber Fruit cooperates with Armament Haki's attack. However, this is the first time everyone has seen the ability to wrap radial black and red lightning between their fists. Looking at that fist, there's always that feeling of confronting Luffy when he unleashes Conqueror's Haki. Zoro has directly endured Luffy Conqueror's Haki and naturally knows what it's like to face Conqueror's Haki. And now, even just looking at Luffy's fist, Zoro felt a sense of shock when facing Conqueror's Haki. On the other hand, Konai's felt a little dizzy when he inadvertently glanced at Luffy's right fist. On the opposite side of Luffy, the seven-star sword held by Sokka seemed to feel something. The faint green light suddenly became stronger, and Sokka, who was controlled by the seven-star sword, also changed from holding the sword with one hand to two hands. Sokka, who was controlled by the seven-star sword, took the lead in taking the shot, and while he rushed forward, he raised his hands high and the seven-star sword was ruthlessly raised above Sokka's head. Looking at the seven-star sword that was slashing at him, Luffy was not afraid, and the black and red lightning in his right hand was even worse. There is no application of the ability of Rubber Fruit, just a simple right fist to face the seven-star sword from bottom to top. Seeing that the fist and the seven-star sword were about to collide again, it seemed like there was an invisible layer of material blocking the gap between the fist and the sword. Black and red lightning continued to circulate, and the dim green light on the seven-star sword seemed to have dimmed a lot in this untouchable collision. There is no contact between the fist and the sword, but they seem to have completely collided together. What exactly is this ability? Zoro and others could see clearly that Luffy's fist did not touch the seven-star sword. But the seven-star sword seemed to have slashed at something, and it was not even an inch away from Luffy's fist. There was no stalemate like before. Sokka, who was holding the seven-star sword, flew out directly under Luffy's punch. Real, strong, 35. Under the attack of Conqueror's Haki, the light of the seven-star sword has dimmed a lot. But Sokka still doesn't seem to be out of control. This power, for thousands of years, finally feels it again. This is exactly what I want. 35. The intermittent voice resounded in Luffy's heart again, low and gloomy. Someone mastered the entanglement of Conqueror's Haki thousands of years ago. Hearing the voice from the seven-star sword, Luffy was slightly startled. However, don't you give up. In such a situation, how do you get my blood? Even if it was a sword, Luffy had no plans to keep it in his hands. Judging from the situation of the seven-star sword, which was much bleaker than before, it seemed that this power could not be used by him. If so, just destroy it. 620 covered a mission with both hands to deal with such a seven-star sword. There is absolutely no need to use Conqueror's Haki winding again. Looking at Sokka's seven-star sword that had been separated from Sokka's hands but still seemed to be in control of Sokka, Luffy waved his hands continuously. The outstretched arms kept attacking the seven-star sword that fell to the ground. As the land shattered, the faint green light of the seven-star sword became more and more dim. Under the internal destructive effect of emission, cracks have appeared in the blade body under the continuous attack. Familiar power, but what I've seen is stronger. More. Free. The seven-star sword eventually shattered under Luffy's consecutive emission attacks. The last bit of faint green light also completely dissipated at this moment. Familiar power, emission, Conqueror's Haki, or. Looks like it's resolved. Clang. Although Luffy didn't take action against Sokka just now, who knows if there will be sequelae after the control of the seven-star sword, or he will die directly. After hearing Luffy speak, Zoro didn't care what ability Luffy used just now but quickly ran to Sokka, who was lying on the ground. Sokka. And the uncomfortable aura that Luffy could feel before had all disappeared at this time. More freedom. Hey Luffy, what are you thinking? Luffy's thoughts were interrupted by Nami, who appeared next to him on the head of the Mary, which was still the same as 10,000 years. The matter of the seven-star sword has been resolved, and Luffy and his party naturally embarked on the journey to the next stop again. And Zoro's friend, Sokka, left Asuka Island alone, ready to pursue his dream again. Although the seven-star sword was destroyed, the repaired arm was not broken again when it was controlled by the seven-star sword before, which can be said to be a blessing in disguise. Well, about the rubber fruit I ate. The familiar power that Kixingian mentioned, Luffy always believed that it should refer to the attack method he finally showed, that is, the power of rubber fruit. What happened to your rubber fruit? Nami looked up and down Luffy curiously, but didn't notice any changes in Luffy. The others heard Nami's voice and turned their attention to this side at the same time. Luffy suddenly started thinking about his rubber fruit. Could it be that rubber fruit has made another breakthrough? No, it's too unreasonable to have a breakthrough with a single sword, right? I just heard a little bit of information and have no clue, so I think about it while I have time now. As for devil fruit, no one here can help them. Maybe look for Shanks. As the initiator of taking rubber fruit from the world government, there may be some information that Luffy doesn't know. Is that so? Nami nodded and didn't ask any more questions. The others were also relieved. Fortunately, it wasn't because of their strength that they broke through again, otherwise it would be too exaggerated. Seeing that Nami didn't ask any further questions, Luffy calmed down again. Stronger, does it mean awakening? If his rubber fruit wants to go further, Luffy can't think of a better way than awakening. It can be said that Luffy of the original book can develop rubber fruit to such a limit, and he is only a slight improvement on the original basis. But the message conveyed by the seven-star sword is more powerful and understandable, but more free. What does it mean? Does it mean the ability to use freely? Is it free to use the third gear now without blowing air? But is it just that? Woo tilde tilde. Just as Luffy continued to think, the sound of a train whistle interrupted Luffy's thoughts again. Sea train, in other words, the capital of Seven Waters is coming soon. Luffy looked up, and on the sea not far in front of the Bumili, a train passed quickly as if floating on the sea. Well, what is that? The whistle of the train caught the attention of everyone on the Mary. Even Gartino, who had been on the Grand Line for many years, came to the edge of the boat curiously and looked at the fast-moving train. How can such a big train actually be able to travel on the sea? For Nami of Grandmaster Navigation, the presence was incredible. This is a sea train and there are tracks under the sea, so be careful when the Mary passes by. 35. Luffy is actually curious as to how this sea train was made. However, curiosity returns to curiosity, and the things that should be reminded cannot be forgotten. Otherwise, if the Mary is not careful, if it hits the train tracks, it may be a whole sea train. Is there a track down there? Hearing Luffy's words attracted everyone's attention, and then they all looked at the place where the train passed. As the waves rolled, black tracks appeared from time to time. But what is that? Frog! Usopp's eyes were once again drawn to a strange creature. No way, that thing is nothing if it just jumps out of the sea. The key is that the frog-like thing actually blocked in front of the speeding train. Seeing that its hind legs are upright, the front two legs are stretched forward like a wrestler's posture, as if it wants to stop the moving train. Is it? Is it trying to stop that train? Seeing the frog's actions clearly, Usopp's words were a little awkward. Looking at the size of the other party and comparing the size of the train, Usopp felt that if he hit it, the frog would be disabled if it didn't die. It can't be stopped, on the contrary, it may be smashed to pieces. 39. Robin's words made Usopp stiff again. Hey Robin, don't say such horrible things. Hey, is this a creature from Qinghai? Konai's beautiful eyes widened, ignoring what Robin had just said, and seemed curious about what the frog was going to do. The train and the frog quickly collided, but Robin's words didn't come true. The strength of the frog can't stop the steam-powered sea train, and it can't even hinder the progress of the train. Soon, the frog was knocked out by the train. But despite this, the frog was not harmed. The frog that resurfaced just glanced at the distant sea train and jumped back into the sea. Although I failed to block the train, there is nothing at all. 99. Even Zoro couldn't help but sigh that this frog is really powerful. If it was a human, if it was hit head-on by a train at this speed, it would be almost the same even if it didn't die. There is something like a platform in front. Let's go over and take a look. The capital of Seven Waters should be coming soon. After the sea train leaves, at the other end of the track, there is a place like a platform. There was no objection from everyone, and soon the Mary arrived at the same place as the platform under the command of Nami. Grandma, it's not good, there are pirates coming. As soon as the Mary stepped on the king's shore, the exclamation of a little girl on the shore reached everyone's ears. What, really, Timney? Well, wait a minute. Hearing voices coming from the house, Zoro and Sanji habitually stood on the bow, posing in a fighting posture and waiting for the person who was about to appear. The old woman who came out looked drunk and didn't even know why she came out. Anyone coming out of the county? Soon, an old woman with a tall stature and an old face came out with a wine bottle in her hand. Hearing the voice of the other party just now, I was full of anger and I thought it would be some kind of powerful enemy. What should I say? Forgot. Hiccup. What, it turns out to be a drunk. Unexpectedly, it was a drunk old woman who came out, which really made the two of them not know how to react. Zoro and Sanji, who were ready to start, complained at the same time. So that's the case, are you going to the Seven Waters to change ships? Outside the hut, Granny Coco, that is, the drunk old lady just now, nodded her head clearly after hearing Luffy's message. Are we going to give up the Marys? Although they knew that the Mary was too small and the material could not withstand the adventures of these people, it was still quite uncomfortable for everyone at this time. Especially Usopp. At this moment he didn't say a word and he didn't know what he was thinking. Don't think too much, the Mary is also our partner, how could I give up on him? Glancing at everyone's expressions, especially Usopp, Luffy didn't understand what they were thinking. But aren't we here for a new ship? Since this is going to be replaced by a new ship, can the Mary continue to follow the new ship? It seems that these companions of yours are good and they cherish their ships so much. Kakalo poured a sip of wine into his mouth and then praised Luffy with a smile. Big brother, big sisters don't look like bad people. Timney, the little girl's voice she heard earlier, is Kakalo's granddaughter, looking at Luffy and others curiously. 620 is obviously a pirate, but he doesn't look as ferocious as those pirates he's seen before. So, it depends on the skill of our boatmen and the munch fruit I prepared for him. Luffy's words directly caused everyone to fall into silence. In other words, we have a new partner Juan joined. Good guy, this time I haven't even seen it. Have you already confirmed that the other party has joined you? Yes, and one of the apprentices of the person who made this sea train. Huh. You actually know who made this sea train. Kokoro, who really wanted to keep pouring alcohol into his mouth, also stopped pouring alcohol into his mouth after hearing Luffy's words. Moreover, he actually knew Tom's apprentice. It seems that this kid in front of him is not easy. If you want to build a new boat, I may be able to help. After all, I still have 2 acquaintances in the 7 waters. After speaking, Kokoro continued to pour the wine bottle that was parked beside his mouth into his mouth. This group of pirates seems to be very different from other pirates. Ah, that's a big thank you. Although he didn't know what kind of help the other party offered Meng, Nami still thanked him directly. It was much easier to find someone to help, and don't worry about being trapped by the shipyard. This is the map of the 7 Waters City and a letter of introduction. After you arrive at the 7 Waters City, you can take this letter to the Carrera Company. I don't know when Kakalo prepared these things, and they have been fighting together to eat. Or are these things ready? As long as someone comes over, they will give it, but no matter what, as long as he can help himself and others, Nami thought to himself. We will also go to the 7 Waters soon and hope to see you again. So, after having something to eat here, Luffy and his party drove towards the 7 Waters City with the letter of introduction and the map given by Kakalo. Soon the shape of an island appeared in everyone's sight. Look, there is an island ahead. Is it there? With the continuous approach of the Mary, the whole picture of the island was finally presented in front of everyone. The whole island is like a round cake rising from the outermost layer, and at the very center of the island is a fountain-like thing that looks very high. It's so spectacular. Is this the capital of 7 Waters? As the Mary approached, the scene inside the city also appeared in the eyes of everyone. Alas, the whole town is in the water. It's spectacular. Is this the city on the water? It's so beautiful here. 99. Is there such a majestic and beautiful place in Qinghai? On the Mary, everyone looked at the scene in their field of vision and kept expressing emotion. Even if you have seen the city of Alabasta, this completely different water city still amazes everyone. Cone Eyes, the girl from Sky Island, was looking at everything in front of her with longing eyes. It was the right choice to choose to leave with Mr. Luffy and the others. Qinghai and Sky Island are really completely different. Hey, over there, how can the pirates enter through the front gate in a dignified manner? Let's go around to the town behind over there. Just when everyone was immersed in the majesty of the 7 Waters, the voice of a middle-aged uncle came. Everyone looked over. The uncle was pointing in the other direction and shouting at his group. Got it, thank you. Hearing the size of this uncle, everyone remembered that these people are pirates, and it is really not good to enter a town from the front. So the Mary turned and started heading in the direction the uncle pointed. At the reminder of another uncle, the Mary docked at a promontory. Okay, stop here. It's rare to come to such a city. Let's get off the boat and go shopping. However, someone had to stay here to watch the boat, so this glorious task was handed over to Zoro again. Zoro has no problem with this and is used to sleeping during the day anyway. Moreover, it will definitely take time to build a new ship, and there is always a chance to go down there. So, these are your pocket money. Since you want to go shopping, you must use Bailey. At this point, Nami generously gave each person 300,000 Bailey. Compared with Log Town, it will be a lot more. After all, I have gained a lot of treasures during this period of time. Every time you log into the island, Nami will always take a point and exchange it for Bailey. But this time, there will be a lot of treasure to be exchanged. After all, the cost of building a new ship is definitely not a little bit. After all, Nami knows more about the map. The 7 Waters is huge. If there is no map, I don't know how long it will take to find it. So, this time Nami is going to exchange most of the treasure for Bailey. Luffy roughly assigned the task, and then he and Usopp carried a few bags of treasures and headed to the exchange under the leadership of Nami. Also, it's time for Mary to meet everyone. Remember to gather here before evening and discuss the specific matters of the new ship at that time. Although the main body of the new ship will be designed by Frankie, some internal facilities can be arranged according to everyone's preferences. In the case of the shipyard, Nami, and Usopp will go to find out the situation first. You can go around first. If you want a supply, you can order it first and then move it directly to the new ship when the new ship is built. Is the exchange actually in such a peripheral area? Is it for the convenience of pirates to trade treasures? Coming out of the exchange, the cloth bags in Luffy and Usopp's hands turned into suitcases. Most of the treasure on the Mary was replaced, probably around 500 million Baileys. In addition to the ones that have been exchanged before and traded with Marine, the total assets of Luffy's group are almost 1 billion Baileys. Of course, when the new ship is built, I don't know if there will be half of it left. After all, the price of Bayashu Atom is quite expensive. While it's not possible to use Treasure Atom for the entire ship, Luffy hopes that some important parts will be made with Treasure Atom. After all, the Seven Waters is the largest shipbuilding city. Not only Marine's warships are built here, but most pirates also choose to build new ships or repair old ships here. Then, it is natural for the exchange to be opened near the place where the pirate ship docks. Where are we going next, Carrara? Nami glanced at the map, and the shipyard in the capital of Seven Waters was the Carrara Company. Carrara is going, but before that we're going to another place, 35. Without Frankie there would be no Thousand Sunny. Although the iceberg is also a master shipbuilder, Frankie is the boatman who wants to board his own ship. Where to? Is there a better shipyard in the Seven Waters than Carrara? Nami is puzzled. I haven't heard of it, and isn't there only one Carrara company in the shipyard of the Seven Waters? Could it be Luffy, the one you said was going to join us? Because Usopp is more concerned about the handling of the Mary, Usopp has always remembered what Luffy said before. After all, it was the man Luffy said could solve the Mary problem. Usopp thought of it all at once. Isn't the person you're talking about not from Carrara? Nami originally thought that the boatman Luffy wanted to invite should be a member of the Carrara Company. After all, as a world-renowned shipbuilding company, the employees in it should be competent enough to be the shipmen of Straw Hat Crew. Well, but he and the boss of the Carrara Company are considered brothers and sisters. Isn't that great? As soon as he heard that he was the apprentice brother of the owner of the Carrara Company, Usopp immediately came to his senses. If he was such a powerful person, he would definitely be able to solve the problem of the Mary. How can there be such a powerful person? Why haven't I heard of it along the way, Nyan? Although I have only traveled a short distance, I have met a lot of people on the way. The most discussed by these people is Carrara. As the owner of the Carrara Company and the mayor of the city, the name of the iceberg naturally spread to the ears of Nami and others. However, along the way, I have not heard that there is a brother in Bingshan. If it is really such a famous brother of Bingshan, no one should know about it. Hey, I really haven't heard anyone mention the existence of brothers in the iceberg. Usopp also reacted and looked at Luffy as well. Usopp was really nervous about the Mary, even though Luffy had never fooled himself with these guys. Nami, is there a location for the dismantling Frankie family on the map? Luffy didn't answer right away. It's a bit troublesome to explain. It's better to ask someone directly. As for whether Frankie would agree to build his own boat or not, Luffy felt that these should not be a problem. Although it would not be a threat to the Pluton design, the fact that the ship's spirit was born on the Mary should be enough to make the other party agree to him. What's more, with Frankie's enthusiasm for his own transformation, Munch Munch fruit should also be quite attractive to him. Let me see. Well, there is indeed such a place marked on the map, but isn't that the place where the old ship broke up? The dismantling of the business is not the dismantling of the ship, so will the ship still be built? Hey, Luffy, are you trying to dismantle the Mary? 35. Hearing Nami say this, Usopp immediately panicked. This was not what he wanted to see. Don't just look at the surface. Well, let's talk about it when you see someone, Nami. Which way to go? So, under the guidance of Nami, the three of them sat on the special product of the Seven Waters cowfish and headed towards the location of the Frankie family shown on the map. This is the Frankie family, the dismantling business. Looking at the scattered hull parts around, Usopp became more and more nervous. For Flowers Zero, this looks like a real place to dismantle ships. But there is no way. Come here, let's take a look first. So Usopp walked up first and knocked on the small door that looked very broken. Boom. However, just as Usopp reached out to knock on the door was pushed open from the inside. As a result, Usopp's long nose was tragically bent. It hurts. B********D. Do you all open your own door so hard? Don't be afraid to break the door. Usopp bent over and covered his nose, completely oblivious to the kind of person who opened the door. Usopp didn't notice until he felt the darkness in front of him. The cursing stopped, and he raised his head cautiously. Change, pervert. This was the first time Usopp wasn't intimidated by someone who didn't look easy to mess with. It can only be said that the person in front of him is really special to a certain extent. Huh, pervert? Are you saying I pervert? You, who are you? Usopp covered his nose, opened his mouth, and quickly retreated to Luffy's side. This man is tall and big, and he is not easy to mess with at first sight, but he still feels safe standing beside Luffy. Luffy looked at the familiar man who appeared in front of him. He didn't see much in the comics, but when he actually appeared in front of him, he still felt a little irritated. Now the Nami is not the original Nami, but it doesn't matter that he will no longer wear those revealing clothes or be exposed in front of people. Now suddenly seeing Frankie like this, Nami couldn't accept it for a while. Nami was a little surprised. Even if he invited Chopper to board the ship, Nami was only surprised for a while. It seems that he was cheered by Usopp's pervert just now. Frankie seems to be in a very good mood, not at all the rebelliousness of the original encounter when he first met. But the man in front of him, Nami really didn't know if he would face such a man every day in the future. Would he have a needle eye? This is pervert. No one comes out wearing only a pair of briefs. Luffy, isn't he the one you're looking for? I didn't expect anyone to know this, uncle, and since you praised me as a pervert, I'll give you a chance to talk about it. 35. Frankie, there are still people who are so happy to be called pervert. Nami couldn't help but complain. This grand line really has what kind of people? Oh, is the little sister praising me for pervert too? This is really super tilde. The ears moved, Frankie got excited again, and then, two sturdy arms raised to touch each other, twisted in one direction. On the two arms that were attached together, they just fit together to form a five-pointed star. I have to say, the floral shirt on the upper body and the briefs on the lower body are really pervert in such a pose. Why is he so happy to be called pervert? Both Nami and Usopp were shocked and didn't know how to complain. No more nonsense. I came to you to ask you to help us build a new boat, and at the same time I wanted to invite you to be a boatman on my boat. 620. Straight to the point, with the current situation, Luffy is pretty sure Robin doesn't want to die alone anymore. Therefore, it is basically impossible to get Frankie on board according to the plot of the original book. 66.99. Even Frankie was silenced by Luffy's straightforward words. Hey boy, although it makes me feel good when you praise me for pervert, did you make a mistake? Frankie, who was no longer posing, pointed to the logo on the broken door behind him, then to the hull parts scattered all around, and continued. I am here for a dismantling business, not a shipyard. You should go to the Carrera company in the town to find a man-made ship, not me, okay? Besides, why should I get on the boat of you brats? Although the man in front of him looked a little familiar, but he asked himself to build a boat again and he wanted to be his boatman again. Wait, this man looks so familiar, have I seen it somewhere? As if thinking of something, Frankie's thick palm stroked his chin, which was slightly smaller than his hand. My boat needs to be made from the treasure tree atom. Hey kid, do you know how expensive the treasure tree atom is? Frankie, who was still wondering where he had seen this man, immediately looked at Luffy suspiciously. I have brought the money. There are 500 million Baileys here, which should be enough to buy a batch of treasure tree atom. Luffy lifted the suitcase full of Bailey in his hand, indicating that he was not short of money. Hey Luffy, is the treasure tree atom so expensive? Want us 500 million Baileys? Hearing Luffy saying that he was going to use all the money to buy the treasure tree atom, Nami only felt a pain in the flesh. Huh, but even if you are rich, there is not necessarily a treasure tree atom in the market. Is the Pluton blueprint in your hands? Luffy's abrupt words caused Franky's pupils to shrink sharply. His right hand was quickly raised, his palm turned up like a robot, revealing the dark muzzle underneath.
Luffy.
The unexpected turn of events left Nami and Usopp with only time to call out Luffy's name. Then there was a series of shooting sounds of bang, bang, and bang. The bullets just came at Luffy, not Nami and Usopp. Although I don't know where you heard the news, I can only ask you to die. Watching all the bullets he fired hit the man in the straw hat in front of him, Franky was about to turn his gun on Nami and Usopp. Since they heard it, they naturally couldn't let it go. If you shoot at them, I guarantee this place will be razed to the ground. Luffy's voice reached Franky's ears, making Franky's eyes widen when he thought Luffy had been killed by himself. There's no need to be so nervous, I'm not here for the Pluton blueprints. Knowing that Luffy wouldn't be shot by bullets, Franky's sudden attack surprised Nami and Usopp. Now that I heard Luffy's voice, I regained my senses, and then I seemed to remember Luffy's strength and let out a sigh of relief. Straw Hat Luffy, what's your purpose here? They are all smart people, and it is useless to pretend to be stupid now. Since the other party can say such a thing, it is obviously well prepared. Moreover, Franky glanced at the bullet that was slowly being squeezed out of Luffy and finally remembered where he had seen this man. There is clearly a bounty of 290 million Baileys, but the rookie pirates who go to sea are only a month old. Didn't you say the purpose before? You don't think I'm lying to you? Franky is a little confused about Luffy's purpose, and his intuition tells him that Luffy is not lying. But reason told Franky that this person knew about Pluton's blueprint and couldn't believe it easily. I just think, as the apprentice of the master shipbuilder Tom, it's really not a pity to have been dismantling old ships here all the time. Luffy throws a message again, you guy, what do you really know? Franky became more and more vigilant. No one knew about this kind of thing except the people from the world government. But the man in front of him was obviously a pirate, so why would he know these things? Boss, what happened? The sound of Franky shooting just now clearly alerted his younger brothers, and some men and women dressed in non-mainstream clothes ran out from behind the small door. Who are you? Have you come to find fault? Franky's younger brothers, who belonged to the small gangsters in the town, naturally regarded Luffy and others as people who came to provoke them. You guys go in first, I will handle the matter here myself. 95. Although Franky himself perverted a bit, it was really good for the younger brothers. The man in front of him offered such a high bounty, and his little brothers could not be the opponents of the opponent. Boss, what are you talking about? When are we Frankies afraid of others? The two women with similar looks and strange square hair wanted to step forward anxiously. We are not here to find fault, we are just here to discuss a business with your boss. 0.4 Luffy doesn't want to waste time watching them look like brothers, but it's not easy to do it. After all, he still wants to get Franky on board. He glanced at Franky with some hesitation. They did hear the sound of shooting just now. If they were just talking about business, why would they exchange fire? He's right, you guys go in first, and when the business negotiation is over, we may have the money to have a big meal. Franky followed Luffy's words. Since the other party didn't do anything directly, it was exactly as he said, he just came to find him to build a boat. As for the Pluton design, Franky wasn't afraid to be taken away by the other side. If Luffy really wants to do it, he will burn the Pluton design as soon as possible. After all, it is placed in the body that he has transformed, and it is very easy to deal with it. Single G, why don't you take a look at our original ship first? Although the younger brothers who saw Franky hesitated, they returned to the room obediently, and Luffy continued to look at Franky. Oh, is your ship not broken yet? Hearing Luffy talking about the problem with the boat, Franky didn't look too guarded. Moreover, there is no need to worry about whether the other party will lead him to his companion to solve himself. Based on the ability the other party has just shown and the reward amount set by the world government. Even here, Franky didn't think that these people could stop the other party, so why should the other party do this? And is there any point in going to see the ship the other party is about to replace, or is there something different about that ship? However, before that, I have to go to see the iceberg. If you are alone, if you want to build a new ship, I don't know how long it will take. Although it is true that Luffy intends to hand over the design to Frank 14 Chi if it is to be manufactured by hand, it is not enough to rely on Frankie alone. Although Frankie's ability can finally be made, but it will take a long time, Luffy can't wait here forever. "Hey, you guy, I haven't promised to help you build a boat." Luffy's words were immediately met with Frankie's rebuttal. Although Luffy agreed to talk to him, he did not promise that the other party would definitely help him build a ship. "You will agree." Luffy just glanced at Frankie lightly, then turned to Nami. "Nami, let's go to the Carrera Company." Nami and Usopp, who had been watching the conversation between the two, also came to their senses. Although I don't understand why Luffy is so sure to get the other party to agree, since Luffy said so, just believe him. "Hey, I really don't know where your confidence comes from. I will definitely promise to help you build a boat." Frankie is still skeptical about Luffy's determination. At least so far, he has not seen the possibility of agreeing to the other party. Or, is there something peculiar about their original ship? "It's almost evening when I go to the Carrera Company and then go back to the Mary, and then I'll introduce you to an old friend." This was what Luffy said to Nami and Usopp. For everyone on the Mary was indeed an old friend. "Old friend Luffy, do you have any friends here?" Usopp first thought that Luffy knew someone here, but he had never heard of it. Besides, isn't Luffy from East Blue? Nami gave Luffy a thoughtful look. The last night Luffy was vigil, he did hear Luffy talking to someone. "I originally thought that someone couldn't sleep that night and came out to chat with Luffy, but now that I think about it, I don't seem to have heard that voice." Could it be that voice? But if that's the case, isn't the other party always on the Mary? Why don't you come out to see everyone? The trio of Luffy and Frankie soon arrived at Carrera's shipyard. Nami was supposed to lead the way, but Frankie wanted to see how sure Luffy was that he could promise to build a boat for him. So in the end, he led the way. After all, he was someone he knew, and it did save Luffy and the others a little time. "This is the #1 dock, and if the iceberg is free, he will be here." Frankie led the three of Luffy to the door, then looked inside. "Hey Frankie, what are you doing here?" Apparently, Frankie has a bad reputation in the Seven Waters. As soon as the people in the shipyard saw him, they immediately inquired vigilantly. "HMPH, I'm not here to find fault today. Whether the iceberg is here or not, it's him that I'm looking for." Well, there is also a reason for his bad reputation. Looking at his appearance, it is not easy to have a good reputation. "Unreasonable man, you want to call iceberg Mr. Mayor, do you know?" Before the person who asked just now answered, a woman's voice came from behind Luffy. The corners of Luffy's mouth twitched, and it seemed that he was lucky. He encountered an iceberg as soon as he arrived. Not a few people turned around, and they saw a man with a short head, followed by a tall woman with glasses and dressed as a secretary. But looking at her dress, it's no wonder that men like the temptation of uniforms. Seeing that Luffy seemed to look at the woman more than once, Nami instantly felt a sense of crisis. Does Luffy like this? Should I buy some of this type of clothes myself? "Oh, it's you, the woman. There are so many words. I'm here to find Bingshin, and it has nothing to do with you." However, although Califa's own appearance is really good with this dress, for Frankie, it is not attractive at all. "HMPH, what good can someone like you do to Mr. Mayor?" Califa reached out and pushed the glasses, looking at Frankie with disdain. The iceberg, who had no sense of existence, coughed, and the noise would be endless. "Anything with me, Frankie?" Although Frankie and Frankie are strangers in front of outsiders and Frankie has no reputation, he is still a citizen of the Seven Waters. As the mayor, it is still necessary to listen to what he wants to say. "It's not me who is looking for you, it's these three people." Seeing that Bingshin finally spoke, Frankie didn't want to talk nonsense. The relationship between himself and Bingshin should not be exposed. "Although I don't know how the Straw Hat Boy knew about it, no one should know it yet." Hearing Frankie's words, Califa, who was arguing with Frankie just now, also noticed the three of Luffy. However, when he saw Luffy's appearance, Califa's pupils shrank slightly, but he quickly pushed up his glasses as if nothing had happened. If at this juncture, someone with a bounty of 290 million Bailey came to trouble, the tasks of these people might change. It has to be said that Califa, as an agent of CP9, is indeed impeccable in terms of disguise. Now that I am a secretary, I just do the secretary's job and I don't feel unfamiliar at all. Monkey D. Luffy, does this guy have something to do with the iceberg? Hope it doesn't affect our actions. However, although he was vigilant in his heart, his face remained calm as usual, and instead of Bingshan he said, "It didn't look like he was here to cause trouble," and Khalifa breathed a sigh of relief. "Do you have anything to do with Mr. Mayor? If it's shipbuilding, you don't need to ask the mayor, you can just talk to the boatmen here. Mr. Mayor no longer builds ships by himself. It's not a big deal, I just want to ask Mr. Iceberg to help build a boat. Why don't Mr. Iceberg and I take a look at our ship first and then decide what to do?" Luffy feels that for those who love this line of work, the existence of the ship spirit is something they cannot refuse. Like Frankie, Iceberg was confused by Luffy's words. Could one look at their ship make him agree to build them? "Hey, you are too unreasonable. Mr. Mayor is so busy that he has no time to accompany you to see your ship. If you want to build a ship, you can find the boatman here." Luffy ignored Khalifa the secretary and stared straight at the iceberg. "Well, if that's the case, let's take a look. There's nothing to do now anyway." Bingshan pondered for a moment, then nodded and agreed. If it was just an ordinary person, the iceberg might be perfunctory on a routine basis. But the man in front of him, Bingshan, had seen his bounty, and he had also learned a little about his deeds from the newspapers. Whether it's dueling Hawkeye, defeating Crocodile, or inviting the Devil's Son, Nicole Robin, on board, the man in front of him has never been reported to have attacked civilians. But if it annoys the other party because of this, Bingshan cannot guarantee that the other party will not attack this city of 7 waters because of this. Even if there are many Marines stationed here, it is not far from the Anais lobby of the world government. But no one can guarantee what this city of 7 waters will be destroyed before support arrives. After all, no matter what they say, the other party is a pirate with a high bounty. Moreover, the iceberg is also very curious. What is the difference between their ships? The man in front of him was so sure that he and Frankie would definitely help him build a new boat after watching it. Moreover, this man can find Frankie. It seems that he knows his relationship with Frankie. But seeing how he didn't expose it, Bingshan would naturally reciprocate. "We are all smart people, some things each take a step back, which is good for both parties." "Mr. Mayor, you still have documents to deal with and it's almost evening. Do you really want to follow these, the pirates leave Tilda?" Khalifa adjusted her glasses and reminded the iceberg. Whether as a member of the world government Cypher POLCP-9 or as a spy as a secretary, she must remind her at this time. The goal of his mission is still on the iceberg. If these pirates rob the iceberg, then he and others will definitely not be able to eat Kabuto and go. "I'll leave the documents to you, Khalifa. I'll follow them to see it. There's no danger, you say." "Yes, Mr. Luffy." It would be best if Khalifa could not follow him. Iceberg did not reveal his relationship with Frankie, even Khalifa. At that time, if one slips the tongue, it may cause unnecessary trouble. "Mr. Mayor, as a secretary, is it really good to go against the mayor's orders like this?" Khalifa looked serious and wanted to continue talking but was interrupted directly by Luffy. "These CP9 people are really professional. If they didn't know the real identity of the other party, maybe they really thought that the other party was a good secretary with due diligence."
Hey.
Khalifa, who was interrupted by Luffy, glared at Luffy, but he held back his attack and looked at the iceberg as if he wanted to change his mind. "Okay, Khalifa, I'll leave the unfinished work to you and I'll come back after a trip with Mr. Luffy."
99.
Although the iceberg has always let this secretary, but it should be majestic or have it. "Yes, Mr. Mayor." Interrupted by Iceberg's rather tough words, Khalifa could only nod helplessly. "It seems that I can only follow secretly. Is it because of Frankie?" Khalifa thought to himself, with CP9's ability, it is not difficult to find out the relationship between Bingshan and Frankie. That is, Bingshan does not know the true identities of these people. Khalifa can't directly show that he knows the relationship between Iceberg and Frankie, and the best way now is to follow him secretly. "Then let's go, Mr. Luffy, it's getting late after all." Iceberg gestured for Luffy to lead the way, glancing at Frankie. Seeing that the other party also meant to follow, he also confirmed in his heart that Luffy really knew about himself and Frankie. "Hey Luffy, what's going on? Why do you keep saying let them go to the Mary and then promise to help us build the ship?" On the way back to the Mary, Usopp finally couldn't help but ask, otherwise this feeling of being held back in his heart would be too uncomfortable. Isn't this coming soon? You'll find out later. Luffy is still selling out. This kind of thing can't be explained with bare lips and they may not believe it, so let them see it with their own eyes. I'm suddenly curious about what Mr. Luffy is talking about. Seeing that Luffy didn't even tell his own crew, he had promised Luffy's iceberg just because he didn't remember the conflict and he was immediately interested. Really, let such a super Uncle Frankie follow you silently all the way. If what you show me can't satisfy me, I won't accompany you. Neither Luffy nor Iceberg said anything along the way, which made Frankie uncomfortable. Now someone finally spoke up, but Luffy was still selling out, which made Frankie even more uncomfortable. Along the way, the reason why Luffy didn't speak was because he sensed someone was following him. The one who followed was the Caliph just now, and it was not the time to start, otherwise the new ship of myself and others would not be completed, and they would have to be forced to run away. However, because of the distance, although Nami and Usopp have also awakened to observation Haki of the king, they did not perceive it. This is also the reason why Luffy did not speak along the way. Although there is no secret, it is very uncomfortable to be followed and overheard, although I don't know if she can hear it from such a distance. Because it was just a matter of rushing, several people quickly returned to the shore where the Mary was docked. When Luffy and the others arrived, everyone else on the Mary was already waiting on the shore. Just when Luffy's front feet arrived, Luffy found that the people behind him had quietly left. It seems that it is just to confirm the safety of the iceberg, and now I know the position of myself and others, and I don't see the intention of these people to do something. So you just retreated. It's really prudent. But what's the point? Don't their CP agency have any knowledge about Haki? Still think no one will use Haki in the first half of this grand line. Luffy, who are these two? The three of Luffy brought Frankie and Iceberg back to the shore where the Mary was located, and everyone who had already returned gathered around. And Zoro, who heard the movement on the Mary, also jumped off the deck. Luffy glanced at the crowd. Well, no one was lost and Robin was back. It seems that the strength she showed in front of her made her choose to believe in herself. This saved a lot of trouble and gave Frankie and Iceberg plenty of time to build a new boat. These two are Frankie and Mr. Iceberg, master shipbuilders who have come to build us new ships. Hey boy, I haven't promised you yet. You said let's see your ship. Is this the one? Just as Luffy finished speaking, Frankie jumped out to retort, and at the same time his eyes were already looking at the Mary, which was docked on the shore. There's nothing special about this ship. Just one glance and Frankie looked disappointed. Did he think the ship Luffy had let them see was any different? Was it just an ordinary brig? Although the iceberg on the side did not speak, he basically agreed with Frankie's words. As an experienced shipbuilder, if a ship is good or not, if there is anything special, you can judge it by looking at it. And the small brig in front of me, even the structure is just an old-fashioned caravel, and there is nothing special about it. Hey, is this guy really a master shipbuilder? Frankie's tone obviously angered Sanji and others. The man in the front of the plane not only wore only a pair of briefs but also spoke so rudely. Mr. Iceberg thinks so too. Luffy didn't care about Frankie's tone, just turned his head to the iceberg and asked what the iceberg thought. Frankie is right, there's nothing special about this ship. Whether it's himself or Frankie, this point of view is still there. If that's the case, Iceberg doesn't think Luffy can help him build a new boat. You too, no matter how ordinary the Mary is, he has brought us here from East Blue, but you can't point fingers. Sanji and Usopp were furious that they despised the Mary, even though Luffy had called. They were right. Luffy calmly stopped Sanji and Usopp, who wanted to continue talking. If this ship is anything but that, with all due respect, Mr. Luffy, it doesn't impress me to build a ship for you. Iceberg came here with Luffy out of curiosity. He thought there would be a special ship that could make him tempted, but he didn't expect it to be such an ordinary ship. To be honest, Bingberg was still a little disappointed, but he didn't feel angry. After all, the boat that wanted to make himself and Frankie shine, it could be said that there would be basically no ships in this sea. The Mary was really just an ordinary brig. Luffy's words continued, but Luffy's eyes turned to the direction of the Mary. Mary, come out and meet everyone. Luffy's words made everyone present a little confused, so you must know that except for Iceberg and Frankie, all of them have awakened the existence of observation haki. But even so, no one perceives the existence of others. But listen to Luffy, there seems to be someone else here, and Mary, could it be that Miss Kaya's housekeeper is here? Everyone followed Luffy's line of sight, and Frankie and Iceberg also looked in that direction curiously. Could it be that the person Luffy called out now was the reason why Luffy was sure to impress him? It turned out that the two people's guess was correct, and Frankie and Bingshan were stunned the first time they saw the figure appearing. Well, hello everyone, an illusory figure suddenly appeared on the deck of the Mary. Although he couldn't see the specific face clearly, the words he said made people immediately understand that the person who said this was very shy at this time. However, no one present could speak and no one noticed his tone. Luffy, did I do anything wrong? Why does everyone look like this? Although I know that my appearance will definitely surprise everyone, there is no need to exaggerate. Mary drifted to Luffy's side a little overwhelmed and looked at Luffy nervously.
This is the ship spirit.
The first person to react was Bingshan, but from his trembling words it could be heard that his heart was not at peace at this time. The spirit of the ship actually exists. Even with Frankie's character, he couldn't help but sigh. As a master shipbuilder who loves ships, no one will be indifferent when they see the spirit of the ship. Unless he's not really in love. Everyone just can't accept it for a while. It's okay, it's good to get familiar with it later. Although he couldn't see Mary's face, Luffy could still feel his fear, the fear that his companions would not be able to accept him.
But,
oh, is it really Mary? Usopp on the other side of Luffy recovered from the shock and looked at the illusory figure that appeared in front of him with an incredible look. He reached out his hand and wanted to touch it, but Mary was an illusory elf, and when he didn't want to, others couldn't touch him. So Usopp's hand went right through Mary's body in one fell swoop. Hello, Usopp. Although still nervous, Mary politely greeted Usopp. Is it really Mary? But what's going on? When Mary greeted Usopp, the others also came back to their senses and looked at Mary in disbelief. How, Frankie, Mr. Iceberg, are you interested in helping me build a new ship now? Luffy looked at the two who still had incredible expressions. If you're going to build a new ship, do you want to give up this old ship that has already given birth to the spirit of the ship? From the perspective of Iceberg, once Luffy and the others abandon this old ship, the ship's spirit born because of them may soon disappear. However, if they are such people, how can this ship give birth to a ship's spirit? Hey Luffy, is he telling the truth? Are you really going to give up the Mary? It was the first time they met, but Usopp felt that he and Mary were already very familiar with him. If Luffy really gave up on Mary, does it mean that Luffy left his partner? This kind of thing, so I prepared a devil fruit for this, 35 devil fruit. The moment they saw the ship spirit, Iceberg and Frankie already had plans to agree to Luffy. However, as master shipbuilders, they couldn't just watch Luffy give up the ship spirit. So, when Luffy said that devil fruit was ready, the two were curious. What is Luffy going to do to be able to use the new ship to sail while preserving the spirit of the old ship? The key point is that even if you want to have two ships sailing at the same time, judging from the current situation of this ship, it will not be able to sail for very long. Even though Luffy and the others had been well protected, the ship did not suffer any major damage. But with the material of this ship, it would undoubtedly be very dangerous to continue sailing on the Grand Line. That's right, devil fruit.
99.
Luffy said, turning his eyes to Frankie. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hey boy, what do you think I'm doing? If you have devil fruit, let your partner eat it and then settle the matter so that we can build a new boat for you. Frankie, who was furious at the sight of Luffy, couldn't stand the feeling and immediately shouted. As my future boatman, this fruit is specially reserved for you to eat. The Iceberg was taken aback when he heard Luffy's words. If he understood correctly, this man knew about Frankie from the beginning. There's even a devil fruit for Frankie. How much heart does this man have to prepare a valuable devil fruit for a person who is not sure that he can get on the boat? Moreover, looking at Frankie's appearance, it was obviously the first day he met this man. The first time we met, he dared to directly say that he gave Frankie devil fruit to eat. Where did he get his confidence? Hey kid, don't be kidding, Laozi won't be on your ship, so you should ask your crew to eat this devil fruit.
99.
Frankie's words were not unexpected, although he was usually a jerk. Usually there is no shortage of robbing the treasure of the pirates, and the performance is an out-and-out B*******D. But when it comes to boats, Frankie is a different story. Munch Munch fruit can synthesize what you eat to produce new substances. Frankie's rejection was also expected by Luffy. After all, the two had only met for the first time and they had not experienced the plots in the original book, so Frankie could not agree immediately. As a transformed person, you should understand the meaning of this fruit. Synthesis of new substances is undoubtedly a great attraction for Frankie. Synthesize new substances. Sure enough, this ability still makes Frankie have a strong interest. For example, some metal materials that already have a theoretical basis but have never been able to break through. If you have this knowledge, it should be easier to rely on this fruit to complete. The original Wapol can meet a dead mouse and synthesize Wapol metal, which means that the raw material of this metal exists in the pirate world. So, in the hands of Frankie, who has a certain theoretical basis, can Munch Munch fruit go further. 6699. Faced with these things Luffy proposed, Frankie was really moved, but it was impossible to agree to Luffy because of this. Those little brothers of my own need to take care of themselves. Although what you said is very tempting, I will not agree to you. Hey Luffy, can you explain the situation to us? Just as Luffy and Frankie were talking, everyone who had been in a state of shock since Mary appeared just now also woke up. But at the same time, they were still in a state of confusion. The Mary produced a ship spirit, but what is a ship spirit? Luffy wants to invite this pervert who looks down on the Mary and wears only briefs aboard. What is this all about? Also, that Munch Munch fruit was prepared for this pervert. Everything happened so suddenly that everyone couldn't digest it for a while. It always feels like a fairy tale. After all, even the ship spirit has appeared. Frankie is the boatman I want to invite aboard, and Mary, the spirit of the ship Mary, was born not long ago. Not long ago, that means, Luffy, you've always been aware of Mary's existence. Luffy's words instantly caught everyone's attention. Why did Luffy know about Mary's existence in advance, and if Luffy hadn't called Mary out today, he might not even have known about Mary's existence. FLOWERS Japanese symbol Japanese symbol Japanese symbol. That I asked Luffy not to tell everyone. 35. The illusory raincoat elf spoke and the ethereal voice entered everyone's ears again. Because I'm not sure whether I can follow you all the time, so I simply don't meet you, so I don't need to say goodbye. Hearing what Mary said, Iceberg and Frankie's pupils contracted at the same time. Although I know that only the crew and the ship are very close, it is possible to give birth to the spirit of the ship. But I didn't expect that the ship spirit in front of me would actually consider the crew's feelings so much. If Luffy hadn't said there was a way to solve my problem, maybe I would have come out to see you when the Mary arrived at the last minute. Mary. Don't be so sentimental, I'm sure Munch Munch fruit does solve Mary's problem so. Luffy didn't finish his sentence, just stared straight at Frankie. Mary also turned his head to Frankie. Although he couldn't see his facial features, he could feel that Mary was staring at him. This is really. Iceberg looked at this scene incredulously. Does the ship spirit actually want to continue sailing with this group of people? Really, is it possible that the Super Me can't swim from now on? Frankie scratched the back of his head, although he didn't explicitly promise to get on his own boat, but the meaning in his words was that he was willing to eat this Munch Munch fruit. Zoro, go get the Munch Munch fruit. Also, it may be possible to use a new type of metal when building a new boat. Zoro agreed and returned to the Mary. Understood. Bah. How come this devil fruit is so unpalatable? 4. Now that he had agreed to Luffy, Frankie was not polite, took the Munch Munch fruit from Zoro's hand and swallowed it directly. When he came down again, there was already a strange fruit in his hand. With Frankie's knowledge base, this kind of thing is not impossible. Now that Frankie has promised to eat Munch Munch fruit, it is not too late. The earlier you eat Munch Munch fruit, the earlier you will be familiar with the power of Munch Munch fruit. As for the basic abilities of Munch Munch fruit, you should be familiar enough with it before a new ship is built. Watching Frankie eat the Munch Munch fruit, Luffy finally showed a satisfied expression. Now that he has eaten Munch Munch fruit and has Frankie's character, it is basically no problem to invite him on board. However, this is still to be discussed after the new ship is built. now there is still a problem to be solved. So, Mary's words, in your opinion, how should it be resolved? According to Luffy's original idea, there are two ways. One is to integrate the Mary with the new ship. The other is to make an accessory structure of the new ship just like the original mini Mary. However, both methods require the use of the ability of Munch Munch fruit. Moreover, there is a little uncertainty if the Mary and the new ship are fused with 623, eating Mary of devil fruit will not affect the new ship. This approach won't work if it matters. The other method is basically to use the mini Mary as a decoration. By the way, I am going to give Mary devil fruit, so Mary should not be able to go into the water in the future. Frankie and Iceberg were stunned by Luffy's words. Are you wholesale devil fruit? I just took out a devil fruit and ate it for Frankie, who I just met. Now you're talking about giving the Mary's spirits devil fruit to eat. Let's not talk about whether the legends can be red devil fruit. Are all your devil fruits falling from the sky? Of course Luffy didn't know what they were thinking, but even if he did, Luffy could only say they were right. Along the way, Luffy killed a total of 3 demon fruit powers. However, all 3 devil fruits respawned nearby. Isn't this what fell from the sky? Maybe this is the son of heaven. If this is the case, the Mary can be made into a weapon form. Although surprised that Luffy had so many devil fruits, Frankie quickly answered Luffy's question. The moment he ate Munch Munch fruit, he understood the basic abilities of Munch Munch fruit. After Luffy raised the question, Frankie quickly came up with a solution. Originally, Frankie had the idea of building a new ship, and Frankie had already drawn the design of the ship. It's just that there has never been the right person for Frankie to turn that blueprint into a real thing. Now, someone who can awaken the spirit of the ship has appeared, and Frankie feels that the ship he designed will be available this time. Moreover, the other party still has enough Bailey to buy the treasure tree atom and this Munch Munch fruit. In this case, some changes may be made to the original design drawings. At least in terms of materials, in addition to Bayashu atom, there may be a substitute for the original steel. Because of the need to modify the body, Frankie is knowledgeable about all kinds of materials. Among them, Frankie naturally knows the memory metal theory proposed by Vegapunk, who is known as 500 years ahead of human wisdom. Now, with the ability of Munch Munch fruit as well as the existing theoretical knowledge, Frankie is confident of synthesizing that metal and using it on this upcoming new ship. In the design of this new ship, the dock system consists of multiple modules. Normally, Frankie intended to make the small shopping boat the old boat of the new owner. But now that Luffy is going to let Mary eat devil fruit, he can't make it into a shopping boat. However, it is not a big problem. The dock system of the new ship naturally has modules related to land warfare. When the time comes, it is good to replace the related modules that were originally prepared. A weapon. Luffy stroked his chin. In the original plot, although there are not many opportunities for Thousand Sunny to use shelling, the robots invented by Frankie 2 years later are really good. If Frankie could synthesize the original Wapol alloy before building a new ship, no, it can't be called Wapol alloy anymore, maybe it should be called Frankie alloy. Then synthesizing the Mary with this alloy can indeed replace the original robots. Yes, in this way, the Mary will not be completely reduced to an ornament. Hey, I said Luffy, what the hell are you talking about? Use Up, confused by Luffy and Frankie's conversation, couldn't help but ask. The conversation between the two was based on knowledge of memory alloys and the design of Frankie's new ship. So even if it is an iceberg, at this time it is still a bit cloudy and foggy, not to mention other people. As for how to solve the problem of the Mary, you will know when the new ship is built. Luffy has sold something, and instead of wasting words explaining it now, it's better to observe it intuitively at that time. Then the new ship is up to you, Frankie, Mr. Iceberg, 35. HMPH, I only agreed to help you build a new boat for the sake of the ship's spirit and the ability of this Munch Munch fruit. Frankie folded his arms, and although he was very excited about his design coming out, he had a different expression on his face. I understand. In return for letting me know the existence of the ship spirit, I will give you a satisfactory answer. Iceberg nodded seriously. As a master shipbuilder, it is a very lucky thing to be able to see the existence of the ship's spirit in his lifetime. Since that's the case, I'll give you another message. Just as Iceberg and Frankie were about to go back, Luffy suddenly spoke up. What did Mr. Luffy mean by the news? Stopping the pace to leave, Iceberg and Frankie turned around again. There are agents of the world government by his side, which means that the iceberg is naturally clear. The iceberg glanced at Frankie, Pluton's design without a trace, but it was on Frankie's side. Even if you know who it is, what can you do? The other party is a CP9 agent and you can't deal with it. Instead, it's better to pretend you don't know and just do the same as usual. Iceberg didn't see any joke on Luffy's face, and he didn't think Luffy would joke about this kind of thing with himself. So if what Luffy says is true, have they got the news they want? The people around you, but there are quite a few, are agents of the world government. 5. So Mr. Luffy, do you know who they are? Iceberg 0.4's pupils shrank suddenly, and his eyes were fixed on Luffy, as if he wanted to see from Luffy's face whether he was joking or not. Khalifa, I'll let you handle the documents for a while. Back at the mayor's office, Iceberg threw everything over the next few days to Khalifa. Although Luffy said that many people around him are agents of the world government, this does not hinder Khalifa's ability is indeed good. Even if Khalifa is also an agent of CP9, it is not a big deal to leave this kind of thing to her. Even because of its excellent ability, it may be better than himself in handling these files. Their purpose is nothing more than the ancient weapon Pluton's blueprint, but now the Pluton's blueprint has been burned in front of Frankie's face. Even if they find something in the end, they don't have to worry about Pluton getting them. In fact, this should have been done a long time ago, but because this drawing was handed down by Tom, he was not willing to destroy it. But now, since this drawing has attracted the coveted by the world government, there is no need to keep it. Mr. Mayor, do you really want to help those pirates build a pirate ship? Khalifa held a part of the document in her arms, pushed up her glasses, and asked with a cold face. 14. However, because the iceberg is not in the direction of Khalifa, there is no difference in Khalifa. Khalifa, will you help me? Iceberg still didn't turn his head to look at Khalifa, but asked a non-existent question. Of course, Mr. Mayor. Khalifa was silent for a while, then replied, at present, there is no news of the design drawing and it is not the time to turn around. Is that so? Since it's just shipbuilding, don't worry about it and still focus on the task. Blueno's bar, besides the owner Blueno, there are only Khalifa, who is the secretary of the mayor, and Rob Luigi, who is the incarnation of the shipyard. After listening to Khalifa's report, Rob Luigi pondered for a moment and then asked Khalifa to do what the iceberg said. The order given above is a blueprint for the ancient weapon Pluton. As for what the iceberg does, whether it is for pirates or marines, it is not within the scope of the mission to make ships. Prioritizing the completion of tasks is what CP9 should do. Understood. Hey, is Mary really a ship spirit? It feels amazing. On the Mary, everyone was still amazed by the ship's spirit Mary. After all, the existence of the ship spirit is the first time for everyone to hear it, let alone actually see it. However, Mary, who was surrounded by everyone, looked a little helpless. If it weren't for the fact that he would always live with everyone in this attitude in the future, Mary would have been hiding long ago. Okay, if you keep surrounding Mary like this, he'll be frightened by you. Luffy can't stand it anymore. He's been around Mary for almost an hour. Why is he still asking Mary if it's a ship spirit? You have this time, why don't you think about what you need for the new ship and tell Frankie your idea tomorrow? Let him see if he can improve it, otherwise, when the treasure tree Adam buys it back, it will start construction. Luffy has given Frankie the money to buy the treasure tree Adam, giving him a total of 1 billion Bailey. Luffy hopes that the material of the new ship, except for the steel part, can use the treasure tree Adam. However, the number of treasure tree Adam is rare and I don't know if I can buy so many. However, judging from the current situation, Luffy and others are not in a hurry. Just take this time to relax and visit this famous maritime city. This afternoon, everyone only visited a small part of it. However, Mary was not so lucky. It seemed that because of the spirit of the ship, Mary could not leave the Mary body too far. But it doesn't matter. When you eat thunder fruit, even if you can't get too far from the main body of Mary, Mary can help everyone. Luffy asks Mary Anu to try to help Mary awaken Haki. As a ship spirit, Mary can indeed master observation Haki, but armament Haki seems unable to master because he has no physical body. But still the same with thunder fruit, armament Haki is an optional item for Mary. After all, as strong as 3 admiral and rarely the total armament Haki to fight. The powerful fruit ability is enough for them to solve most of the enemies just by relying on the fruit. Moreover, in this way, the responsibility of watching the ship in the future will naturally fall on Mary's head, which can be regarded as liberating Zoro's combat power. However, Luffy's idea of relying on Thunder Fruit to chase after the reborn Devil Fruit could not be realized. However, it may not necessarily be Thunder Fruit. Ah, then I want a utility room. I want a medical room. 95. Hearing Luffy's words, it was Usopp and Chopper who exclaimed first. Since he was meeting his new partner, it was impossible for Chopper to stay in the medical room. Make up your own mind, just talk to Frankie when you see him tomorrow. 39. Although the two did not talk about it, the utility room and the medical room would not be short, but Luffy asked them to find Frankie himself. After all, it is best to design according to your own habits. Then, after the new 623 ship is built, the Thunder Fruit will be eaten by the Mary. Should you be okay? Luffy said his plan, but he asked in vain. If others wanted to eat, he had already mentioned it before. Why wait until this time to be disgusting? Just as Luffy thought, everyone had no problem with Luffy giving Thunder Fruit to Mary to eat. Then, let's have a good night's rest today and take a good look at the capital of 7 Waters in the next few days. After the new ship is built, we may have a battle to fight. Luffy's words made everyone stunned. What's the situation? Not only do you know all kinds of secrets now, but you can even predict the future. Of course, everyone just complained secretly. They haven't forgotten about the agents of the world government just mentioned by Luffy. This may be the first time they have fought against the world government. At that time, even the few people on the ship who have not yet been offered a reward will completely enter the sight of the world government. And by that time, the Straw Hat Pirates, no longer only Luffy but all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates, will no longer have a way to go back. However, no one will care about these things. Since he chose to stay on this ship, everyone would not go anywhere until Luffy disbanded the Straw Hat Pirates. I've been used to the days of sailing at sea for a while, and suddenly I have to move on land. I'm really not used to it. After resting for a night on the Mary, everyone who set foot on the 7 Waters again expressed emotion. However, the 7 Waters are all water cities, not all land. Although walking on the ground but looking around, the main roads are all waterways. Today, it's still free activities. If you want to see or play, just take advantage of these few days to have enough fun. It has always been sailing on the sea. Although there are many people on board, there are not many things to play. It was a rare opportunity like this, and Luffy wouldn't stop them. It was Sanji and Chopper who stayed to watch the boat today. Originally, it was only necessary for Sanji to stay. With Mary's presence, even if he doesn't sleep whenever he has time like Zoro, he won't be alone. But Chopper also chose to stay because he wanted to continue his research and said that he would not come out for a few days. There are agents of the world government in the 7 Waters. Robin, follow me today. With the intelligence ability of those people, the news of Robin's presence here should have reached the ears of that idiot Spandam. Observation Haki sensed the situation in the 7 Waters city, and there were indeed some people wearing masks and white clothes moving, although it is now during the mask carnival of the 7 Waters. But several people wore the same masks and costumes, and Luffy recognized the identity of these people as CP9 at a glance. Okay, Mr. Captain. For Luffy's proposal, Robin did not refuse but agreed with a charming smile. Ever since Luffy was able to get out of Aokiji's hands, Robin has stopped thinking about it and left alone. Moreover, with Luffy's ability like foreknowledge perhaps, the idea of that he wanted to leave has never been hidden from him. Are you following us, or go shopping by yourself, Tilda? Luffy looked at the other people again, although the more people, the bigger the target, but it also meant that the other party couldn't do it easily. Moreover, even if the target is big, Luffy is not afraid of the opponent at all, unless the world government sends 2 or more people with the strength of Admiral. Just relying on these few CP9s is not enough to watch. Even Rob Lucky, the strongest, who has been called CP9 for 800 years, is vulnerable in front of the current Luffy. I will not follow you. I will go around to see if there are any powerful swordsmen on this island. 35. Zoro, as always, wants to challenge people, but he may be disappointed. There is no opponent who can make him happy on this island, but Luffy didn't say it. Let him go shopping by himself as long as he doesn't get lost. Then I'll go with Zoro lest this guy get lost and can't find his way back to the Mary. During this time, Zoro's road idiot attribute has been known to everyone, so Galtino did not miss the opportunity to start mocking.
What did you guys say?
After being choked by Galtino, Zoro's calm expression immediately turned into annoyance, and then left in a certain direction without looking back. When Galtino saw this, he followed at the same time. If he didn't follow, God knew if he could get back to the Mary before dark. I'll go with them too. Usopp greeted and ran in the direction Zoro left. Then let's go shopping with a few girls. With Konai's slowness, no one can hurt us and we don't have a bounty on our backs. Nami doesn't seem to want to go to the Seven Waters with Luffy today. Instead, they pulled Marianu, Konai's and Makita and Sissy the Fox and left together. Then it's just the two of us, Mr. Captain. Robin gave Luffy a meaningful look and said pointedly. Luffy glanced at Robin speechlessly, then walked up first. Seeing that Luffy didn't speak, Robin chuckled and followed Luffy at the same time. Since joining the Straw Hat Pirates, this is the first time the two have been together alone. But it didn't take long for Luffy to feel like he was being watched. When I opened Observation Haki, I found a corner not far behind. A man in a white mask was watching. You've been targeted so quickly, it seems that you are really a sweet pastry. Luffy didn't care about the people peeping behind him and made a rare joke. Hearing Luffy's words, Robin also opened Observation Haki at the same time. Although not as outrageous as Luffy's, it was enough to cover a small area after a few days of familiarity. The figure behind him is not too far away. Maybe it is the reason for the mask carnival. I think people like Luffy will not pay attention to themselves. However, this kind of malicious breath, and the breath is not weak, this is too conspicuous in the eyes of those who have Observation Haki. Is it someone from CP9? Robin, who also sensed it, turned to look at Luffy. Although he was being targeted again, this time Robin didn't have any fear or anxiety. It's because of this man's side, this kind of reassuring feeling, it's really good. It's them, but if they don't take action, we don't have to care about them. The new ship hasn't started construction yet, so it's not suitable to provoke the world government for the time being. Robin naturally understood the meaning of Luffy's words. Temporarily, that is, once the new ships are built, will these people be dealt with? However, Luffy really wanted to see if Iceberg would let Rob Ludge and the others help build their own new boat garden. It would be fun if the Iceberg really let them build it together. The agent of the world government, Wang Heiahao, helping the pirate group where the Devil's Son belonged to build a pirate ship, this kind of thing must be very interesting, right? As for whether they will destroy it when they are made, there are two master shipbuilders, Frankie and Iceberg. Once they do something, they will be discovered immediately. At that time, Bingshin will naturally be able to discover that those people are agents of the world government. But it doesn't matter if they find it or not, as long as they choose to do it, Luffy will definitely not let them go. When the new ship starts construction, Luffy will also choose to watch. Anyway, when the time comes to visit, it is better to see if there is anything that can be improved. Of course, if there is an emergency, it can only be handed over to Frankie Ha Bingshin. With the current situation, will there be NI's lobby and Buster Call? Luffy is very curious. This may be regarded as a big event, but I don't know if the plot will develop in the original direction. Ignoring the CP9 members who followed behind, Luffy and Robin wandered around. Since he was rewarded by the world government when he was 8 years old, this is the first time Robin has visited a city in a relaxed manner. Although there are still people hiding in the dark behind him staring at him, but this time, he is also accompanied by Luffy. Such a scene, Robin thought he would never have the opportunity to experience it again in his life. Whether Aokiji or CP9, the current Robin doesn't want to care about it at all. She just wanted to take this opportunity to visit this floating city with Luffy. The CP9 personnel behind him did not seem to have any plans to do anything but left after observing for a while. I don't know if it's because I didn't receive the task or because I have other tasks I don't want to make extra troubles. However, none of this has anything to do with Luffy and Robin. The two wandered around and at some point in their hands they each had a special product of the Seven Waters water and water meat. Would you like to try the special transportation here?
33.
The two of them have been wandering in this area all the time, and to get to the next area they have to take the special transportation of the Seven Waters 623 capital Niuyu. Okay. 35. It seems that the stagnation has been released. Robin behaves like a little girl, showing a strong interest in anything new. The two rented a two-seater cowfish from the merchant next to them and then sat on it together. When the two returned the cow and fish again, the sun was about to set. Damn it, Luffy, you spent a day playing with Miss Robin. Just after returning to the Mary, Sanji's roar came. Everyone else had returned and Sanji naturally learned about Luffy and Robin's play. At this time, Sanji's eyes were once again full of envy and jealousy. Hey, lascivious Kappa, is dinner ready? I'm hungry. Zoro's voice sounded at the right time, and then, like two opposites *x magnetic poles, the two attracted each other again. Thank you, Luffy, I had a great day. On the way to the kitchen, Robin turned his head to Luffy. Luffy was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and laughed. Even this kind of bee thing needs to be thanked. It seems that Robin has really had a hard time before. In this way, the first 3 days of Straw Hat Crew's arrival in the Seven Waters were spent in play. On the 4th day, Adam, the treasure tree that Frankie bought on the black market, arrived. It cost Luffy 800 million Baileys. Compared with the original book, which only cost 200 million Baileys, the treasure tree Adam obtained this time is undoubtedly a lot more. Although it is still impossible to use treasure tree Adam for the entire ship, most of them can be made with treasure tree Adam. And some of the remaining parts are irrelevant places. At the same time, after just 3 days of pondering, Frankie actually synthesized the memory alloy in the original book. In this way, part of the structure of the new ship will also be made of this new type of metal. In the past few days, Frankie not only tinkered with the ability of Munch Munch fruit, but also discussed a lot with Bingshan about the design of the new ship. In addition to some requests from the Straw Hats, Frankie's original design has been improved a lot, and it will also be more in line with the Straw Hat crew. In the past few days, the CP9 people did not take action to catch Robin. Even if it was an iceberg, they did not do it. Thinking about it, I haven't found any news about the Pluton design. However, even if they knew now about Iceberg's relationship with Frankie and that Iceberg handed over the Pluton design to Frankie, it would be too late. On the first day Luffy found Frankie and Iceberg, the two decided to burn the Pluton blueprints. Now, there is only a cup of ashes left for the world government. Of course, if they can capture Frankie and steal the memory in Frankie's mind, they can also get the ancient weapon Pluton manufacturing method. But is this possible? If they can find out about it before Luffy arrives, they might be successful. But now, with Luffy's presence, it's basically impossible for them to capture Frankie. Unless the world government can get Marine to send more than 2 admirals, but this is obviously impossible. World government and Marine are not really one mind. Perhaps Marine had no idea that the world government was searching for the Pluton blueprints. Since the treasure tree Adam has arrived and the new metal has been synthesized, can you give me an approximate time for the completion of the new ship? The shipyard is the first shipyard of the Carrera Company. Unlike the original, the current Luffy does not need to be sneaky at all. Carrera is not only helping the Straw Hat Pirates to build ships, other pirates can also build ships here. Now, Luffy and others have not provoked the world government, and CP9 has no intention of exposing for the time being. Therefore, the shipbuilding site was naturally selected in this well-equipped number 1 dockyard. If it's normal, it would take about a month at the earliest for a boat of that size, and it's made from the treasure tree Adam. Frankie paused, then continued, but the Munch Munch fruit you gave me can greatly reduce this time. The most time-consuming part of making boats with Bayashu Adam is the processing of Bayashu Adam. As the strongest tree in the world, it is undoubtedly very difficult to process it. But the existence of Munch Munch fruit can make this step very easy. As long as the treasure tree Adam is swallowed, Frankie can transform the swallowed treasure tree Adam into the desired shape according to his will. Compared with using tools to process Bayashu Adam, it is undoubtedly more convenient. As for why Munch Munch fruit has the ability to shape, since it can synthesize materials, it is naturally not difficult to change the shape of the swallowed materials. In about a week your new ship will be completed, so in 3 days you have to drive the Mary and I will process and synthesize the Mary. 99. Frankie had no intention of letting anyone other than Iceberg get involved in building the ship. Perhaps the craftsmanship of the people in dock number 1 is really good, but this ship is made of treasure tree atom and new metal materials after all. Also, it involves some of the technology in Pluton's blueprints, and Frankie doesn't trust those people. Even his little brothers, Frankie had no plans to let them help. This is a kind of protection for them. If they interfere in the production of this ship once the technology is exposed, they may be targeted by the people of the world government. As for Bingshan, at least on the surface, he is still the mayor of the Seven Waters and the world government cannot directly attack him. Hey Mary, are you really all right? Be sure to say something wrong. 35. Watching Frankie swallow the Mary bit by bit, Usopp looked at Mary nervously for fear that Mary would suddenly disappear. Relax, I'm not feeling any discomfort. 35. The illusory raincoat boat inspiration was worried by everyone and replied softly. Although I am a ship spirit, everyone really regards me as a partner. At this moment, Mary suddenly felt that it was really great that he could be their ship. Hiccup, I'm full, thank you for your hospitality. After swallowing the whole Mary, Frankie suddenly burped and patted his stomach, as if it was really a big meal. B asterisk 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 D, what are you doing tilde? Frankie's action immediately aroused exclamations from Usopp and Chopper. One of them grabbed Frankie's collar, and the other jumped directly to the top of Frankie's head. You two, don't be too nervous, Mary, isn't it okay? 39. Zoro looked at the two of them speechlessly. This person is too simple, can't he even make a joke? Hahaha, you two are really interesting, how about you, do you want to be my little brother of super? Frankie couldn't help laughing when he saw that his own jokes could really deceive people. This person was so interesting. Oh yes, Mary is still here, so you're lying to us. B asterisk 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 D. One person and one deer who stopped the fuss really saw that Mary was well there, so one person and one deer who were relieved turned back and continued to scold Frankie. Seeing Usopp and Chopper scolding Frankie so much now, Luffy thinks they're going to be really sweet soon. I'm going to start transforming the Mary, little Mary. If there is anything wrong, be sure to call it out in time. Stop fighting with Usopp and Chopper. Frankie took a serious look at the little boat spirit in a raincoat in front of him and opened his mouth to remind. Well, I don't want to be separated from everyone, so if there is something wrong, I will speak out in time. Meili also answered earnestly, thinking that his destination might be this city of seven waters. However, I didn't expect Luffy to actually have a way to make himself continue to follow them. At this moment, Mary felt that it was a very happy thing to be able to become Luffy's ship. Seeing Mary nodding, Frankie no longer hesitated and began to use the ability of Munch Munch Fruit. And everyone looked at Mary nervously again, praying that Mary would not have an accident. This time, Meili didn't have the embarrassment when he was being watched before, and now he has only a feeling of peace and happiness lingering in his heart. Luffy looked at Frankie thoughtfully. Regarding the application of some abilities of Munch Munch Fruit, Luffy still remembers seeing some special usages on the internet in his previous life. After the new ship is built, Frankie may be able to give it a try, and if it really works, it may not need to be so troublesome in the future. Frankie's mouth kept chewing, but no one could see what was in his mouth. Is it the same as the slow fruit? This Munch Munch Fruit's ability needs to have such an action. However, everyone has no intention to pay attention to those unrelated things. At this time, it is already the most critical time. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Mary for fear that Mary might have an accident. However, as Frankie continued to chew, Mary did not show any discomfort, nor did he suddenly disappear in front of everyone. Finally, Frankie's chewing stopped and his mouth, which had been transformed by Munch Munch Fruit, opened wide. It wasn't until the open mouth was twice larger than Frankie's whole body that the mouth stopped and continued to grow. Then something was spat out of Frankie's wide-open mouth. It was a tank-like machine with a metallic sheen all over it. This machine is only more than 2 meters long and the width is not wide. The color of the whole body except for the metallic luster gives everyone a very familiar feeling. It is the original color matching of the Mary, and the muzzle of this tank machine is the sheep's head of the original Mary. It's just that the vertical situation on the Mary has become horizontal, and compared with the previous roundness, the current sheep's head is more angular. Good, so handsome. Is this the new Mary? Looking at the metallic, angular, tank-shaped machine in front of them, Usopp and Chopper decisively forgot about the situation they had just been tricked into. For Flower Zero, his eyes lit up at the new Mary, touching here, looking there, looking like he was so happy. It's amazing, how can something like devil fruit be able to do this? Nami once again has a new understanding of devil fruit's abilities, and at the same time he is even more looking forward to the devil fruit that Luffy found for him. Mary's Chariot #1 debut. Frankie returned to his normal appearance, swung his hands towards the new Mary and introduced it like a gentleman. Of course, his lower body, which was still only wearing a pair of briefs, did make him feel like a gentleman in another sense. It seems that my guess is correct. As long as the material of the Mary is not discarded, this modification of Munch Munch fruit will not cause harm to Mary. Frankie's words immediately caught everyone's attention. That is, before that, you weren't sure if doing this would hurt Mary. 35. Nami's eyes narrowed and he asked sullenly, "Isn't that of course? It's the first time I've used Munch Munch fruit for this transformation. Anything is possible." Frankie didn't notice everyone's increasingly bad eyes and answered as a matter of course. "But so what? This thing must be done." 9. Nami unceremoniously punched Frankie in the head. "In that case, do you want your mates to bear the pain of killing their mates once the ship sank on the voyage? You must know that the mission of the ship is to take the crew from this port to the next port." 4. UB********D. What if Mary disappears because of this? Are you still going to sail on this ship that can no longer withstand the oceans of the Grand Line? The existence of the ship spirit depends on the crew who gave birth to him. Once the ship does not carry the crew who gave birth to the ship spirit for a long time, the ship spirit will still die on its own. Boom. "Hey, you stinky woman, don't mess up my hair." As a boatman, I cherish the existence of the boat spirit more than you. Mary will disappear by leaving everyone. Luffy wasn't too sure about that either, but Frankie wouldn't joke about this sort of thing. Moreover, this kind of thing is not nonsense. The spirit of the ship was born because the relationship between the crew and the ship reached a certain level. Then, once this intimacy fades, it is not impossible for the ship's spirit to disappear. Okay, everyone, am I okay now? Besides, the Mary has also been remodeled and I can continue to follow you on adventures in the future. Isn't it a good thing? 99. Seeing that everyone's mood was a little down, Mary took the initiative to relieve everyone. Mary didn't say this in advance and he just didn't want to make everyone worry. Now that the reconstruction of the Mary has been completed, everyone no longer has to worry about such a thing happening. For Mary 627, there is nothing better than this. Mary is right, you don't have to put on such an expression. At least in future adventures, Mary will always be with us. Luffy took over the topic in a timely manner. As the captain, he couldn't let his crew be in worry all the time. It's not that Luffy doesn't feel bad about it, it's just that there's no need to be sad about something that didn't happen and won't happen. Luffy just needs to use his foresight to change the ending he wants to change. If you can't do it, you have to keep getting stronger until you can, and now Luffy has enough strength to change most of the endings he wants to change. Well, Luffy is right, Mary will always be with us in the future. Usopp nodded vigorously and the others also restrained their emotions and stopped thinking about those things that didn't happen. But the remodeled Mary is so handsome. So Usopp and Chopper, who were still very sad, once again lit up their eyes and rushed towards the newly renamed Mary Chariot. No. One Tesk, what a simple person. Watching the performances of Usopp and Chopper, Frankie couldn't help but be speechless. Such a simple person would actually appear on a pirate ship with such a high bounty. Since the Mary has been remodeled, you should leave quickly and don't disturb me here. Frankie waved his hand impatiently. The new boat was not finished yet. The reason why the Mary was remodeled today is that the dock system of the new ship designed by myself is almost completed, and the Mary must be remodeled and adapted to it. Is the metal that transformed the Mary the newly synthesized memory metal? Without leaving immediately, Luffy looked at the angular, metallic shell of the Chariot Mary #1 and asked, "Yes, this is the new type of memory metal synthesized by this uncle. I call it super memory alloy." Hearing Luffy asking about Mary's first material, Frankie immediately answered proudly, This is a new material synthesized by myself, although Munch Munch fruit is provided by Luffy. After the new ship was built, Frankie planned to use the metal to transform himself. Also, because of eating Munch Munch fruit, the back that could not be transformed before can now be transformed by using Munch Munch fruit's ability to eat itself. I have to say, this Munch Munch fruit is really suitable for me. Damn, am I super destined to catch up with these pirates? Frankie has no objection to joining the Straw Hat Pirates. After all, it is a group of people who can give birth to the spirit of the pirate ship, and it is not a disadvantage to join by themselves. But can your little brothers really survive without their own care? It's really a simple and crude name. Luffy can't complain, but that's fine. If you have the same idea as the original Wapol and want to rely on this metal to join the world government, you don't have to worry about being associated with people who have a heart. Of course, it is impossible for Luffy to do this kind of thing in person. Although there is no suitable candidate yet, it is at least a secret move. As for the role of this metal when I've finished building the boat, I'll tell you about it, and now give it to me a **** hole. Frankie waved his hand rudely and started rushing people. Today, because the processing is mainly done through the ability of Munch Munch fruit, the iceberg is not present today. And Bingshan really has something to do today, although it is a pity that I couldn't see the transformation of the Mary, but it is also impossible. The new ship will be completed in 3 days. With the help of Munch Munch fruit you gave, the time is a little faster than expected. Before Luffy and the others left, they heard Frankie say this. It has been 6 days since he came to the capital of 7 Waters. The first 3 days were the purchase of the treasure tree Atom, and the official start of the new ship was 3 days ago. In other words, to complete a 3-masted galleon in 6 days, or in the case of only 2 people, it can only be said that devil fruit is really unreasonable. However, thanks to Frankie and Bingberg's shipbuilding skills are indeed strong, and it seems that both of them have a good understanding of the design of the new ship. Therefore, there is basically no need to look at the drawings during the manufacturing process. Got it, but before that. Since the Mary has been remodeled, Mary, it's time for this thunder fruit to become our fighting force. Taking out the thunder fruit that he had been carrying, Luffy held it in front of Mary. Although Mary can't leave the ship too far as a ship spirit, but with thunder fruit and the enhanced observation haki, Mary can fully support from a long distance. In the future, there will be a new ship with Mary who has eaten thunder fruit and will be able to navigate the sea as a mobile super weapon. Moreover, there is no need to worry about the ship being invaded by the enemy because it is not guarded. With the existence of Mary, those who wanted to fight this ship were probably discovered and solved by Mary before they approached. Although Enel was instantly killed by Luffy before, the ability he showed still made everyone refresh their views. Therefore, in such a situation, even if Meli's power is required, there will be no problem at all. This is thunder fruit at one of the vertices of Logia. Moreover, in this ocean of World 0.4, Luffy and others are basically not far away from Mary. Now, thunder fruit was eaten by Mary, and of course everyone wanted to see the true power of thunder fruit. Seeing Mary swallowing thunder fruit in one gulp, everyone looked at Mary curiously. Mary took the thunder fruit that Luffy handed over and ate it without hesitation. Although it is an illusory figure, it is really incredible to eat the real devil fruit. How Mary, do you feel anything? Zizzy Tilda. The sound of the arc flowing began to ring in everyone's ears. At the same time, thunder light kept coming out of Mary who ate thunder fruit. Boom! There was another explosion and a pillar of thunder fell from the sky, hitting Mary straight. Everyone, run away. Everyone has awakened observation haki, and without reminding, they also know to avoid this thunder column attack. Seeing this scene once again still shocked everyone. Thunder and lightning are indeed one of the most powerful forces in this world. Hey, is this the power of devil fruit again? What devil fruit can still drop thunder? The mighty thunder column attack naturally attracted Frankie's attention. Luckily, Luffy was far away before giving Mary the thunder fruit. Otherwise, just the attack just now, maybe the new ship that has not been completed will have to be damaged once. But even so, Frankie was taken aback. Watching the land on Luffy's side was blasted with a big hole, and the thunder and lightning that just exceeded common sense, Frankie was refreshed again. Ah, I'm sorry everyone, I just ate thunder fruit and I couldn't master this power a bit. 35. The rather overbearing Logia devil fruit like thunder fruit is really not easy for those who have just eaten it. However, with devil fruit, if you get used to it a little, you can master it as easily as instinct. Of course, development and master are two different concepts. People who have just eaten devil fruit can only use the most basic abilities of the fruit. No matter how you look at it, thunder fruit is so impressive. Even though I have seen Enel's ability to use thunder fruit, it is the first time to feel so close. Logia's devil fruit is truly extraordinary. Hey, you haven't answered my question yet. Everyone was amazed and they really didn't notice what Frankie said. At this point, Frankie asked again and everyone woke up from the shock. This is thunder fruit from Logia devil fruit. 35. Luffy, who had been standing there, answered Frankie's question. Frankie has basically determined that he will be on his own ship, so there is no need to hide it. Moreover, Luffy has no plans to hide the fact that his partner ate thunder fruit. What if someone from the world government and marine found out? The current Straw Hat Pirates, even if there is no Luffy unless they face the pursuit of Admiral or the marine fleet of the Buster Call level. Otherwise, with Mary's observation haki, they wouldn't even be able to find the location of the Straw Hat crew. Logia Thunder Fruit. Even if you haven't heard of Thunder Fruit, Logia and Thunder are enough to let Frankie understand how powerful this fruit is. Mary, has your observation haki been boosted by Thunder Fruit's abilities? This kind of thing is basically obvious, and since Enel can do it, so can Mary. This kind of ability should only be the ability of Thunderbolt, and it does not need Melly to develop it himself. Well, the range that my current observation haki can perceive is more than enough to cover the entire island of the Seven Waters. Sometimes, Devil Fruit's abilities really don't make sense. Observation haki has only awakened for a few days, and with the increase of Thunder Fruit, he has been able to cover such a long distance. Even Luffy in the coverage of observation haki is not necessarily comparable to the current Mary. Also, through Thunder Fruit's abilities, I can hear, know, or read the thoughts of others within the range of observation haki's perception. 99. This is where Devil Fruit is unreasonable. Other people's observation haki can only hear the breath. Except for some people who have a special observation haki, it is impossible for others to do so. Luffy's upgraded observation haki can only see the pictures within the range of perception but cannot even hear his inner thoughts. Don't talk about your inner thoughts, you can't even hear your voice. Ah, the entire city of Seven Waters, this is too exaggerated. For a time, everyone was amazed. Also just awakened observation haki even a little earlier than Mary. But their observation haki at this time may not even cover a radius of 50 meters. In such a large area, that is to say, if we sail on the sea in the future, if we don't want to be seen by others, then we won't be discovered at all, right? I remembered that when Enel was on Sky Island, he always monitored the residents of Sky Island with his heart network. Konais thinks, does the observation haki boosted by Thunder Fruit cost nothing to use? However, with the observation haki on all the time, wouldn't the stamina and observation haki be constantly consumed? Everyone who has awakened observation haki naturally knows that opening observation haki will have a certain consumption. In this case, it's impossible to keep observation haki on all the time, right? However, when I was still on Sky Island, Enel never stopped using Zinwang. Konais is quite clear about this. Although he was never punished, many people on the island were punished by Enel at that time. How would Enel know what someone said if he hadn't kept his heart open all the time? Everyone looked at Mary curiously about what Konais said. As a party to 627, Mary should be able to answer their doubts, right? I feel that using observation haki this time, it really doesn't have the same consumption as when I just woke up. If it is always turned on, there should be no problem. Then am I unemployed? Mikita, who didn't have a strong presence on the ship, suddenly said these words. Everyone looked at her speechlessly. How come they didn't find that she has such a humorous side? By the way, Mary, as a ship spirit, do you have physical strength? Luffy tried to be as straightforward as possible. It is whether you will feel tired after using Devil Fruit, and will there be any loss in your body after use, which will make it difficult for you to use the ability again. Whether ordinary people use Devil Fruit ability or haki, it will consume the user's stamina. What is physical strength? After being asked by them, Luffy remembered another question. Although he has been observing everyone since he was born, Melly has never considered this kind of thing. After all, he has never seen everyone discussing this kind of thing. Tired, can't use the ability. No, when I just ate thunder fruit, that thunder column attack, I didn't feel any, consumption after I used it up. But what about Mary? As a ship spirit, is there such a thing as physical strength? Luffy didn't know what to do for a while. Without physical strength, does it mean that Thunder Fruit's abilities can be used casually? If this is the case, will it be too buggy? Does this kind of thing really exist in this world? An illusory body that cannot be hurt except Conqueror's Haki and will not be unable to use its abilities due to lack of physical strength. Is this reasonable? Luffy fell into deep contemplation. There was no limit at all. Luffy felt that Mary could even fight the whole world by himself. If this is the case, consumption can consume people to death. No consumption. Is such a thing really possible? Everyone understood what Mary's words meant. How scary would it be to have unlimited access to Thunder Fruit's abilities? Unless you encounter a situation like Luffy, who is completely immune to lightning attacks, no matter how weak the power is, it can grind the enemy to death. And once you dodge, no matter how much physical strength there is, there will be a day when it will be exhausted. Could it be that the ship spirit really has such incredible characteristics? If that's the case, isn't Mary invincible? Usopp was excited again. This is the Mary with such a powerful ship spirit. There is no need to be afraid of encountering other pirates in the future. It's not like this, everyone. Although I really don't have the physical strength you mentioned, I still need to rest. Rest? Does Mary have a mental limit? However, this is also normal. Although the illusory body has no physical limitations, it will suffer from mental fatigue just like humans. Thinking about it, this is why Mary can't awaken armament Haki, but he can awaken observation Haki. Rest? Do you mean sleep like us? Usopp was stunned for a moment, then asked, very puzzled. The ship spirit still needs to rest? How to rest? Sleep? However, I haven't seen Mary sleep with everyone these days. Well, it's different from your sleep, but it's the same meaning. How long do I appear in this form every time, and how long do I need to rest after that? This rest is attached to the main body. 39. At this time, although I can hear you and communicate with you, I cannot use observation Haki. Although I haven't tried whether I can use Devil Fruit's power, I guess it shouldn't work. Mary spoke out about his limitations. This is the first time I've heard that the ship spirit has such a limit. Luffy rubbed his chin. No wonder Mary didn't usually appear in public. Then how long can you appear each time you appear? It's impossible to appear all the time, right? If that's the case, Mary doesn't need to be attached to the main body Mary all the time. It can stay like this for 3 days at most. Mary thought about it. Although he had never tried to appear in front of everyone for 3 days in a row, Mary was sure that this was his limit. I have a feeling, though, that if there were more people on board who could get along with me like you guys, Luffy, the longer I'd be around. Well, Mary, do you still have this kind of restriction? What's going on here? Hey, Frankie, do you know why? As the most knowledgeable Frankie in this field, what should he know? I don't know, but I think it has something to do with the reason why the ship spirit appears. Why do ship spirits appear? The ship spirit will appear, according to Frankie's previous statement, because the relationship between the ship and the crew has reached a certain level and the ship gave birth to the ship spirit in order to repay. Then, it seems that it is not unreasonable that the ship spirit will exist for a longer time as the number of people close to it increases. Everyone thought thoughtfully, and Luffy thought of another point: the more people who spend with Mary, the longer Mary exists. Then if it reaches a certain level, will Mary become completely human? As a traverser, Luffy's speculation in this regard is more bold, but why does it feel so mysterious? Moreover, even if Mary can truly become a human being, how many crew members would it take to be so close to Mary? Even if Luffy doesn't have the idea of recruiting only 10 people, it's impossible to recruit people without limit. And if you hire someone casually, how many would be so close to Mary? What's more, Mary has now become Mary's chariot number 1, and it is even more difficult for those who board the ship to cultivate this kind of intimacy with Mary. Or is it possible to achieve this level of closeness with the ship's spirit, Melly? But these are still too far away as to whether Mary can be turned into a human being. It is still just a guess by Luffy's unreasonable association. However, this is also very powerful. With the power of Thunder Fruit, how many people can hold on to Mary's hands for 3 days? This is true. With the power of Thunder Fruit, ordinary pirates cannot withstand a Thunder Column attack. Those who can resist the power of Thunder Fruit will basically be solved by Luffy and Zoro. Moreover, although Mary, who is attached to the main body, cannot use the observation haki, Mary can still feel if someone gets on Luffy's ship. Watching the boat is still no problem for Mary, but I didn't expect you guys to eat devil fruit for the ship spirits, which is really surprising. Ships were built for the purpose of sailing, but it's incredible that someone actually eats devil fruit for the ship's spirits. However, this also proved that they did have a good relationship with this ship. Even if they changed ships, they still did not forget this ship. It is no wonder that such an ordinary boat can actually give birth to the legendary existence of the ship's spirit. The key is that this ship's spirit can actually eat devil fruit and is willing to eat devil fruit. You must know that after eating devil fruit, anything has been missed from swimming. Wang Liaozhou, even if it is a ship, it will also be cursed by devil fruit. And for a ship, if it can't sail, what's the point of its existence? But what about the ship's spirit in front of him? After knowing that he couldn't continue sailing for too long, he took the initiative to show up. This, in Frankie's view, was the presence of the ship's spirit to tell the crew to change the ship in time. After knowing that he could continue to adventure with these crew members, he resolutely ate the devil fruit that would make him unable to go to sea. Not only the crew is close to the ship, but the spirit of the ship is also close to the crew. Such a team, isn't it the person that he has been looking for to hand over the ship he built to them? Then, can you join them, and will the ship that you are about to build also give birth to such a ship's spirit? At this moment, Frankie suddenly had the urge to go out to sea with Luffy and the others. It is basically certain that the Pluton design drawing is in the hands of Frankie, the boss of the dismantling business Frankie's family. Blueno's bar, Khalifa told the information he had collected. Beside her, in addition to Blueno disguised as the bar owner, there are 2 other people. On one shoulder stood a pigeon and the other had a long nose like a building block. If the iceberg were here at this time, they would definitely find that the other 2 people were the Carrera Company, the boatmen of number 1 dock, Lu Chi and Kaku. Frankie. Why is he there? Disintegration business. Frankie and Rob Lukey have been undercover here for so long, so naturally they know him. But to outsiders, this is just a little B********D who is picking things up in town. At most a little bit of shipbuilding technology. Why is it related to the Pluton design? The Straw Hat crew on the island recently, they pointed Frankie and Iceberg to build them a new boat, you know that? Khalifa pushed his glasses and asked a question. The 3 of Rob Lucci nodded, especially Rob Lucci and Kaku, who were clearly the boatmen of Carrera Company's number 627 dock. Dock number 1 has given up a space for the past 2 days, and the 2 naturally know that Frankie and Iceberg are building new ships for Straw Hat crew. The 2 also secretly observed Frankie and the Iceberg but did not find anything strange. The 2 of them were completely the same as usual. Frankie would find fault with the Iceberg from time to time, and the Iceberg communicated with Frankie normally. Except for the fact that they were both invited by Straw Hat crew to build ships, the 2 of them did not seem to be familiar with each other. Is there any connection between Frankie and the Iceberg? 99. As a CP9 agent who can perform undercover tasks, Kaku's brain is naturally quite flexible and he quickly thought of the main points. Yes, they were all once the disciples of Tom the Murloc. No wonder. If that's the case, then get ready to do it. There is no need to ask the reason for it. It is an agent who walks in the dark. With a little clue, he can act directly. Moreover, with the dark justice in Rob Lukey's heart, he would rather kill the wrong person than let it go. Don't you need to wait until the Straw Hat crew is gone? Although the relationship between Iceberg and Frankie was discovered, Khalifa did not know that Luffy had invited Frankie on board. So, in her mind, is she waiting for the pirates to leave before starting lest they spoil the mission? Justice doesn't need to make way for pirates. Rob Lukey looked grim and said calmly, yes. 3 days passed quickly, and by the time Luffy and his gang came to Carrera's dock number 1, the new ship had been completed. Here you come, little devils, the ship has been built, let's take a look at this super's new ship. Seeing the arrival of Luffy and the others, Frankie and the iceberg came up at the same time and Frankie showed his habitual super moves. I didn't expect Devil Fruit's ability to be so powerful. I thought Frankie said it was impossible to build a new ship in a week, and it was still made with the treasure tree atom. The iceberg on the side was amazed at this time, even as a master shipbuilder he had to sigh, Devil Fruit is really magical. During this week the iceberg was only doing the simplest work, such as stitching. The modeling and other tasks that need to be processed on Bayashu Atom are all completed by Frankie with the ability of Munch Munch Fruit. This ship looks so big. Although the new ship was covered with 2 pieces of black cloth, leaving only the amazingly high mast exposed, it was indeed several times larger than the Mary in terms of size. Then, it's time for the mouth to be excited. Frankie and Iceberg were pulling the corner of the black cloth covering the new ship and Frankie shouted exaggeratedly, "Hurry up, I want to see what the new ship looks like." People are always very interested in new things, and now Chopper and Usopp can't wait to see new ships. Because the problem of the Mary was successfully solved, everyone was not as sad as in the original book, and now everyone can only look forward to the new ship. Swish. As Frankie and Iceberg exerted their own strength, the ship covered by the black cloth was finally completely revealed in front of everyone. The shape of the new boat is roughly the same as the Thousand Sunny in Luffy's memory, but the surface of the hull is no longer just wood but wood and metal. The new ship is a schooner as a whole with a total length of nearly 40 meters, and the bow is the same as the original lion's head like the sun. On the side of the ship in a circular structure is marked with the number 1. The sails were folded, but from the traces that showed, the logo of the Straw Hat Pirates had already been drawn. Above the observation deck, the flag of the Straw Hat Pirates has also been raised. Bravo, and it's so big it looks really stylish. Seeing the new ship fully revealed, even Luffy was excited for a while. This ship, whether it is material or technology, is top-notch, and Luffy believes that it will be able to carry himself and these people to complete the goal of traveling around the world. The pirate flag and the straw hat on the sails were done by Mary. Seeing that Luffy and the others were all in shock, Frankie added another sentence. After reading the outside, let me show you the environment inside. 39. Looking at Straw Hat Crew who sighed, Frankie's heart was full of pride. The boat built by oneself can be recognized by others, which is undoubtedly a kind of honor for the person who makes the boat. Hurry up, I can't wait to take a look at my pantry. And me, I want to see my infirmary. Luffy and others followed suit and climbed up. Chopper, who was lying on the lawn, had a soft feeling all over his body at this time and let out a strange scream. Ah, so comfortable. The new ship has 3 floors. According to your requirements, the boys' room is on the 1st floor and there is also an aquarium here. This is also Luffy's inspiration from Enel's Arc of Proverbs. In addition, there is also an energy supply room on this floor. In addition to the original Coke energy, a special power supply system has been added according to Luffy's request. 35. After climbing on the deck of the new ship, the first thing that catches the eye is a green lawn. Chopper, who climbed up first, was already rolling around on the lawn. Usopp and Chopper, who couldn't stop their excitement, took the lead to keep up with Frankie and climbed onto the new boat in a flash. Since Thunder Fruit was eaten by Mary, it is natural not to waste Thunder Fruit's ability. In this world where most ships still rely on wind and ocean currents, even the world government only uses steam power for sea trains. And this was only possible because the rails were laid on the sea surface. Now, the new ship not only has the leap technology that can be powered by cola, but also has electric power. Even if the Coke stock on the ship is low in the future, you can use the Thunder Fruit's ability to generate electricity through Mary. As long as Mary is not still in the state of attachment after showing up with the materials of the new ship, it is completely possible to continuously use the wind gun to escape. Moreover, as a ship spirit, Mary can also sail alone. This is what Mary personally told Luffy. As a ship spirit, he can use ships more than ordinary human grandmasters. Even if it is not the main body Mary can still drive. In this case, if someone is stopped on the island in the future, Mary can also be used as a means of escape. It's too luxurious here, I can't believe it, this will be the ship we will take in the future. It's only the first floor and everyone's heart is full of excitement, and there are still second and third floors that have not been seen. Frankie led the crowd into the aquarium, and as soon as they entered the aquarium, they faced a whole wall of fish tank. There are actually fish? Also, these fish tanks are so big, I feel like I can catch some fish and raise them in the future to prevent food shortages. 35. Although Straw Hat Crew has not experienced a shortage of supplies so far, who knows if the islands will require long voyages in the future. Bravo. The faces of Usopp and Chopper have been stuck to the glass wall of the fish tank, and they looked at the inside of the fish tank with only small fish in amazement. The boats in Qinghai are incredible, right Sissy, Sue? Konais followed behind Luffy and the others, looked around at the aquarium, bowed his head and said to the Cloud Fox Sissy in his arms, his eyes full of amazement. I feel like I bought less cloud-made furniture when I was at Sky Island. Now that the new boat is so big it can be placed more. Nami said with some regret. But Luffy said that when you get lion fruit, Sky Island can go back at any time and then you can get some more gold happy. Here is a lift facility that connects to the kitchen on the second floor and food can be delivered through this lift facility. Frankie stopped at an entrance. After visiting the aquarium, everyone returned to the deck. Next is the second floor, let's go up from here. The stairs were the same as on the Mary on both sides and the crowd followed Frankie up to the second floor again. This is the health room, the medical room that Chopper needs. Ah, I want a swivel chair. As soon as he entered the health room, Chopper's eyes lit up and he jumped to the prominent chair in the room. Chopper jumped up with a little force and the chair spun up. The kitchen and the granary are arranged together and the mouth of the fish tank of the aquarium is also here. If you catch fish, you can throw them in from here. Walking out of the infirmary, Frankie did not intend to stop and pointed to several other rooms. The other girls' rooms are also on this floor, 35. This Frankie didn't show the crowd anymore. On the third floor is the library and the surveying room, and there is a bathroom above the surveying room and the library. You can go and see for yourself when the time comes. In addition, the watchtower has also been made into a room which has broadcasting amplifiers, fitness equipment, and so on. The rest, it's up to you to see for yourself. How is it? Are you satisfied? 35. At this time, everyone was speechless. This new ship was beyond everyone's expectations. This is more than satisfaction, and future sailings will definitely be very comfortable. The pirate ship can actually achieve this level, and those cruise ships of the nobles are not so luxurious. 9. When Galtino used to be an agent of the Baroque Society, he also enjoyed taking cruise ships. But compared with the ship in front of him, it seems to be nothing. Marianu also agreed with Galtino that the so-called cruise ships they took when they were on the mission together were completely incomparable to this one. Okay, let's go down first. I'm anxious to come to the iceberg. He's still waiting for you to name this new ship. Hearing Frankie's words, everyone's eyes lit up again. Yes, the new ship doesn't have a name yet. What kind of name should I choose? At this time, everyone's minds began to think about what kind of name should be given to this new ship. How about it? Are you still satisfied with the new ship? As soon as everyone got off the boat, Bingshin asked. Although the main design and manufacture of this ship were done by Frankie, Bingberg himself has also modified a lot of places, and naturally he is full of expectations for this new ship. Satisfied, very satisfied. It's more luxurious than my ideal boat. Usopp and Chopper answered without hesitation. The excitement on their faces was still there, and they didn't mean to fade at all. It's good to be satisfied then. Do you have any thoughts on the name of this ship? A ship always needs a name, let alone a pirate ship. It will be completely bound to this pirate group. Since this ship was built by Frankie and Mr. Iceberg, it's up to you two fathers to name this child. Luffy suppressed everyone's excitement and said sincerely to Iceberg and Frankie. This ship for Iceberg and Frankie has a very special meaning, so Luffy wanted the duo to name the new ship. I want to name our ship too. Everyone wants to name this favorite ship their favorite name. As the designer of this ship and he built the ship himself, how could Frankie give up this opportunity because he is not good at naming names? Is it 1,000 miles of sunshine? Call it 1,000 sunny. But now that Luffy has made this decision, everyone can only secretly pray that Iceberg and Frankie can give the ship a good name. Well, I hope it can be like the sun, calmly and happily traverse the cruel sea. Then this ship is called Thousand Sunny, 4. I'll leave the name to you, as you know I'm not good at this kind of thing. But the iceberg knew that it was Frankie who gave himself the opportunity. Frankie turned his head away as if he really said he wasn't good at naming things. Huh, the move is finally over, and from now on we'll have an adventure in Thousand Sunny. The disintegration of the Frankie family with the help of the Frankie family, Usopp and others moved all the things deposited here to Thousand Sunny. So when do we leave, Luffy? Now that everything has been moved and after staying in the Seven Waters for a week, the shopping that should be done is finished, so it's time to leave. Hearing Usopp's question, everyone looked at Luffy curiously. Although it was indeed time to leave, Frankie didn't seem to have any intention of getting on board. Did Luffy really see the wrong person? A munch fruit wasted? No, it cannot be said that a munch fruit was wasted in vain. After all, this Thousand Sunny was completed so quickly because of munch fruit. 627 can be set off right away, but before that, some troubles need to be resolved. Every time Mary appears these days, he uses his Thunder Fruit Amplified Observation Haki. Therefore, just heard the news that CP9 is ready to take action on Frankie. That's good news for Luffy, who was hesitant to get on his own boat. Now with CP9's assists, he should also understand that staying here will only hurt his younger brothers. Luffy could see that Frankie had the intention to go out to sea with his own people. The reason he hesitated was because of his little brothers. Now, since staying will affect the younger brother, he has nothing to hesitate. Trouble. Everyone was puzzled. Although Mary heard the news, he just told Luffy the news and didn't tell anyone else, so they don't know about it. Remember what I said earlier about the agents of world government? CP9. Luffy's words immediately made Robin react, and here only Robin knows about world government. What are they doing? Arrest us. Even though he asked that, Nami didn't have the slightest fear. Now not only Luffy exists on the ship, but also Thunder Fruit has been eaten by Mary. As long as you don't encounter a being like Aokiji again, what's there to be afraid of? Remember Frankie's reaction when we first went to Frankie. At that time, I remember you mentioned a Pluton blueprint, and he immediately drew his weapon and attacked you. Because of Frankie's unusual reaction at the time, Nami always remembered it. You mean Pluton blueprints? Robin was surprised by Nami's words. Hearing what Nami said, Frankie's hand is actually the blueprint of the ancient weapon Pluton. Besides, does Luffy even know about this kind of thing? Did Luffy invite Frankie just for the Pluton design? No, Robin was quickly amused by his own thought. If Luffy really wanted the Pluton design, how could Frankie resist with his strength? Robin, have you heard of the Pluton blueprint? Originally, I was still wondering what the Pluton design was, why Frankie didn't say a word when he heard it. Now that Robin seems to know what the Pluton blueprint is, Nami is immediately interested. The others looked at Robin curiously, even though they were listening in a fog. Pluton Pluto is a super warship. As one of the 3 ancient weapons, it is rumored to have the power to destroy the world, and a single shot can destroy an island. Robin glanced at Luffy, and seeing that Luffy didn't stop him, he explained to everyone. Really or not, destroying an island with one shot has the power to destroy the world. Everyone's first reaction was disbelief. If Pluton can really destroy an island with one shot, doesn't that mean that they can't stand Pluton's shot at all? This power, even Luffy can't handle it, right? In the impression of everyone, the artillery carried by the ship, although there is no small threat to the transmission of wisdom on sea navigation. But for the strong, these shells are meaningless at all. But now someone suddenly told himself that there is such a warship he can destroy an island with one shot. I ask, who can resist such power? So, are those CP9 agents targeting Frankie? If the Pluton blueprint can really create the ancient weapon Pluton, then the world government would make sense to capture Frankie. However, the world government has not been able to find Minjiang's blueprints for so many years, so why did they find out that the blueprints were in Frankie's hands at this time? Although the intelligence capabilities of the world government are indeed very strong, Frankie has been doing well for so many years. Why is he suddenly discovered now? Isn't this too coincidental? But he was discovered when he was waiting for someone to come to find someone to build a ship. It should be that I invited him and Bingshan to help build the new ship at the same time so that those CP9 people found clues. 39. It wasn't that Luffy did it on purpose, he just didn't think much of it at the time. Luffy just hopes that his new ship can be completed by the best shipbuilder in the world. I didn't expect these CP9 special noses to be so sensitive. Just because they invited Frankie and Bingberg to help build the ship together, they discovered the relationship between the two. No big deal though. Perhaps CP9's intelligence capabilities are indeed good, but whether or not he has the strength to capture Frankie from his own hands is another matter. But what does this have to do with the Pluton blueprints? While it might be possible to investigate a relationship between the two, how does this relate to the Pluton blueprints? Bingberg's secretary, the two foremans of Dock 1 are all CP9 agents in disguise and their initial target was Iceberg. As long as you don't lose your strength, you'll be fine. Originally, I was still struggling with what fruit to prepare for Vivi, but I forgot about this fruit. Especially in terms of life-saving, if you hide in a different dimension, any attack can be avoided. That is to say, the Pluton design drawings were originally in the hands of Iceberg, but Iceberg knew that his identity was easily exposed, so he gave the design drawings to Frankie. That's probably what it means. So after we finish dealing with these CP9 agents, we will set off again. At that time, Frankie should also make up his mind. It didn't make any difference to Luffy as to who to eat these powerful fruits, Luffy roughly explained. 0.4. Moreover, in CP9, Bluenose Door fruit is also a rare and powerful fruit. But another question comes, why does Iceberg have a Pluton design? Then are we here to wait for those people to come over now? Now that Luffy has made a decision, other people will naturally have no objection. However, we are staying here, will the other party really come over? 99. With a cigarette in his mouth, Sanji asked in confusion. It's not that Sanji thinks highly of himself and thinks that as long as he and others are there, he will definitely not be succeeded by the other party. But from Sanji's point of view, since it is a profession like a spy, shouldn't it be safe to carry out tasks? The government's CP agency, the agents inside are still a bit powerful. Perhaps in their opinion, the highest reward on our side is only 290 million Bailey, which is still within the range that they can accept. 35. But it's not their fault. Sengoku didn't report the information about Luffy and Aokiji's battle to the world government. Therefore, Luffy's true strength has not been exposed to the eyes of the world government, and it is not incomprehensible for these agents to behave like this. However, 14, it can also be seen from this that Marine and the world government are not completely of one mind. Otherwise, a person who can fight against admirals suddenly appeared on the sea without falling behind in a short time. How could these CP9 people not know? This time, the opponent will be handed over to you, whether you are one-on-one or a group of several people, it's up to you. The strength of these people is suitable for you to fight against now. However, this time Luffy is not going to shoot, even rob Luffy. There is no threat to the current Luffy. Zoro, who has mastered two-color haki and has completely mastered the Iron Realm, will not have much difficulty in dealing with a Rob Lucci. Although Rob Lucci's 6 forms can be said to have a very high degree of master, it is indeed quite dangerous for ordinary people. But after all, there is no such ability as master haki. No matter how fast the 6-style shave is, under the perception of observation haki, there is still nothing to hide. Iron Body is something that can only be said to understand, not to mention that it is an iron swordsman like Zoro. As for the power attack of Devil Fruit's boost, as long as it doesn't get hit, there is no problem. What's more, Armament Haki also has a defensive role. As for the others except Rob Luigi, no matter how bad it is, Mary is watching. To see who is in danger, a lightning strikes past. With the speed of these CP9 members who have not mastered observation haki, it is basically impossible to escape the lightning. There won't even be time to react. What's more, Konai's slow fruit can be said to be the nemesis of those who are good at physical arts, but not yet master observation haki. Therefore, on this grand line, the existence of observation haki is really very difficult. Even a novice like Konai's who has never fought can't use observation haki normally as long as it's not a few people besieging him and causing him to panic. Otherwise, as long as Konai's predicts the attack direction, it is completely possible to use the dull light to stop the enemy in advance. Is there a chance to fight again at last? Hearing Luffy's words, Zoro frowned and glanced at Sanji at the same time. Along the way, the enemies encountered are either not very good or they are not the kind of opponents at all. This made Zoro and Sanji, who had always wanted to fight, almost suffocate. Now that they finally have a suitable opponent, Zoro and Sanji can't wait. Even Galtino was gearing up at this time and wanted to try his pseudo-elementalization effect in actual combat. "Hey, why haven't you left yet? Aren't you reluctant to be my uncle?" Just as Zoro and the others were eagerly waiting for the arrival of the CP9 members. Frankie, who has been debating whether or not to agree to Luffy, said jokingly when he saw Luffy and others who had no intention of leaving at all. It was this move that made Frankie's urge to get on the boat a little stronger. PFFT tilde apart from wearing a pervert, this guy is quite interesting. Galtino, who was still waiting for him, finally couldn't help laughing when he heard Frankie's words. "The people from CP9 are here, you all get ready." Everyone who wanted to answer heard Luffy's reminder and started observation Haki, which had just awakened. At the same time, not far behind Frankie in the empty air, a transparent door opened. A pair of hands reached the unresponsive Frankie through the open door. Boom. Just when the hands were about to catch Frankie, a blue thunder column suddenly fell from the sky and hit the air door that opened abruptly. And that pair of outstretched hands was hit directly by this thunder column before it could react at all. What? With a scream, several figures fell out from behind the translucent door. This thunderous roar also made Frankie react, turning his body quickly and raising his hands at the same time. The bullets of duh were poured out. Anyway, the younger brothers are in the house, so they don't have to worry about accidentally hurting their own people. Although he didn't know who was behind him, Frankie was not unfamiliar with the dazzling thunder and thunder. When Mary just ate thunder fruit that day, Frankie was also taken aback. Moreover, although they have only been with each other for a short week, they only helped each other build a boat 630, but Frankie had an incredible trust in them. This is also the reason why Frankie immediately turned back and attacked when he heard the voice. He didn't think Mary would come on like this for no reason. With the sound of the gun sweeping, Frankie's body turned around and finally saw the attacker behind him. "It's you." However, with just one glance, Frankie's eyes widened. Frankie didn't understand for a while what the hell is going on with these people. Looking at the appearance of these people, it seems that Luffy and these people are completely ignored. Although the sudden lightning attack disrupted the original plan to kidnap Frankie directly and Bluno was injured by the attack. Although Bluno's hand was injured by the blast, it would be fine if he just opened the door. A total of 7 people appeared behind him, and among these 7 people, 4 people actually knew him. As long as Frankie is caught before the opponent can shoot, they can just leave. But they were worthy of being CP9's agents, and they quickly adjusted their mentality. While adjusting their body shape, they flickered and surrounded Frankie in the middle. Carter Fram, hand over the Pluton blueprints. Luchi Kaku Khalifa and the owner of the bar Bluno U.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.